The Return of the Deep Ones. 1. The Conch. My prime purpose in the time which remains to me, and I have reason to believe that there may not be a great deal of that, is to chronicle the events leading up to my present untenable situation. In so doing, I intend to leave a warning and an indictment against the insidious encroachment of horrors previously undreamed of. Without a doubt, the veracity of the facts I shall present will be questioned, but of one thing I am certain, that if ever the whole truth of the matter is known, man will never again pretend to occupy his much-vaunted role as master of his own destiny. He is not, and has he ever been? I now find myself questioning the fundamental laws of space and time, those so-long accepted concepts of cosmogony, of heredity, and of all matters anthropological. Yes, and the very basis of human existence itself. Yet the start of it all seemed so very innocuous. I look back on it now, and... But it were best that I begin at the very beginning. Some few short weeks ago, in the late spring, I received via airmail package from America a fairly large, unusual, especially attractive conch. The shell, carefully wrapped against any possible breakage, was as big as my 2 fists together. It had an almost circular aperture of about 2 inches in diameter, and its reddish color and spiked, tightly coiled whorl gave it the appearance almost of a huge venomous insect. Of course, when I call the shell attractive, I speak as a man who once found in all seashells the entire spectrum of nature's beauty epitomized. In retrospect, I suppose others might well have found the shell quite repulsive. My hitherto unknown benefactor gave an address in Innsmouth, a coastal town in America's New England, and he had penned a brief letter of introduction. Dear Mr. Vollister, please forgive this unsolicited intrusion, but having read your recent articles in Oceans, I know you to be a conchologist of note and a well-known marine biologist. To show my appreciation of your work, I myself was always deeply interested in conchology, but never had a professional's aptitude for the work. I herewith enclose a conch from local waters. I am told that the shell is not at all common on your own Atlantic coastline, and since this is an especially beautiful specimen, I thought you might like to own it. In the event of your already having one in your collection, then please forgive the frivolous impulse which alone prompted me to do this, and accept the shell anyway as a token of my admiration. Yours very sincerely, William P. Marsh. To say that I was delighted with this completely unexpected gift would be to underestimate my feelings severely. And as for Mr. Marsh's comment about the relative scarcity of his shell on my side of the Atlantic, that, too, was an understatement of no small magnitude. While I am fairly conversant with all manner of conchs on a world-wide scale, my particular specialty concerns those mollusks indigenous to British waters. I could therefore state with some certainty that no such shell was ever taken from the sea off Britain's coast, and I had not previously known of its existence on any coast. The thing was completely new to me. In all my wide experience I had never before come across its like. To complicate matters and astound me even further, after my initial surprise had worn off, and when I sat down to study the shell in greater detail, I discovered one more fact, whose singularity would normally have been immediately apparent to me, namely that the shell was sinistral. Looked at from the pointed end, its spiral wound anti-clockwise towards the left. I knew of only 6 shells like this in the whole world, all in private collections, and all, in the eyes of their owners, quite priceless. In short, this shell appeared quite unique, but despite its sinistrality, I saw nothing actually sinister about it. Not then. It was not long, however, before I came to realize that the new Conch had somehow changed things. Yes, I think that is perhaps the best way to put it. To say that the shell had wrought a change in me, in my perceptions, and the first manifestation of the change took place that very night. I live alone, have done so since my wife died of cancer 4 years ago, and since then my lovely home has always seemed an extremely sparse and lonely place. Yet that night it was different. There seemed to be an almost tangible presence in the house, the feeling of a not entirely sympathetic audience to my every move and mood, so that for the first time in longer than I cared to think, I felt not at all alone. The sensation was in no way ghostly, and I certainly did not feel threatened, but at the same time I found it difficult to concentrate on my reading, and twice I actually found myself looking over my shoulder at some imagined sound or motion or whatever behind me. On both occasions my eyes turned to the new conch, where I had carefully set it down upon an occasional table. Before retiring, I wrote a letter to a friend of mine in London. He owned a marvelous collection of shells containing many thousands of specimens, and while his overall knowledge of the sciences of the seas was limited, his specialized knowledge of conchs, from the shapes, colors, and sizes to the waters in which they lived, bred, and died, was almost inexhaustible. He was perhaps the world's foremost conchologist, and therefore probably the most reliable authority. In my letter I gave a detailed description of my latest acquisition, even to the point of doing a fairly accurate sketch of the thing, and asked for information. I made no mention of its origin. After writing the letter, suddenly tired, I poured myself my customary nightcap and went to stand on the balcony for a few minutes. I watched the sea at low tide, calm and distant, while the moon silvered the sands below the house. Soon, beginning to feel the coolness of the night breeze off the sea, I locked the balcony's windows and went to bed. I fell asleep almost immediately and began to dream, and my dreams that night were curiously void of visions or scenes, and consisted instead of sounds. But such sounds! They began with the mildest of susurrations, the sounds of small waves breaking on a rough and rocky shore somewhere at the edge of the world. And the sound was so pure, so innocent, that I knew, the way one always knows in dreams, that these were the first waves and this the first shore. The shore of a primal ocean formed of 1 billion years of rain, that first great rain which filled in the rocky basins of the young earth to lie volcanically warm through all the years of the Precambrian age, warm, yet empty of life, sterile and dead, awaiting nature's great awakening. Then the watery sounds grew louder, and I envisioned the primal moon, a rough sphere of partly plastic rock, alive with its own volcanic activity, wobbling uncertainly in an as yet eccentric orbit, gradually taming the tides of Earth's mighty oceans, in which, at last, the first life-forms swam and spurted, or walked on jointed chitinous limbs. And the tides came and went for 250 million years, as gradually the ocean's sounds grew louder, until it seemed I could hear the cries of her denizens, forever locked in the eternal battle for life, for existence, in vast and mildly salty vaults of ocean. And always in the background, in my inner ear, there was a less certain sound, one that I sensed rather than heard, the impossible sound of sentience, of intelligence, however alien, in a world where the first dinosaurs had yet to emerge from the steaming fens of the Carboniferous. But now, building rapidly from the surging sounds of tumultuous tides, there came the crash and roar of massive waves, and the howling of ocean tempests. I heard the sundering of mighty volcanic cliffs as the raging sea brought them avalanching down, and the cries of great winged reptiles, buffeted by winds that whipped imagined wave crests to a white and frothing frenzy. And behind all of this strange voices cried out in concerted prayers. Prayers, yes, but to no god of earth. This I knew, and knew also that these worshippers, whoever, whatever they were, had predated man in this world we call our own. Then those strangely familiar voices receded, were swept away in a resurgence of the crazed rushing and roaring, until it seemed that I myself struggled and gyrated in pounding surf and roiling whirlpools. And at last, dizzy and overwhelmed by these awesome sounds and sensations, I started awake. Or rather, I seemed to wake up. My uncertainty stems from the fact that later I was made to believe that I could not possibly have awakened. Let me explain. I have said that I started awake. Outside, the storm raged, and I could plainly hear the surf on the cliffs. My first thoughts, however dull and heavy those thoughts were, involved getting up to check the windows and doors. Then I remembered having done so the night before. A glance at my watch showed me that the time was 2:15 a.m. I put my head back onto the pillows and listened for a while to the howling of the wind and the rush of water, and finally I drifted back into a sleep which, apart from very vague and fantastic impressions of limitless deeps and weed-festooned submarine cities and shrines, was restful and trouble-free. In the morning, with the sun blazing through my bedroom window as it climbed, already midway to the zenith, I awakened, remembered the night's storm, and, clad in my dressing-gown, went through into my study and out on to the balcony. The sea was as calm as when last I saw it. The beach at the foot of the cliffs was not strewn with the driftwood and debris I had expected. There was no evidence at all to support my storm's existence. But there had been a storm, surely. I was at the door for the delivery of the morning newspaper, and I casually mentioned how fresh the world looked after the storm. The youth from the village newsagent's shop, Graham Lane, answered, "God, last night, Mr. Vollister." He grinned. "You must have been dreaming, sir. No storm last night." "About 2 in the morning," I persisted, frowning. "Certainly between 2 and 3. Wind howling and the sea in an uproar." He yawned and shook his head. "Not last night. I was walking with my girl on the beach until 2:30. Beautiful night." Suddenly, I knew that he was right, and I immediately changed the subject. "On the beach until 2:30, Graham, with a girl? Is it that serious, then?" He laughed. "The big day's in September," he said. "Would you like an invitation?" "By all means. I'd be delighted," I answered, and again changed the subject. "How's old man Lane keeping?" "Not too good. The shop's been too much for him for years now. Once I'm wed, I think he'll take a back seat and let me run the business." And we chatted for a minute or two longer, before I gave him my letter to post and let him take himself off on his bicycle. But I wasn't really concentrating on the conversation. I was trying to work out what had happened. This was something entirely outside my experience, for, after all, a dream is a dream, and should in no way have supernatural complications. Dreams do not carry over into the waking world, or should not, or at least mine never had. Not until now. In the end, I simply shrugged it off with a weak and rather bewildered laugh. Then, distractedly, though my heart was hardly in it, I scanned the newspaper and read the 1 or 2 items of interest. Afterwards I washed and dressed, made breakfast, and finally went back into the study where the strange new shell awaited my attention. I picked the thing up and thoughtfully admired it, mentally attempting a comparison with other specimens in my own large collection. In its shape it was not unlike the Sicilian Spondylus gasoni, though of course it was many times larger than that common shell. I was completely baffled. I took down several books on conchology from their shelves, and made a most diligent search, thinking that perhaps in all the hours I had previously spent researching those very books, somehow I might have missed, or forgotten, or simply skipped over the New England shell. But no, the thing was given no mention, not even in my most comprehensive works. It must be, a hitherto unknown species. But if this were so, then why had my American benefactor seen fit to pretend that it was fairly common, and why had he sent it to me? I carefully composed a letter to Mr. Marsh at his Innsmouth address, then spent half an hour on the telephone talking with a friend of mine in one of the larger reference libraries in London. If my own books weren't comprehensive enough, then it was perfectly obvious that the library in nearby Newquay wouldn't be able to offer much. London should have been a different matter entirely. But that, as it may be, my efforts once more proved fruitless. The conch I described was nowhere to be found on record. That afternoon I took my daily walk in the village, posted my letter to Mr. Marsh, purchased 1 or 2 household items, and finally headed for home again. I had an article to finish, and worked at it for an hour or so before retiring early. Slightly apprehensive though I was about sleeping, the thought had come to me from somewhere that my problem, if indeed I had a problem, was most likely tied up with my subconscious, my sleeping mind. I nevertheless passed a completely undisturbed night, and, following a light breakfast, went back to work on my manuscript. And so life went on, once more mundane and tranquil enough, for 2 more days and nights, until the weekend came around. By that time, while my new shell remained as enigmatic and unknowable as ever, the edge of its mystery had become dulled for me, particularly since receiving from Ian Carling, my great conchologist colleague, a telephone call which, while his excitement at my news was amply apparent, left me just as unenlightened as before. He did mention, though, that he had spoken of my discovery to a friend of his, a queer sort of chap, but likable enough in his own way, who had said he might contact me. At Ian's request, I made a mental note to obtain photographs of the shell and get them off to him as soon as possible. But then, just before noon, when I had barely started upon the final revision of my manuscript, my telephone rang again, and continued to ring insistently, so that I was obliged to leave my work to answer it. The caller introduced himself as one David Semple, of Mayfair in London, and he was that friend whom Ian Carling had mentioned. "Any friend of Ian's is a friend of mine, Mr. Semple. What can I do for you?"
"David. Please call me David," he insisted, "and it's more what I can do for you, I think."
"Oh?"
"Yes, Ian has mentioned this queer shell of yours, and I think I might be able to throw some light on it."
"You're a conchologist, then, Mr. David?"
No, but I am a collector."
"Of shells?"
"Of books."
"Books?"
"Indeed, Mr. Balderstone. Or should I call you John?"
"Please do."
"Good. Yes, I collect books, old and new, first editions and modern reprints, priceless antiques and worthless, poorly printed paperbacks. But they all have one thing in common. You see, John, I've had a lifelong interest in the macabre, the weird, the strange, the occult."
"Well, that's all very interesting, David, but I fail to see—"
Wait. About this shell of yours. Let me read something to you. One moment. Here we are. "Even as big as a small child's head, the seashell is thickish and bears sharp spines ringed about its coils. Its mouth is not much smaller than the mouth of a man, and indeed it has the look of some animal's mouth. Reddish in hue, the shell has not a wholesome aspect, but the snail itself is as a delicacy to the tainted palates of the deep ones. Yet they crop the slug with care, for under their direction vast colonies of the creatures layer the pearly and subaqueous houses and temples of their cities. Thus were the mighty Pacific temples beautified in the great deeps about Rilliers, and even Johann-Fley's columns and colossi are cemented with the grey-green nacre of the shellfish's mantle. The voice at the other end of the line paused, then, "Well?" "Well, I suppose it could be my shell," I told him. "But where on earth did you find that passage you just read to me? It sounded extremely old, not to mention very weird." "Yes, it's over 200 years old. An English translation of a passage from an even older German work, the rather ugly Untersee Kulten of Graf Grauberg. And there are illustrations, too, rather crude, I fear, but adequate. So that if this is your shell, why, you should easily manage to match the drawings against the real thing." "I'd like to see that book," I said at once, trying, but not quite managing, to keep the eagerness out of my voice. "But that's why I'm calling you," he answered. "It so happens I'm to be in your area for a few days early next week, some business to attend to, you know, and I thought we might meet." "Why, certainly. I look forward to it. You might like to stay here at the house?" "Thank you. Very hospitable, but no. I'm a founder member of a boating club not far from Newquay. I shall stay there and not put you to any trouble. Now then, if you'll tell me when we can meet." "Why, any time. But can't you tell me more about the book right now? Perhaps I could obtain a copy and—" "Obtain a copy of the Cathot Aquadingen?" He laughed. "No, I don't think you could, John. It's one of those books, like Gentley's Hydrophony and Gaston Le Fay's Dwellers in the Depths, which are very seldom found. Banned or burned, mostly, many years ago. Forbidden volumes, black books they're called, like the Necronomicon of Abdul al-Hazred and von Junst's Nameless Cults. But we'll talk a lot more next week." "Fine. I'm home all week. I usually take a walk in the afternoon along the beach or in the town, but you can get me at home most of the time. Just give me a ring." "Oh, don't worry, John," he told me, sounding suddenly strange and distant. "I'll be in touch with you." And with that he was gone. Sunday and Monday passed very slowly. My interest in the new shell had waxed, waned a little, and was now redoubled. I would find myself pacing the floor of my study with the thing in my hands, quite without realizing that I had picked it up at all. I could not wait for Mr. Semple's call. Then, Tuesday afternoon, I walked along the cliff-top path towards the precipitous wooden stairway that led down to the beach. There, sitting on the grass at the very edge of the cliff, a girl gazed out across the sea, her legs dangling in space 120 feet above Needle Rocks, her chin cupped in her hands. She wore jeans, an oversized sweater of a toweling material, and her hair was tied back with a silken green handkerchief. Beside her, on the grass, lay a yellow crash helmet with a jaunty peak, the sort young ladies wear when riding or being carried on scooters and motorcycles. I do not much care for heights, and always feel uncomfortable when others treat them with contempt. I paused, keeping well back from the rim, and called, "Miss, excuse me. Could I talk to you?" She turned and smiled, a peculiar sort of smile, I thought, then swung her legs up and rolled clear of the edge. Picking up her crash helmet, she climbed easily to her feet. She was no more than 22, 23 at the outside, but there was in her face something that hinted of a rare intelligence, a wisdom belying her years.
Her features were almost elfin-like, large-eyed and small-chinned, and her hair was so black and so reflected the green of the handkerchief that it seemed almost green itself, even pearly in its gloss. She approached me with her head on one side, still half-smiling. "Yes, I'm sorry, miss. Heights affect me badly. I just wanted to get you away from the edge of the cliff. Please forgive me." "Don't let it worry you," she answered in an accent, however slight, which immediately gave her away for an American. "I was just about to go down to the beach anyhow. Are you going down?" "Yes, I am."
"Well, would you mind if I walked with you?"
"Not at all.
It's just that the beach looks so lonely."
"I know what you mean." We said no more until the wooden steps were behind us and the cliffs towered above. On the way down she had gone before me, and I admit that I found myself attracted by her lithe, jean-clad form. Reaching the bottom first, she had turned to smile at me again, half-knowingly, I thought. But knowing what? Her look, it dawned on me, was not at all one of wide-eyed innocence. Then she laughed at my own serious expression, asking, "You're sure you don't mind me walking with you?" No. I'm sure."
"You look so worried," she laughed.
She linked arms with me, and we walked down towards the sea, turning north towards the village, when we reached the high-water mark.
"Big, isn't it?"
she said, holding my arm tightly. The sea? Yes, it's big."
"My home," she said, "is, let's see, way over there."
She squinted out over the flat grey sea, pointing a finger west and slightly south. "North America," I said. "New York, perhaps?"
"Close enough, I suppose. What's in a few 100 miles?"
Then her hand flew to her mouth in mock alarm.
"There I go, giving away all of my secrets."
"Secrets?"
"A girl with no secrets has no mystery."
Then she quickly changed the subject.
"Do you swim?"
"I do. I swim very well, but the sea is still quite cold. You won't find many bathers for a month or so yet."
"Let's swim,"
she answered impulsively. "But what about costumes?" At that she laughed, as earthy a laugh as ever I heard, and began to pull her sweater up over her head. Embarrassed, I half turned away, anxiously searching the beach with my eyes, but seeing no one. Out of the corner of my eye I saw her stepping out of her jeans, and again I averted my gaze. But her laughter was wholly free and fresh, so that when I heard her feet flying seaward I turned to stare after her. And then I, too, had to laugh. Her bikini, tiny though it was most certainly decent. Obviously she had worn it beneath her clothes, and equally obvious was the fact that she had deliberately set out to embarrass me. Oddly enough, I didn't mind at all. She ran into the calm sea, and swam maybe 50 yards out. There she played, splashed, and shouted, occasionally diving beneath the surface and staying down for what I thought to be inordinately long periods. Using my watch, I timed her on her last dive, and found that she stayed down for well over 2 minutes. The girl swam like a fish, and yet I was in no way astonished by her performance. I myself have always found swimming a delight, and my own capacity for remaining under water for long periods has often surprised my friends. I believed it to be simply a matter of willpower. A few minutes later she came out of the water and ran up the beach to me. She sat at my feet, where I myself sat on a flat stone, and handed me her sweater of soft toweling. "Dry my back," she commanded, turning her back to me and letting her hair fall forward over her shoulders. However cold she felt, and indeed her skin was cold, she hardly showed it. Not a goosebump showed on her pale skin, and her breathing seemed perfectly controlled. Despite the fact that I was at least 15 to 20 years her senior, or then again, perhaps because of it, I fancied that my heart beat a little faster as I patted her back dry and gave her back her sweater. Later, as we continued our walk along the beach and climbed the crumbling sea-wall to the promenade, and so into the village, she told me her name. She was Sarah Bishop, an American of an old New England family, on holiday, vacation, she said, with her father. They would be in England for some weeks yet, while her father sorted out various property matters. Having several relatives living in Cornwall, the old gentleman, he was 67, was thinking of retiring there. When I asked where she and her father were staying, she told me they had rooms at a boat club between the village and Newquay. At this I was reminded of what David Semple had told me when I invited him to stay at my house, that he was a founder member of a boating club not far from Newquay. I wondered if his club, presumably some exclusive sort of place for rich yachtsmen and such, could be one and the same with Sarah's, and I was on the point of questioning her about the place when we reached the village police station. There, as if I no longer existed, or as if she had never heard of the word goodbye, she turned her back on me, put on her crash helmet, unlocked the anti-thief device on a motor scooter which was parked at the curb, and kicked the engine into life. As she guided the scooter into the road, I was moved to call out, "We may meet again?" And having said it, I felt unaccountably foolish. She looked back over her shoulder and smiled that strange smile of hers. "Oh, we surely will," she said. "Of course we will." Then, in a clatter of tiny pistons, she was gone. She left behind a dispersing cloud of blue exhaust smoke. Walking home again along the beach, I found my mind wandering. I was miles away, almost completely unaware of the passage of time or distance, and it actually came as a surprise when I found myself at the top of the wooden stairway that led to my cliff-top retreat. Daydreaming, my mind had been on many things, but chiefly on the girl. She evoked something in me, a memory that seemed much more than mere memory, really, a feeling of déjà vu. Her skin, for instance. When I had dried her, I had noticed a peculiar film to it, a sort of mild oiliness. But the feeling had not been at all unpleasant. Remembering, my fingers tingled slightly. It dawned on me that I had not felt this way for a very long time. 2. The Place on the Beach. That night I worked until very late and retired well after midnight. I slept until mid-morning, ate a small breakfast, and was no sooner dressed than I became aware of a visitor. I heard a car approaching the house and went out on the balcony in time to see it draw to a halt below. When the driver got out, I hailed him from where I stood at the balcony rail. "Hello there, can I help?" "I'm David Semple," came the reply. "Have I come to the right place?" "You certainly have. Wait just a moment, and I'll be down." The house is built to my own specifications, with bedrooms, study, and bathroom upstairs, kitchen, small library, storage space, and garage downstairs. Since I never did learn how to drive, the garage long ago became just another storage room. I hurried downstairs and unlocked the front door. Semple grasped my hand as soon as I appeared. His handshake was firm enough, though cool and moist. I welcomed him in, and saw him upstairs and into my study. And there, as unobtrusively as I might while pouring drinks, I carefully scrutinized him. He was slim, rather pale, and I would have guessed that he wore a toupee. His skin was uncommonly rough, and seemed large-pored. His walk was almost that of a sailor, and why not, since on his own word he was a founder member of his boating club? For no justifiable reason, I found myself disliking him. There was something odd about him, something I could not quite pin down, insubstantial.
but something which nevertheless set my teeth on edge. No sooner had Semple made himself comfortable than he spotted the conch where it lay upon the occasional table. "Ah!" he exclaimed. "Yes, most certainly." He crossed the room and picked up the object of his interest. "Without a doubt this is the shell. The shell from the book." "You're absolutely sure?" "As sure as I can be without actually having the book here with me to make a positive comparison." "You didn't bring it?" My voice showed my disappointment. "No, I'm sorry. Fool that I am, I left it at the club, but we can have a look at it later." By now, however, and despite my consuming interest in his subject, I had taken the opportunity of studying my visitor more closely. In so doing, I had discovered several more peculiar idiosyncrasies, none of which, however petty they might seem normally, had improved my liking for the man. There was, for instance, an odd gasping quality in his voice, a suggestion of fighting for air that made me wonder if perhaps he was asthmatic. But if so, why did he wear his silken scarf so high on his neck, and so well wrapped about his throat? Indeed, why wear a scarf at all on this unusually warm day? Also, now that we were together in the close confines of my study, I found myself very nearly offended by the heavy odor of his aftershave, if that was what it was, and even more disturbed by an underlying smell of what? Perhaps the sun was at fault, warming the beach to send the taint of rotting seaweed wafting up to my balcony. But the balcony doors were closed, and what slight breeze there was came off the land. I was aware suddenly of his strange gaze. He was looking at me most oddly, eyes large and round behind modern heavy-rimmed spectacles, and it was a look which, inexplicable as my feelings were, chilled and quickly unnerved me. I half started to my feet, causing him quickly to inquire, "Is there something—" "Do forgive me," I fumbled. "It's the room, so stuffy. Forgive me for bringing you into an unaired room. I worked late last night." "My goodness, don't concern yourself," he answered at once. "I'm perfectly comfortable." "I'll open the French windows anyway," I said, getting hold of myself at last. "Please do, if it will make you happy. Probably a good idea. I should hate to pass on to you my cold and sore throat." So that was it. And doubtless the smell I had noticed was an embrocation of some sort or other. Nevertheless, my initial dislike for Semple remained. Still, he was not here for my approval, but to offer his assistance. For that, at least, I should be grateful. I decided to put my unnatural apprehensions behind me, and try to be as pleasant as I could in Semple's presence. "How did you find your way to the house, David?" "It's not the easiest place to find, and the road between here and the main road is barely a track." "Oh, He looked momentarily lost for words, then quickly went on. "I obtained directions in the village. Of course, I don't know the locals, but they seem to know you well enough." "Yes, they do, though I suppose I must seem a bit reclusive to them." "This is an excellent whiskey," he said after a while, changing the subject. "Thank you. I pamper myself a little. But I've been thinking, David, what an odd coincidence this is." "Coincidence?" He sounded wary. "Yes, that this ridiculous enigma of a seashell came into my possession in the first place, and that you should then find reference to it in some strange old book. Even better, that we should discover two facets of the same mystery and bring them together through a mutual friend. That in itself seems something of a coincidence." "I suppose so," he said after a moment, again favoring me with that weird look. "But listen, you can't possibly have had lunch yet. Why not come back with me to the club? We can eat there, and you can look at my books to your heart's content." "Books?" "Oh, yes. I brought more than just the one. Well, what do you say? Later I'll drive you back here." I agreed to his suggestion without further discussion, and not entirely because of my interest in the American shell.
Sarah Bishop had been in the back of my mind since last I had seen her riding off on her motor scooter.
If Sarah and her father were staying at Semple's club, then perhaps I would meet her again this very day, But in any case, she was very much secondary to my obsession with tracking down the new shell, or so I told myself. This might be my last chance to discover whether or not the conch was indeed a brand-new species, hitherto unknown to science, though apparently, if Semple were correct, it had not been unknown to the author or authors of his book. I wanted to change into more suitable clothing, but Semple said that was completely unnecessary. No one at the club worried greatly about dress. Comfort was thought to be more desirable, and in any case I was already perfectly well attired. I consented to remain just as I was, and we went down to the car. During the journey, which took little more than 25 minutes, we remained for the most part silent. Semple concentrated on the road, and I cradled the shell in my lap, and eagerly looked forward to reading of the thing and seeing its representation in his book. For the first half-mile, the ride was bumpy and slow, but then we turned left on to the main road, and the car shot forward. We passed through the village in a matter of minutes, and several miles later turned left again onto a third-class road, or track, that led seaward, toward shrub and bramble-grown cliff-tops. Where human habitation was concerned, this area of the coast was only very sparsely settled. 1 or 2 farms, yes, but not even a hamlet outside of Seaham, the village, as I have always referred to it. The next town of any size or importance was Newquay, half an hour's drive up the coast. If privacy were a prerequisite, then this must surely be the perfect place for an exclusive club. The coast was very wild, however, and so for a place of any size to be built, a large amount of money would have to be spent. Well, there were still plenty of people who could afford that sort of money. Soon tall shrubs and tangled undergrowth sprang up to border the track. Semple drove carefully through this shaded region for 100 yards or more, over a rise, and then down to where the horizon showed a mating of sea and sky. There, where shrubs, trees, and brambles had been cleared away to allow gravel to be laid, he turned under a large, low, open-fronted structure to park alongside a dozen or more cars of various makes. Several were of the large American variety, one of which was just pulling away. Turning in my seat to stare after the car as it drove off, I caught a glimpse of dark, lumpish figures with pale faces in the passenger seats. Strangely round eyes peered back at me for a split second, then were gone. What it was about those faces I couldn't say, but at the sight of them, the merest glimpse, it was as if someone walked over my grave. We left the car and walked to the edge of the cliffs. Below us, like a bite taken out of the coastline, a small bay enclosed a crescent-shaped beach. One of the rocky bay arms had been extended to form a jetty and breakwater that curved inward and protected the calm waters of the tiny bay. A variety of boats, even a small, very expensive-looking yacht, were moored in the bay, though there appeared to be little sign of life. The patio which fronted the club itself was deserted. Right where we stood, the cliffs had tumbled down years ago, leaving massive blocks of stone that formed an uneven and precipitous slope down to grassy banks. But the debris of the fallen cliff was grassed over now, and trees and shrubs had sprung up along the length of the fault. A wide wooden stairway with a handrail fell steeply from our position, losing itself in the trees, becoming visible again at the bottom. There it merged with a path of concrete paving slabs, which in turn led to the club sprawling on the beach. The clubhouse seemed deserted to me, and as Semple and I descended the stairway, I examined the place whenever I sighted it between the trees. Grey and blue, it was of modern design and spacious. Its front was raised up on piles driven deep into the bed of a kidney-shaped depression, scooped out of the beach well above the tide line.
Its sides and rear area were shaded by fangs of rock weathered from the cliffs, and by trees grown in the lee of those same jagged boulders. It looked for all the world like the retreat of some retired and reclusive tycoon, rather than any sort of boating club I had ever seen before. We entered the building by a side door that opened into a small lounge or reception area. Across the room was a moderately stocked bar, but no one seemed to be in attendance. A frosted glass door to our right led out onto the raised patio in front of the club. It would be pleasant, I thought, to sit out there in the summer when the tide was in, an iced drink, sunglasses, the cool breeze off the sea. Semple's voice brought me back down to earth. "My room is this way." We passed through a swing door to our left into a long corridor. Passing us on his way to the room we had just left, a tall, bent, peculiarly vacant-looking man of indeterminate years smiled emotionlessly at Semple, inquiring in a rough, guttural, and most unappetizing voice, "Can I get you a drink, sir? And your friend?" "Thank you, Sergeant, yes. Whiskey, I think?" Semple looked to me for my approval. I nodded. "Yes, that'll do fine." "A bottle, Sergeant," said Semple, "and 2 glasses. Oh, yes, and some crushed ice." "Your room, sir, or the club room?" "My room, Sergeant. Oh, and you'd better book Mr. Vollister in for lunch." He turned to me. "It's fish today. Very good." Shambling by us, the man called Sergeant mumbled something about only being a moment or two. Then he passed out of sight through the swing door. "This way," said Semple, leading me down the corridor. I was struck by the gloominess of the place. Very little light entered from outside. While the furnishings seemed sumptuous enough, still there was an aura of mustiness about them, of an unpleasant dampness. Perhaps the club was a little too close to the sea, after all, or maybe the central heating was out of order. There must, of course, have been central heating. Doors were set at regular intervals along the inside wall of the corridor. Reaching the last of these, Semple took out a key and opened it. He ushered me into the small room beyond, saying, "Make yourself comfortable, John. I'll be but a moment." He went out, turning right into the corridor and leaving the door ajar. Out of completely uncharacteristic, almost morbid curiosity, I peered out into the corridor after him in time to see him disappearing through a second swing door at the corridor's end. As the door swung behind him, a muted babble of voices came back to me. Secretive voices, I thought, from what must have been the club-room. Then the door swung quietly shut, deadening all but the merest murmur of conversation. Since I could make out no single word, I moved back into Semple's room. A moment or two after I had seated myself in an easy-chair, Sergeant knocked and entered. He carried a tray with bottle, glasses, and a small silver bucket full of ice. After muttering something that I found completely incoherent, in answer to which I could merely smile and nod, he left, and I was able to have a look around Semple's room. The atmosphere actually was gloomy, so much so that I put on the light, a tiny shaded bulb in the center of the ceiling, the better to see by. The room was as small as I would expect a guest room in a place such as this to be, with a single bed along one wall, a small table of Eastern design near the head of the bed, the easy chair in which I sat, a linen basket, a narrow cupboard, one small desk, and a straight-backed chair. Also, along the wall opposite the bed was a 3-tier bookshelf. All disquieting thoughts and doubts, however, dimly formulated, were immediately crowded to the back of my mind. I stood up and went to the bookshelf. There, among many titles previously unheard of, were several that Semple had mentioned when first he contacted me.
Such books as the Cathott Aquadingen, Gantley's Hydrophini, and Gaston Lefay's Dweller in the Depths. But among the others new to me were volumes whose very titles seemed disturbing, conjuring up vague memories or pseudo-memories of youthful nightmares. I mean titles like The Book of Zion, and The Dole Chance, The Liber Voris, and The Roulier Text. Volumes such as these, despite the fact that as yet I knew nothing at all about them, cast ominous shadows over my mind, and the peculiar aura that I had felt from the first in this decidedly odd building seemed to thicken, closing in upon me as I stood wrapped in the contemplation of Semple's library. Finally I took down one of the books, at which the door swung open behind me, and my host's voice said, "Ah, yes, the Cathott Aquadingen, of the great deeps and the dark demons that inhabit them. Yes, and the spells with which to raise these demons, among other things. You are correct, John. That's the book with the description and drawing of your shell. Would you like to make a comparison now?" He took the book from me, opened it, and began to search the pages. I picked up the New England conch from where I had laid it, and Semple indicated that I should sit at the desk. He sat beside me at the head of the bed, saying, "All of my books deal with the weird, John, at least with subjects considered weird by the unenlightened. And that's why I was so interested in your shell. If I'm right, well, it will have been interesting to track down an actual specimen from a book considered by most to be nothing but a pack of esoteric fables, lies, and fairy stories. Ah, here we are. Now then, what do you think of that?" He placed the book on the desk before me so that I could study the faded text and drawing on the chosen page. And without a doubt, it was a drawing of my shell. Holding the conch, I turned it until its angle was that at which the artist had drawn it, and it was the very duplicate of the shell on the printed page. The inks with which the drawing had been tinted were just as faded as the text, but even so the colors came through, helping in positive identification. In a way I was disappointed that the shell was not the unique thing I had thought it, not even in its sinistrality, for the drawing was left-handed too. But at the same time I found myself fascinated by the text. "This is the section you read out to me over the telephone," I said, and out loud I repeated, "Reddish in hue. The shell has not a wholesome aspect, but the snail itself is as a delicacy to the tainted palates of the deep ones." "Tainted, indeed," Semple cut in. His voice slurred and deeper in pitch, it seemed to me, in indignation or anger. "Everything they don't understand has to be tainted. Man eats birds and beasts, aye, and shellfish too, but when it suits him he talks of the palates of others as being tainted." I was taken aback by the fervor in Semple's voice, by that and by his completely inexplicable outburst, and I turned to him to discover what had prompted it. His eyes, large and round behind the lenses of his spectacles, stared fixedly at the opened book with a look of outrage. But why? Then, seeing my look of astonishment, he immediately pulled himself together. "Forgive me, John. There are things you don't understand, yet." Then he changed the subject completely. "But listen, there's lots of time for you to look at this book, and the other books too, if you wish. But let's first have a drink, yes?" He generously poured whiskey over ice. "Oh, and there's a young lady staying at the club who tells me she knows you. She and her father are engaged upon a project here which might interest you. And then there is our little collection." "Collection?" I sipped at my drink, pleased with its clean, familiar taste in this unfamiliar place. "Oh, yes, very interesting. Several of our members are divers. That is to say, they explore the ocean floor in one way or another, and they allow us to enhance the club with their finds." "Their finds?" "Yes, they are displayed here. Fascinating. But why waste time talking about what you may see for yourself, if you'll follow me, John?"
I finished my drink and went with him. We turned right into the corridor, and through the swing door into what I had taken to be the club-room. If it was, then it doubled for a dining-room, for Sergeant and 2 others were busy arranging chairs at a long table set for lunch. I followed Semple straight across this room to a 3rd swing door. Passing through this and holding it open for me, he said,
"This is our display room. I'm sure you'll find it utterly engrossing."
And how right Semple was, and what an understatement. Here and there about this fairly large room, which was at the land-side extreme of the building, were scattered easy-chairs and divans, but all around the walls, and displayed upon specially constructed room dividers similar to deep bookshelves, were the very treasures of the oceans. Actual treasures, French, Spanish, and even Roman coins of gold, small bars of gold and silver, encrusted, discolored, and welded together by action of the salts of the sea, amphorae, and pottery which any museum in the world would be proud to display, alongside ancient bottles, whose colors, shapes, and designs made them the very rarest of antiques. And then there were models of ocean-going vessels of the early 19th century, of sailing ships large and small, vessels such as the bark Sumatra Queen and the brig Hetty, of which a brass plate on the base of their display cabinet gave details and a brief history, all constructed with loving care and in painstaking detail. I glanced at the brass plate for a moment longer, for something about it had caught my eye. But then, beckoned by Semple, I moved on.
"Come, John," he said. "I believe that's Mr. Bishop over there, Sarah's father. Since you know her, I'm sure you'd like to meet him."
At the far side of the room, hidden until now by ceiling-high display cabinets, seated at a large, heavy table and studying a number of fantastic models, a tiny, hunched old man seemed quite oblivious to our presence. As we approached him, Semple cleared his throat.
Mr. Bishop."
The figure at the table turned, and Semple nodded a quick, respectful greeting.
"Mr. Bishop, allow me to introduce John Bothester. This is the gentleman of whom Sarah has spoken, the, conchologist."
"How do you do, sir?" I held out my hand. The shrunken figure at the table made no attempt to stand. Neither did he offer his hand, nor did he answer me immediately. Instead, he looked at me, and I in turn stared at him. I stared, yes, and yet was not conscious of the rudeness of my act, for this old man was indeed something at which anyone caught unawares might reasonably be expected to stare. He wore what appeared to be a high-collared, yellow silk dressing-gown, buttoned up under the jaw, ancient pince-nez spectacles, behind which eyes as big and bigger than Semple's stared fixedly, and a flesh-colored skull-cap which smoothly covered his scalp and ears. For a full minute the great eyes gazed into mine. Then that small head turned and offered Semple the slightest of nods, a nod of approval, I thought, and finally Mr. Bishop spoke.
"I hope you are well, Mr. Forrester."
His lips, which were pale, thick, and fleshy, barely moved. His words, which came as the merest whisper, were yet harsh, as if forced from vocal cords almost atrophied by some cancerous wastage. Before I could answer him, he continued,
"Please, sit. Look at the cities. Are they not beautiful?"
As the old man turned back to the strange models on the table before him, so Semple drew up a chair for me. I sat down beside Mr. Bishop, noting as I did a musty odour, which seemed to emanate from him in heavy waves. Or was it simply the odour of the entire clubhouse, the smell of deep seas, and particularly this room of treasures from the ocean floor? I tried to ignore the clamour of mental alarm bells, bells of warning at the edges of my subconscious, giving my attention instead to this eccentric old man's words. Spread upon the table before us, 3 separate structures reared mottled towers and ziggurats from an undulating base made to resemble the seabed. They were remarkable models and intricately designed, and since patently they were meant to represent submarine realms, I hazarded a guess as to their names. Atlantis, perhaps? And this one could be Mu, yes? And finally there's this one. Mr. Bishop's wide mouth turned up at the corners in what I took to be a smile.
No, no, Mr. Hollister, he whispered hoarsely. Atlantis and Mu were cities of men gone down beneath the waves in vast seismic convulsions, and in geological terms gone down quite recently. Rillier, on the other hand, is a city as old as the moon, and it is not a city of men, though it has on occasion stood up out of the sea where it lies sunken once more. Look, this is Rillier.
For a moment, as he pointed, I caught a glimpse of his shriveled hand, where it protruded from the wide sleeve of his silken gown. The man obviously suffered from some severe ichthytic disorder. His flesh was silvery grey and scaled, his fingers webbed. Then I looked more closely at the model he had indicated. So this was a miniature of Rillier, a name which, in connection with the New England conch, I already recognized from the Cathott-Aquadingen. Model though it was, nevertheless the thing was constructed to give an impression of unbelievable size, with vast green-slimed blocks of stone looming up dizzily to a monstrously carved monolith, about the base of which stood statues of loathsome krakens and squids poised in menacing attitudes. Architecturally, the city, if city it were, and not some mad builder's nightmare, was like nothing I had ever seen before. One looked upon the thing and received impressions rather than a true overall picture. Nothing specific fixed the eye at all, only suggestions of vastness, and of queer angles that formed surfaces which were at one and the same time convex and concave. The geometry was dramatically out of touch with anything mundane, was blatantly alien, and over every senses-defying surface sprawled octopoid and piscine bas-reliefs of the most disturbing and unbalanced nature, and hieroglyphs that hinted of worlds and dimensions not only lost in vacuous abysses of time, but separate from the clean world of earth by countless light-years. Complemented in its hideousness by festoons of weed and oceanic incrustations, the thing was nothing less than a crazy nightmare. City, the old man may have termed it, but I saw it only as a monstrous necropolis, and I shuddered at the thought of any man, genius or lunatic, deliberately sitting down to construct the thing, and I wondered morbidly at the inspiration, real or imagined, from which this menacing model had sprung.
"Awesome, isn't it?"
inquired the old man, as if reading my thoughts.
"Perhaps this other model of your heart and flay will be less confusing to your eyes and mind."
Again he pointed, and once more I saw that withered claw he wore for a hand, and again I looked at the object of his instruction. It was the second of the submarine cities. Yaha and Flay, he had called it. And yes, it was more acceptable, far less intrinsically alien, and indeed certain of its lines were quite pleasing, designed with a flowing symmetry. In fact, the longer I looked, the more I found myself imbued with a sensation of glory, of being uplifted, as if I gazed upon some shrine or holy place. For, layered as it was in every detail with a softly luminous mother-of-pearl, the model glowed with a chill internal fire, a cold fire that seemed to burn through weed and slime alike, to set spark to memories that lingered half-awake in the back of my mind and being. Blinking my eyes and shaking my head, I looked again. There was something Roman or Grecian about it, with balconies, great esplanades, and sweeping stairways. And then there were temples and amphitheatres, and everywhere columns and fluted pedestals and statues, but while the statuary and the Titan idols of the temples were those same crocons of relief. Still, the place appeared to my eyes much as I might have expected to find Atlantis, a city drowned in prehistory, with but one exception. As old Mr. Bishop had pointed out to me, this was not a city of men sunken in some cataclysm of earth. It was a city built beneath the sea, in eons lost to memory, built and inhabited by subaqueous beings, a city of the deep ones. And as such, Yaha and Flay still lived. "But what purpose do you have in—" I finally began, and paused uncertainly. "I mean, why are these models here?" The old man smiled at me with that queer turning up of the corners of his too wide mouth.
"Pardon?" he whispered. "Our purpose in having the models here? The answer is simple. The real relief lies in the depth of the Pacific many thousands of miles away, and Yahan Flay is far away across the Atlantic. We cannot have the real thing, and so—"
"Sunken cities and lost races," Semple hurriedly cut in, "are a hobby of Mr. Bishop's, John, a hobby which almost certainly absorbs him. But come, they're serving lunch. You can come back in here later if you wish." I stood up on legs which were unaccustomedly shaky, glancing down at Mr. Bishop where he remained seated. For a moment more he gazed up at me, then turned his eyes back to the models on the table. He reached out his hand, and it trembled as it touched the skeletal frame of the third and last model, as yet incomplete, little more than miniature foundations, but as I began to turn away I distinctly heard him whisper,
"Ah, yes, John Vollister. You may well wonder, but when Ahu Yathoa is finished out there in the sea, and when you yourself see her shining towers and temples and her myriad pillars, then—"
I would have turned back then to question him again, but Semple caught my shoulder and cautioned me with a finger to his lips. "The old man," he explained when we were out of earshot, "is not quite right. It's his age and his condition, you understand." "Listen, David." I drew him to one side as we went back through a swing door into the dining room. "There's an awful lot I don't understand here. A good many odd coincidences that don't quite seem to—" "John!" came a girl's voice from behind me, a voice that sounded genuinely full of surprise and pleasure, driving all queries and doubts right out of my mind. "There! Didn't I say we'd meet again?" I turned, and it was Sarah Bishop. Out of the corner of my eye I saw Semple make some sort of sign, a greeting perhaps, but I could sense that he was glad of Sarah's intrusion. "I'll speak to you later, John," he said, as Sarah led me away to the table. 7 or 8 residents or club members were already seated, and I joined them, Sarah at my side, without formal introductions. Not wishing to seem gauche or ignorant, I nonetheless averted my eyes from them as best I could, but not before noting the fact that they all seemed cut in the same mould. Indeed, it was as if they were all members of the same family. With the exception of Sarah, Semple, and 1 or 2 others, all of them wore a peculiarly repellent, bulge-eyed, ichthyaic look, as if they were younger versions of old Mr. Bishop. I would have made conversation with Sarah, but we were no sooner seated than she struck up with a woman on her far side. I concentrated on an excellent prawn cocktail washed down with a glass of resinous yellow wine, then went on to the main course of boiled fish beautifully dressed. My own portion was excellently cooked, but I did little more than taste it. I had noticed that the others at the table, with the sole exception of Sarah, seemed to be enjoying portions which to all appearances were partly or wholly raw. A queasy feeling which had been growing in the pit of my stomach since my arrival at the place, particularly since taking that glass of whiskey in Semple's room, seemed suddenly to come to a head. My extremities became unmanageable in a moment, and unable to grip knife or fork, I let both fall clatteringly to the table. As I struggled to my feet, Sarah took my arm, her strange eyes full of concern, her mouth framing a question I could not hear. The room tilted and swam before me, and a roaring filled my head. I was conscious of bulging eyes staring curiously and fixedly at me, where I swayed, my hands gripping the back of my chair in that gloomy and ominous room. Later I was to remember thinking that this was the way I had felt as a small boy following a debilitating illness, when I had been prone to fainting spells, and also that whatever else happened, I must not faint here, not in this strange place of strange people. Then my vision blurred over completely, and in my whirling mind's eye I saw submarine visions of Roulier and Yaha-Anthaim, and of finny shapes that swam in the shrouding weeds, and knew where I had seen those cities before. In my dreams, on the first night after receiving the New England conch. Finally, as I swayed and fell backwards into waiting arms, I saw again a mental picture of those sealing ships of old, the brig Hetty, and the bark Sumatra Queen. The ships, yes, and the brass plaque beneath their case, which proudly described them as being vessels of the Marsh Line out of Innsmouth. Then, for a while, I knew no more.
3. Tide of Terror. I doubt if I could ever convey the wonderful feeling of relief that flooded over me upon awakening safe and sound in my own bed, after a period of unconsciousness full of indeterminate but extremely frightening dreams and nightmares. There was a dull ache at the back of my skull, and my vision was still blurred, but I knew my own room. I was not alone. Sarah was with me. I heard her sharp intake of breath, and sensed her movements as I began to move my limbs beneath the sheets. How I knew it was her, I can't recall. Perhaps her perfume, but something made me certain of her identity. Then, against a glow of late afternoon that penetrated the drawn curtains of my room, I saw her outlined as a silhouette. She was doing something. Pulling on her sweater, I thought. I couldn't be sure. Things were still very hazy. I closed my eyes against the sudden light, and a moment later felt her cool hand on my brow. Finally, recovering my senses and orientation, I asked, "What happened? I feel such a damned fool." I opened my eyes again, and her face swam into perspective. She wore a worried look, which gradually relaxed as I tried to smile at her. "The doctor said it must have been something you ate," she said. "Probably the prawns. The reaction was so very quick. He said you'd probably been letting yourself go lately, not bothering greatly with yourself, that you were run down and in a state of nervous exhaustion." "Doctor?" I half propped myself up. "One of the club members. He gave you a shot, said it would keep you asleep for a few hours. I have some pills for you, too. Here." She took a glass of water from my bedside table and popped 2 yellow tablets onto my tongue. I swallowed them without thinking, then washed my mouth with water. "They should put you down for a few hours more," she added with satisfaction. "Now, wait a minute," I protested too late. "I have things to do, and—" "You have nothing to do that won't wait," she said. "But how did I get back here? And who put me to bed?" Suddenly I was conscious of my nakedness. "David Semple drove you back here, and I followed behind on my scooter. But you have to stop worrying, John. Everything is all right now." "But—" "No buts. You rest now, and I'll go into the village for some food. Did you know your icebox is almost empty? Later I'll make us a meal." Feeling a warm numbness creeping slowly up my body and wondering at the swift efficacy of the tablets, I let my head fall back onto the pillows
and closed my eyes. Before sleeping, I turned on my side and was surprised to find a hollow beside me in the softness of my mattress, as if someone had lain there recently. The hollow was still warm, and it smelled of heady, musty perfume. The next time I opened my eyes it was to find the room in darkness. Through a gap in partly drawn curtains, stars showed in a clear night sky. I had been awakened by the clatter of crockery from the kitchen downstairs. Good as her word, Sarah was back and at work. My headache had disappeared, and sleeping seemed to have done me good. Considering that my day had been extraordinary, and that my health had so recently been in jeopardy, I felt remarkably well. Nonetheless, I stayed right where I was, relaxing as the sweet smell of frying chicken came drifting upstairs to me. There was the sharp tang of coffee, too, and it seemed unlikely that I would be left alone much longer. Very well. Now was my chance to think things out. In the space of the last few days, event had piled upon event thick and fast, and I had had little enough time to assimilate all of the details. It had all been very bewildering, and in retrospect, unreal. Perhaps Sarah's doctor had been right, and I had let myself become run down, which might in turn explain why I was hallucinating or imagining the most peculiar things. Yet the strangeness had not been confined merely to the last few days, for the beginning of it all could be traced back to the arrival of the New England shell, the Innsmouth conch. Yes, it had started with that peculiar left-handed conch from unknown deeps. With that, and with my equally unknown benefactor, one William P. Marsh. And it had been a Marsh, too, an Innsmouth Marsh, who had owned that line of sailing vessels back in the early 19th century. Coincidence, of course. After all, what's in a name? Marsh had sent me the conch, out of no apparent motive other than admiration for certain of my writings. I had been unable to trace the thing. It was, to all intents and purposes, a new specimen. Ian Carling had seemed as much excited about it as I was, which to me had been ample proof of the thing's unique status. And yet it had been described in a book as old as the hills, and its picture had been drawn for that book God only knows how many years ago. I thought of the book. The Cathot Aquadingen. A strange title. I wondered what it meant. Aqua must surely be water, and dingen was German for things. Something about water things? A passage from the book flashed suddenly before my mind's eye. The snail itself is as a delicacy to the tainted palates of the deep ones. Just a few words, but for some as yet unfathomed reason they had angered David Semple inordinately. And how did the rest of it go? Yet they cropped the slug with care, for under their direction vast colonies of the creatures layer the pearly and subaqueous houses and temples of their cities. Their cities? Cities like Roulière and Yaha-en-Flay, perhaps? I thought of the model I had seen of many-columned Yaha-en-Flay, of the pearly, nacreous patina that glowed over its shrines, statues, and crochan-adorned columns, and my mind conjured up the vision of armies of conchs and their snail inhabitants, crawling over naked stone, building up a glistening surface of nacre to beautify the houses of the deep ones. And who in hell were the deep ones, anyway? Some secret society or other? Deep ones. Somehow the words had a familiar ring to them, but in what connection? Roulière, Yaha-en-Flay, deep ones. Ahu-Yahloa? What on earth was it all about, and how had I managed to get myself caught up in it? Sarah's footsteps on the stairs put an abrupt end to my cogitations. She entered through the open door, a silhouette bearing a tray, moved over to the bed, and put the tray on my bedside table. "I'm awake," I told her, sitting up, "and I'm feeling pretty good." "Fine," she answered. "Are you hungry?" "For a bite of chicken and a mug of coffee? Yes, I am. What time is it?" "Almost midnight. You began to stir about half an hour ago, so I got your meal going. I've eaten already, but I'll enjoy watching you. You don't mind?" She switched on the bedside lamp. The lamp had a red shade, and in its warm glow there was that about Sarah Bishop which fascinated me. Suddenly I remembered something, and secretly reached out my hand beneath the sheets to where the hollow had been, that warm, musty-smelling hollow. But it was no longer there. I had either destroyed it in my sleep, or it had not been there in the first place, just part of some forgotten dream. While I ate, Sarah sat in a wicker chair and hugged her knees, watching me attentively, and yet, paradoxically, in a strangely lazy manner. I could feel her eyes on me, but her half-pensive attentions caused me no great concern. I was very much at ease with her, as I had felt with no other woman since losing my wife. As I finished eating, she said, "Your pajamas are under the pillow. Dressing gown behind the door. I'll go wash up and you can stretch your legs. Then I suppose you'll want to talk." "There are things I'd like to ask you, Sarah, yes. But shouldn't you be getting back to your father? It's not that I'm ungrateful, but I'm sure he'll be worried about you." "He's in London, and in any case I'm perfectly capable of looking after myself," she smiled. "Or is it that your English roses all turn into pumpkins when the clock strikes 12? I can leave whenever I want to, or whenever you want me to. My 98cc carriage is right outside." "If I had neighbors," I told her, "you'd ruin my reputation, if I had a reputation." Then I shrugged and added, "All right, I'll dress, and then we'll talk." She stood up and took my tray. Leaving the room, she looked back over her shoulder and asked, "5 minutes?" I nodded, and she closed the door behind her. I dressed in my pajamas and gown, splashed some water on my face in the bathroom, and generally tidied myself up. Then I went through into my study and put on the light. Something was missing. The shell. Damn and blast! Following my fainting fit, the New England conch had been left in Semple's room at the boat club. Angry at myself, I promised that I would pick it up at the first opportunity. Then, noticing that, however good I felt, my legs were still a bit shaky, I opened the French windows and went out onto the balcony. I aerated my lungs and looked out upon a calm night. A few minutes later, hearing Sarah mounting the stairs once more, I went back into the study and called out to let her know where I was. She walked in, dressed as I had first seen her, and came straight over to me. She took my hands in hers. "Are you sure you feel all right? I may tell you, you had me worried at the club." "My right arm stings a bit," I answered, rubbing at the dull ache that I felt between elbow and shoulder. "Other than that, I seem to be okay." "Don't rub it," she admonished. "That's where the doctor stuck his needle in you." "Oh." I frowned. "Well, it seems I'm indebted to this doctor of yours, whoever he is. Nervous exhaustion, you say? Strange, but I suppose you must be right." "You were just a bit overwrought, that's all. Perhaps it was simply that you were in strange company, and that—" "Strange company?" I rudely cut her off. "You can certainly say that again." For a moment she looked hurt, and I quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I meant no offense, but there's a certain feeling about that place you're staying at, and I noticed a few things that didn't really seem, well, normal." She frowned and half turned away. Then, having obviously reached some decision or other, faced me once more. "All right, John Ballister. I'll tell you what it's all about, but first you must promise me that it will go no further." She saw the questioning look forming on my face and quickly added, "Oh, don't concern yourself. There's nothing criminal about it." "Well, then," I laughed, "that settles it. I've always loved a mystery. Come on, tell me all about it. We seated ourselves in easy chairs before the open French windows, cool but comfortable in the almost unnoticeable breeze off the sea, watching for a while as the moon silvered a path from the horizon to the beach. The night was very calm. "Do you have any idea," Sarah began with a question, "how much water there is in the world?" "It covers 60% or more of the Earth's surface," I answered. No, she said. "That's like looking at an apple and counting the drops of dew on its skin. It doesn't tell you how much juice there is inside." "Or how many worms," I added. For a moment she favored me with that strange look of hers, half searching, half wondering, before continuing. "Very well, let's look at it your way, mathematically. The Earth's surface is almost 200 million square miles, of which 120 million are water, and another 20 million glacial ice. Agreed?" I nodded. "Knowing very little about it, I'll just have to accept your figures. You seem to know your subject well enough." "And so I ought to," she answered, "for I've studied little else for the last 3 years. You'll see why soon enough." I shrugged, settled back, gazed out over the sea, and listened to her, wondering in the back of my mind what it was about her that so attracted me. "So far we've only looked at the surface," she went on, "but what about under the sea? The Atacama Trench in the East Pacific is over 2,000 miles long. You could drown all the British Isles in the trench at least 5 times without raising a ripple on the surface. Similarly, you could take Everest, turn it upside down, and sink it in the Marianas Deep, and its base would still be 2 miles underwater. Do you begin to see what I'm getting at?" "That there's an awful lot of water?" She frowned impatiently. "Well, you'll begin to take me seriously in a moment. I hope. No, what I'm trying to say is this, that while man has explored almost all of the surface of this planet, and while he has even walked on the moon and looked hungrily at the other worlds of the solar system, he knows hardly anything about the deep oceans." "And what would you have him know?" "Nothing just yet, but I'll tell you what we've discovered in a moment. First, though, answer me this. Why should intelligent life in this world have confined itself to man, the land dweller, when in fact life began in the waters, which form by far the greatest habitable mass in the world as a whole? Why should man, trapped in the 2 dimensions of dry land, be the dominant species?" I shrugged again, trying to play down my increasing interest in her subject. I had suspected her high intelligence, but already my estimate seemed in need of drastic upward adjustment. "I suppose it just happened that way," I eventually answered. "There is, of course, the dolphin." "The dolphin? His brain is large, but he has no hands. Thus he's limited in his use of tools. No, he befriends the deep ones, just as he occasionally befriends man, but in no way can he be considered of the same high order." "The deep ones?" I immediately sat up and took hold of her arm, facing her squarely. "I keep hearing mention of them, keep seeing them named in print. But who or what on earth are the deep ones? And what is it that you're driving at, Sarah? Can't you explain yourself more clearly?" She climbed to her knees on her chair and threw an arm about my neck, her face close to mine, more serious than I had ever seen her before, but at the same time more childlike. "All right, I'll tell you about the deep ones. The difficulty lies in knowing where to begin." "Try the beginning," I advised. "The beginning? I doubt if anyone could ever really fathom the beginning. But I can make a few educated guesses. In the beginning there was a wonderful godlike being. His name was Cthulhu, and he came down from the stars in Earth's prehistoric youth, when this world was the merest infant among worlds. He was old even then, but immortal, or very nearly so, and he built vast cities for his own kind in the steaming fens of pre-dawn Earth. Of his species, Cthulhu was the father, the great old one, but many others came down out of the void with him. Among them there were Ithaqua, the Windwalker, and Yog-Sothoth, the All-in-One and One-in-All, and Shudamel, the huge and subterranean burrower beneath, and many, many more. All of them were mighty in magic, the magic of wonderful sciences which made their eon-long voyage down countless light-years possible. And they fled from the tyranny of other beings whose abhorrent laws they could never bring themselves to obey. Their oppressors followed them, and because they could not kill them, imprisoned them here on earth, and in dim dimensions adjacent or parallel to this star system. Cthulhu was trapped in the vaults of R'lyeh, and sent down beneath the deepest oceans to dream forever and yearn for the freedom which once was his. She paused, and I took the opportunity to ask, "Then this Cthulhu, is that how you say it, was a deep one, as were all of the others trapped in the sea with him?" "No, no. Cthulhu is the greatest of the great old ones. The deep ones are merely his earthly minions, his followers, his worshippers. He is the basis of their religion. They themselves are man's watery brothers, man's aquatic counterparts, the intelligent lords of the seas. They are a race of subaqueous beings, for the large part unsuspected by man. That is to say, they have in the main kept themselves to themselves. Only very occasionally, more often than not accidentally, has their existence been suspected." Again she paused, and once more, somewhat incredulously, I took the opportunity to put a question to her. At least I tried. "Are you seriously asking me to believe that man is not the sole master of this world? That there are mermen and maids? That in the countless millions of cubic miles of water surrounding this planet there is an intelligent man-like species whose origin, science, art, and religion predates man?" "Yes, I am." She paused briefly, then continued. "Is it so hard to believe? Can you so easily discount all of the countless sightings of mermaids reported through the centuries? As long as man has recorded curious stories and legends, which is to say since the first man learned how to write, he has been aware of the people that live in the sea. It's only recently, in the modern, so-called enlightened world, that explanations have had to be devised to put aside what man has chosen to consider a myth, a pipe dream of drunken old sea captains. But in the days of the old clippers, in the days of the Pacific and East Indies trading ships, then there were captains who discovered the truth. They discovered that the deep ones were real, that mermen and maids really did exist, and that mutually beneficial coexistence was possible with these, their brothers in the sea. For make no mistake, John Vollister, the deep ones are our brothers and sisters. Indeed, in certain of their own legends, they have it that land-going man descended from them, that man's missing link was in fact a deep one, and who is to say that they are wrong? Is it so very inconceivable that long ago, when the first lungfishes were floundering on the muddy shores of shrinking oceans, man was already exploring the land? Amphibian, yes, but naturally bipedal. And perhaps when those primal deep ones returned to the sea, some of them stayed behind at the edge of the waters, later to lose their gills and evolve into true men. True men. Is there any such thing as a true man? The first men, the original men, were deep ones. And I, for one, am glad that my forebears came up from the deeps rather than swinging down from the trees. But now, John, let's have it right out in the open. My father and his friends at the club are at present negotiating with just such beings, are actually in contact with the Atlantic deep ones, whose cousins in their Pacific cities, where they still worship Cthulhu, dreaming in his crypt in R'lyeh, were known to the old sea captains of Innsmouth in the first decades of the 19th century. She paused again and looked me straight in the eye. defying me to laugh, willing me to believe that what she had told me was true, and in her own eyes, which were huge, dark, and liquidly hypnotic, I could discern no spark of humor, no sign that she was anything other than deadly serious. When I said nothing, she asked, "Well, what have you to say now?" "What have I to say? What can I possibly say to all that?" I finally answered, starting to feel more than a little exasperated. "Sarah, I like you. In the very short time I've known you, I've come to like you very much, so much so that I really don't care to see you being made a fool of, or for that matter, making a fool of yourself. Now, if, as I believe, you're 100% serious about all this, then it can only be that someone else is pulling your leg, having a laugh at your expense. Why, the theories you're proposing are downright ludicrous. Mermaids, intelligent man-like amphibians, submarine cities, and shrines to immemorial gods old as the earth itself. Utterly ludicrous." "Ludicrous?" She exploded, white with anger. "Let me tell you something, Mr. Marine Biologist." "No," I sharply interrupted, angry in my turn. "You listen to me." "Why, you'll be asking me to believe in flying saucers next. Have these crackpots who've been filling your head with all this rubbish produced one single shred of evidence to support their crazy ideas?" "Blind!" She spat the word at me. "Completely blind, and probably deaf, too, if this conversation is anything to go by." Then her anger melted away in a moment, and she broke into a peal of laughter. "Oh, John Vollister, you fool! What an opportunity you've been given. You, a professional marine biologist, for which reason you were chosen to be their intermediary, their ambassador. And all you can do is ridicule what should by now be obvious to you." "Obvious to me? I don't see that anything is—" "No, you don't see. But today you actually have seen. You've seen deep ones. You asked for evidence. Wasn't that evidence enough?" At her words, I found myself assailed by sudden, incredible doubts. "I saw them. I saw deep ones. I don't—" "You sat down at the same table with them." Something of the nausea I had experienced at the yacht club returned, along with the memory of those repulsive people I had seen eating what I had taken to be raw fish, so that I could hardly restrain a grimace as I said, "But those people were completely degenerate, or at least they looked so to me." "Degenerate?" She seemed hardly able to believe her own ears, and when next she spoke, the anger was back in her voice with a vengeance. "Would a visitor from another world be degenerate because he was different? Is the Chinaman, the pygmy, the Eskimo degenerate? Is different degenerate?" Suddenly blazing with fury, she sprang to her feet. Her small clenched fists trembled at her sides. "Of all the pig-headed—" "Now, wait a minute," I cut in, standing up and taking hold of her arms. "A joke's a joke, but—" "Joke!" She choked out the word. "There's only one joke here, John Vollister, and you're it." She pulled her arms free. "Well, you'll know where to find me when you want to apologize." And with that, she was gone, storming out of my study, down the stairs, slamming the door of the house behind her to make me wince at the sound, and so out into the night. A moment later, I heard the clatter of her machine's tiny engine, but even then I was too astonished at her exit to make a move. Finally, I thought to step out onto the balcony, from which I could see her in the beam of her headlight below. Half in shadow, she was putting on her crash helmet. "Sarah!" I called down. "Sarah, listen to me." "Listen, nothing," she shouted up at me. "I'm different from your English women, John Vollister. I don't simply stand still and accept insults, especially insults to my intelligence. Oh, yes, I'm different, all right. Different, do you hear? Does that make me degenerate, too?" And away she went, her headlight's beam cutting an erratic white swath through the darkness. I watched that shaky beam go out of sight, then went back inside and sat down. After cursing myself for a fool, and Sarah for a bigger fool, for it certainly appeared that she believed all the rubbish she'd been spouting, I poured myself a drink, then a second, and later a third. After that, and after consuming a further half-bottle of whiskey in extremely short order, I was too drunk to think at all, a condition I had not experienced since the frustrations of my courting years, and so put the whole thing out of my mind. I would deal with it in the morning. Fumblingly, I locked the French windows and made my way to the bedroom, where I collapsed upon my bed. For a while the darkness was soothing. Then the room began to spin, reminding me how much alcohol I had consumed. Mercifully, I was not sick, but the day's events had hardly been such that I could hope to sleep peacefully on them. I remember cursing myself again for a fool before drifting into sleep. And, of course, I dreamed. It was the same dream as before. At first, the gentle water sounds, gradually building to a storm, a tempest, and the sensation of nameless eons of time passing in a chaos of primal ocean, geologic ages concentrated into mere moments, and the sepulchral sounds of alien prayers, of monstrous worship, throbbing hideously as a background to the storm's fury. Until once more I was crushed in pounding surf, tossed unresisting from one giant wave crest to the next, and gyrated madly on the glassy walls of dizzy whirlpools. At this point, as in that other dream of mine, a week old now, I started awake. I awoke, but there came no surcease, no abatement of the crashing of waves and the hiss of flung spray. For a moment only, I thought myself still dreaming. Then, leaving my bed, I went shakily into the study and steadied myself at my desk. There the storm sounded even louder, as though the waters dashed about the very feet of the cliffs below the house, and I knew then that the tide was in and the sea must be in an absolute tumult. A glance at my watch told me the time was 3:15, an unthinkable hour to be awake and suffering from a hangover in the middle of a storm, and I had slept for only an hour or two. I went unsteadily to the French windows and unlocked them, bracing my shoulder against them to stop them from flying open. The effort was wasted, for as I carefully drew the windows inward and stepped through them onto the balcony, the pounding of the sea subsided, died away in a moment, and I gazed out upon a scene of unbelievable calm. I frankly could not believe my eyes, and the shock of the sight beyond the balcony. The near-distant sea, flat and silvery in clear moonlight, the rippled sands stretching away beneath a night sky across which, diaphanous and eerily silent, scattered wisps of cloud slowly drifted, caused me to reel with its almost physical intensity, following as it did so rapidly in the wake of the imagined storm. For, of course, that tempest of my dreams had existed purely in my imagination, had carried over like an echo from the subconscious caverns of my mind into the waking world during the transitory phase between sleeping and waking proper. I had not been fully awake, even though I had left my bed to go into my study, and only the cold night air of the balcony had brought me to my senses. It was the whiskey, of course, only the whiskey. That could be the only possible explanation. But following so closely on the events of the last 24 hours, and despite all rationalizations, the alcohol-inspired nightmare had left me utterly shaken. Trembling in every limb, I went back inside and began automatically to close the windows. And it was then that a terrifying thought came to me. Wasn't there some sort of disease that started off with symptoms like mine, with wild imaginings and hallucinations, with fainting spells and giddy bouts, and periods of awful whirling and rushing sensations?
where the victim's sense of hearing becomes so acute that in the end he dies or goes mad from the sheer pressure of supposed or imagined noise? Or was this merely some theory I had read or heard of somewhere or other? It was all very worrying. So worrying, indeed, that my sleeping was done with for the rest of that night. Instead, I prowled the house through all the remaining dark hours, putting on the lights as I went pale and sickly from room to room, until dawn found me near exhausted from a sort of frustrated fretting and the recounting over and over of all that had passed since first the New England conch came into my possession. It was then that something Sarah had said came back to me, what she had reported some doctor or other as remarking of my condition, that I was close to being in a state of nervous exhaustion. Well, possibly, but frankly that was the only thing she said that had made any sort of sense. Nervous exhaustion? Much more of this, and I might well begin to consider myself a candidate for the local asylum. Asylum? I frowned as a new thought occurred to me. An asylum? Could it possibly be that the club on the beach was some sort of sanatorium? Now, with dawn spreading bright fingers over the sky, and the fears of the night receding along with my mood of alcoholic depression, it seemed to me that I might well have stumbled across the truth. Was it possible that the club was no club at all, but a retreat from the rigors of a world too harsh for the delicate minds of certain persons, certain extremely well-to-do persons, whose eccentricities had carried them over the edge? If so, then naturally the place would have its staff of attendants, one of whom had tended me when I had been taken ill on the premises. The more I thought about it in the clear light of day, the more logically the pieces of the puzzle seemed to slip into place. The location of the refuge was certainly out of the way, as one might expect. Its residents patently were the owners and had a hand in the running of the place. But at the same time, the staff, doubtless well qualified and highly paid, must always be there in the background to ensure the safety of their charges, their employers. How, then, would Sarah Bishop fit into this conjectural jigsaw I was constructing? Thinking of her father, and what I had seen of him, I was more convinced than ever that I was on the right track, that indeed the Bishops fit in extremely well. The old man's case was plainly advanced, and doubtless complicated by an extreme physical disorder. But worse by far from my point of view was the fact that his mental condition must be hereditary. For surely Sarah, too, suffered those same delusions that obsessed her father, had absorbed and adopted his harmless but deranged opinions and concepts. As for David Semple, had not my old friend Ian Carling warned me that Semple was a queer sort of chap, however likable he was in his own way? On the man's own admission, he was a collector of all sorts of weird and wonderful books, specializing in volumes dealing with the occult and esoteric, and without a shadow of a doubt those books that he had showed me were strange enough. Moreover, and as is often the case with deranged people, Semple had been remarkably quick off the mark to point out old man Bishop's much more obvious deterioration, the fact that he was not quite right, and that it had to do with his age and condition. But I knew that Mr. Bishop was only 67 years old, hardly an age at which advanced senility might normally be expected to take over, or exact so drastic a toll. Oh, to be sure, there were ambiguities and inconsistencies in my reasoning. There was, for instance, the question of the Innsmouth marshes and their obscure connection with the club, and the fact that Semple had found a genuine reference to the New England conch in one of his many books, and the odd circumstance of my meeting with Sarah Bishop in the first place. But here I must surely make allowance for pure coincidence.
By this time I had convinced myself that I was right, and as additional proof I thought again of those strange and emotionless faces I had seen grouped about the great table where I had sat down to lunch with Sarah Bishop and the other members of— No, the other inmates. I thought of those faces and how similar they had seemed, as of a single family, the way the features of sufferers from Mongolism appear similar, as self-identifying as any retarded group when seen against a normal background, as I had often seen them myself on outings in the streets of London and other cities, carefully shepherded and conducted by their attendants. Yes, that must be the answer. The club was an asylum for a group of people who had themselves recognized and taken precautions against the encroachment of their own infirmities. They were in no way dangerous lunatics, merely sick people whose mental deterioration, probably a gradual process in most of them, had demanded a haven wherein they might periodically find respite when the going got too rough for them. And Sarah, poor Sarah. No wonder she had felt outraged when I had called the others degenerate. In her heart of hearts she must know well enough the truth, which she had tried in her own way to tell me, that they were merely different. No wonder I had thought the girl strange, and wondered at the way she looked at me. She had offered me friendship, and I suspected much more than friendship, which I had seemed so callously to throw back in her face. And yet, now that I had guessed the facts of the matter, perhaps my failure to accept her had been just as well at that. Having thought the thing out more or less to my satisfaction, finally I was reminded of the conch. It must be in Semple's room where I had left it. Well, it was still my property, and I wanted it back. Not that I could see any sort of argument brewing over its possession, but the sooner it was returned to me, the better. Then, for the first time, I noticed a scrap of paper tucked under the handset of my telephone. There was a number on it, and a bold signature reading, Sarah Bishop. I nodded to myself in understanding. Obviously, she had foreseen the outcome of her telling me her story, and she had said that I should know where to find her when I was ready to apologize. But it was too early in the day just yet, I fancied, to attempt to contact her, and in any case, having worked the nervous tension out of my system, not to mention a large overdose of alcohol, I now found myself inordinately weary. Easier in my mind, I decided to try for a few hours' sleep and speak to Sarah later. I had not reckoned on sleeping any great length of time, but my exhaustion was such that it put me down well over the allowed-for period, with the result that I did not open my eyes again until early evening. On reflection, however, it was not difficult to see why I had needed to sleep my fill. The previous day's stresses and excitements, followed by periods of drug and alcohol-induced unconsciousness of doubtful restorative value, and terminating in a nightmare, and half a night spent in enervating prowling, had completely sapped my strength. Now, following a shower and a shave, a bite of food and a glass of fruit juice, I felt up to just about anything. The first problem came when I phoned the number Sarah had left for me, and got Sargent on the other end of the wire. He was polite, but almost completely inarticulate, and it was not without a deal of difficulty that I eventually discovered Sarah to be sleeping. She had left instructions that she was not to be roused until 9 p.m., and Semple to be away on business but returning later. Then, when I would have put the phone down, the man surprised me by inquiring after my well-being, and by stating that the doctor had asked that I be informed of his availability, should I require any further attention. I answered that all now seemed perfectly well with me, but asked that the doctor be thanked for his kind offer anyway, and with that replaced the receiver. I spent a further half-hour at my desk,
fidgeting and fiddling with an old, heavily corrected and interlineated manuscript, and only succeeded in ruining it completely, after which I threw down my pencil and resolved to return to the place on the beach at once. I had reasons enough, to be sure. I desired to retrieve the conch. I would welcome the opportunity to excuse my peculiar behavior of yesterday before as many of the club's members as possible. And last but not least, I must certainly apologize to Sarah for my regrettable lack of manners, and any other offenses against her sensibilities of which she might consider me guilty. Having made up my mind, I attempted to phone for Siam's lone taxi, but after dialing for 10 minutes, gave it up for a bad job. Obviously, Sam Hadley, the owner of a battered old Ford of incredible mileage and stamina, was already out on a job. Since Sam never allowed himself to be engaged for long journeys, Newquay was about as far as he would go. I decided to walk into the village and try my luck at finding him when I reached his cottage on the seafront. It was not quite 6:30 p.m. when I set out, and while it was still broad daylight, I noted that a pale sun was already slipping down towards the sea. The chill of evening was creeping in, while the shadows of rocks and pebbles gradually lengthened on the beach. In less than 2 hours it would be quite dark. 20 minutes later I was at Sam's place at the northern tip of the decaying concrete promenade. The old Ford was not in its accustomed place, and Sam, a bachelor, was not at home. The sign, which he normally kept in his window, saying simply "Taxi," was missing. I knocked at his door just to be sure, and as I was turning away, Sam's ancient next-door neighbor, Jason Ridley, appeared at his door and called across to me.
"Um's going into Newquay, Mr. Ballister. Getting some repairs done to the old bus, I reckon. Be late in for sure. Should I tell 'em you was here?"
"No, don't bother yourself, Jason," I answered. "It's not important. I'm just out for a walk, that's all."
"Walking, is it? On the beach? Tide's coming in. Are you going far, sir?"
"Oh, no, up the beach, that's all. As far as the, new place. The boat place, you know." I started to walk away.
"That there queer place, do you mean?"
Now I stopped and turned back towards the old man. "Queer place, Jason? What do you mean?"
Um's a funny old place, is. Bought the little bay outright, did, and don't let no one near 'em along the beach. Private property, says it is. Funny lot."
"But you said queer, Jason. Now what did you mean by that?"
"Well," he drawled, "you know, sir, kind of vacant, be. Fishy-looking lot."
"Vacant? You mean you think they're simple or something?"
"Simple? Like a bit barmaid, you mean?" "Oh, I wouldn't go that far, sir. A bit queer, that's all. Still, um's an out-of-the-way place, and don't seem to bother no 'em. Sam Hadley does a fair bit of trade with 'em."
But now it seemed that our brief chat had soured the old chap, and he began to turn away from me. "Yes," I answered, nodding. "Well, then, that's all right, then." He seemed not to have heard me, however, and went back into his cottage, mumbling to himself and shaking his head from side to side. Old Jason was a bit of a funny old duck himself, come to think of it. Still, he had more or less confirmed my own suspicions. A queer sort of place indeed. That settled it. I couldn't leave the New England conch at the club, but must get it back immediately. It should take me no more than an hour or so to walk to the club, and with a bit of luck I might even get David Semple to drive me home again. Briskly I set out. 30 minutes later, the shadows had lengthened appreciably.
Already, in a sky which was slowly clouding over, I thought I could make out the first gleam of stars as the sun began to sink in the sea. There would be a thin moon tonight, but I should be at the club before dark. Now the shadows of the cliffs on my right drove me farther down the beach until I walked on the high water mark between sea and crags. The sea itself was fairly calm, and would not be up for half an hour or more, and in any case there were few places where a man might find himself trapped by the water along this stretch of the coast. Shortly, as I put on a little speed and lengthened my stride, I noticed that indeed the stars were fast appearing, and that the sun was now down beyond the sea's horizon. An aircraft, flying high over the ocean, was caught in the last rays of the sun and magically transformed into a silent, speeding silver dart. Then it passed behind a hummocked cloud formation and was gone. Suddenly I felt a chill and shuddered. Not alone, I fancied, from the effects of a freshening breeze off the sea. There was an eeriness about the sands at night, an aching loneliness, and the ocean's hush, hush, where it rolled gently against the land, was so regular as to be almost hypnotic. Too, it seemed to be growing dark far too early, or perhaps it was simply that the clouds were gathering, and I had misjudged the distance between Siam and the place on the beach. Then again I spied the southernmost bay arm, where its outcrop jutted towards the slowly surging sea. Another 10 minutes should see me rounding that natural breakwater, when I would be within 100 yards of the sanatorium. And now, too, at this late hour, I began to think of what I was doing in a different and somewhat morbid light. For here was I, alone on the beach, with night fast falling, and the tide creeping ever closer, and just ahead lay my destination, a mental institution of sorts, however well disguised, whose inmates were, to say the very least, disquieting. Oh, doubtless I would be attended to by one of the staff, a night nurse, I supposed, and in all likelihood I would be on my way again within minutes, possibly in David Semple's car. But still I could not rid my mind's eye of a certain recurrent picture, that of a circle of staring, bulge-eyed, not quite vacant faces that gazed at one oddly, almost expectantly, and again, despite all rationalizations, I shuddered as I recalled those incidents which had led up to my fainting fit in the presence of the sanatorium's peculiar inhabitants. So preoccupied was I with these recollections of mine that at first, as I turned my feet seaward, in order to skirt the outcrop of rock which formed the arm of the bay, I almost failed to notice a movement in the shadows at the foot of the crags to my right. And although by now the moon was up, silvering the sea a little and casting some small illumination in previously Stygian places, still I believe that it was pure intuition or premonition that brought the hackles upright at the base of my neck and made me look back. Hadn't old Jason Ridley told me something about the people at the sanatorium not letting anyone near the place? Could it be that they had guards out? A sensible precaution, surely. And yes, there was movement there, but not, I thought, the sort that a man might make. It was a strange slithering motion at the foot of the outcrop behind me, a humping of darkness that seemed to bulge threateningly in my direction. For a moment I paused, stopped breathing, and stared hard into the shadows. And in that same moment clouds passed over the moon and plunged the beach into darkness. Instantly the shadows of the cliffs and those of the sharp, weed-festooned rocks lengthened and seemed to leap at me across sands already dark, and I could sense a tensing in the night like a bunching of alien muscles. Then the clouds passed. The moon's weak beam began to creep over the beach once more, the shadows retreated, and I knew that I had only been reacting to a bad attack of nerves, and that there was nothing there at the foot of the rocks after all. Except that there was.
I thought at first it was a rock, a lone, bulky rock, standing up from the sand taller than a man between me and the outcrop proper. And I had taken a deep, thankful breath of air, and had started to turn away to resume walking towards the point, when suddenly the thing moved. Its outline changed, seemed to flow. Its base thickened, made a motion like the contraction of the foot of a slug, a movement that brought it closer to me. Its lumpy surface glittered in the thin moonlight as if studded with 100 shining eyes. Great God in heaven, they were eyes! This thing couldn't be, not possibly. And yet, even as I stumbled away from it, backing across the sand, it made that motion again, and came closer. I heard a noise then, the sucking, squelching sound a sea squirt makes when probed with a finger until it ejects its juices, but magnified 100 times. And at that precise moment the clouds obscured the moon once more. My God! Was it those poor people at the place on the beach who were demented, or was it I? For this was surely the stuff of a madman's nightmare. Not sane, or mad as a hatter, I could not bear the sight of that blackly looming monstrosity coming at me out of the night, and I uttered a strangled scream, more the choked, inarticulate, rasping gasp of an animal half-crazed with fear, as I leapt backwards away from the horror. Finally, volition returning more fully, I spun away from the thing, fell, scrambled to my feet, and fled towards the point of rocks with a pounding heart and lungs which already felt as if they were ready to burst. Nearing the point, I dared to look back and saw the thing flowing after me, upright, leaning towards me, a column of lumpy loathsomeness. A moment more, and my feet splashed in water. Another, and I tripped, flying forward into a deepening pool. This was a permanent pool about the rocks that formed the point, freshened and replenished with each tide, and it should not be too deep. Mercifully, my clothing was light and impeded me not at all. I swam like never before. Drawing level with the last rock, and beginning to swim round it to enter the bay proper, as I suddenly stumbled upright in water which had shallowed off to a depth of only a few feet, fearfully I looked back. At first I saw nothing. Then a movement, a flowing, as of a thick shadow at the far side of the pool, a shadow that lumped itself together and grew upright like a black stalagmite of hell at the water's edge. And again those myriad glittering eyes fixed me. Then I was round the point, plunging again into deeper water, feeling the slow surge and lift of a current that told me the sea had finally joined with and was filling the pool. The lights of the sanatorium were ablaze, and there was movement about its raised front, but I was far too winded to cry out for help. Lying partly between myself and the building, rolling gently where it was moored, the dark outline of a 40-foot craft lay low in the water, a dim cabin light burning with an orange glow. On the beach, within the small bay itself, a tractor-like vehicle, by its appearance a dumper or loader of some sort, moved towards the building, headlights ablaze. I had no time to worry over this seemingly inordinate activity, however. I quickly swam to the boat and hauled myself aboard. Tarpaulins had been folded back to uncover the well of the prow, where doubtless a cargo of sorts had lain. Perhaps something was even now in the process of being unloaded. Well, the vehicle moving up the beach had made its last run of the night, for plainly the water was now too deep for another load to be taken off the boat. The sea was pouring in now, and quickly filling the pool. Then, as the boat leaned over sharply in the strengthening surge of water, and the glowing cabin light cast its beam upon what was left of the cargo, I saw an impossible sight. I staggered, partly from the shock of what I believed I had seen, partly from the heaving of the boat's deck, stumbling across the planking and grasping at the ropes of the tarpaulins to steady myself as I fell heavily against the port side. There I crouched, waiting for the light to shine once more into the well of the deck, and all but forgotten now the horror on the beach. For I had to see it again. the cargo of this lolling vessel whose captain, apparently, had gone ashore for the night. And again, obligingly, the boat leaned over to show me its secret. A shallow hold, still half full of wetly gleaming seashells. Ah, but these were not mussels, no. Neither were they oysters, nor whelks, nor any of the familiar edible variety of mollusks one might expect to find in a vessel along this coast. They were conchs, of the same species as my unique New England specimen, and they lay in their thousands, alive and sluggishly mobile in the well of this suddenly loathsome craft. What happened next consists mainly of dim and fragmentary memories, which is perhaps as well. I turned my face over the side of the boat as a sudden bout of nausea filled me. The vessel lay so low in the water that for a moment my face was mirrored in the dark surface of the sea. It was the abrupt parting of that liquid mirror image that brought the single shriek of absolute terror bursting from my lips. That, and the bulge-eyed, thick-lipped, scaled, and monstrous head which emerged in a toss of spray, and the hand that reached up to grasp my shoulder, the webbed hand that jerked me irresistibly overboard and into the slowly heaving waters. As I went, my head struck the side of the boat with a force which mercifully robbed me of the last vestige of an already reeling consciousness. 4. The Tank. Awakening from a submarine nightmare, in which I fought desperately to control lungs which threatened to burst at every moment, while being pursued through mazy, coral-encrusted deeps by both the horror from the beach and the batrachian thing that had dragged me overboard and into the sea, I found myself straining frantically against fetters which bound me hand and foot. I was on my back in an utterly lightless place, and a wide band of leather or some similar material had been fastened over my chest to restrict my movements further. While my head ached abominably, and my limbs seemed a little cramped, doubtless as a result of their immobilization, I did not believe myself seriously injured in any way, and I satisfied myself in this respect by carefully moving my arms, legs, hands, and head as best I might within their limits. Whatever the monster had been which had dragged me into the water, obviously it had seen fit to drag me out again before I could drown. What had happened after that, where I was at the present time, and what my circumstances were exactly, these were things upon which I could not hazard even to speculate. Of certain things, however, I could now be sure, that there was much more to Sarah Bishop's story, much more to the club on the beach, and to the whole chain of weird coincidences, if indeed they had been coincidences, which had led me to my present position, than ever I had suspected. And as for my present position itself, my clothes were not wet, but only slightly damp, which told me that I had been out of the water for some time. Nevertheless, I knew that I was not far removed from the sea, for I could still hear the hush of its incursion on the land, though somehow the sound seemed strangely hollow and mechanical, as if I heard it through some amplifying medium, or as if I myself now occupied an enclosed space which gave the sound a metallically amplified ring. The surface on which I lay was not solid, that is to say, it had a certain resilience, now stretched almost to its limits by my weight and the additional pressure of whichever appliance held me immobile. In short, I lay upon a fairly wide bed of one sort or another. Sudden panic gripped me. A bed? It felt more like an operating table, or maybe a couch specially constructed to withstand the furious strength of a madman. And no sooner had this thought occurred to me than I further pictured myself in some sort of cell, a padded cell, in the sanatorium on the beach. For a few moments I struggled wildly against my bonds, until a sort of cold and calculating calm began to creep over my mind, and I forced myself to relax. Patently, I was the captive of someone, of people or beings of some sort, or, if not their captive, then their ward, inmate of some institute for the mentally deranged. The horrible fact of the matter was that the latter alternative was not at all out of the question. I had seen and experienced things which simply could not be in any sane or ordered universe. I had suffered subconscious hallucinations, nightmares which had carried over into my waking hours, and finally I had apparently become the victim or captive of beings which I had believed were born purely of the imaginings of others, themselves deranged. Or could it be that all my previous conclusions were incorrect? That Sarah Bishop's story was a wholly true version of the way things were, and that her friends and companions at the place on the beach were not mental patients at all, but something else? For surely the mere fact that I could now lie here and attempt some sort of rationalization was adequate proof of my own sanity. And yet, on the other hand, if I were sane, how might I explain that living, sentient pile of sludge I had seen on the beach? Whatever other anomalies I might eventually find myself obliged to accept, that thing would never number amongst them. Then, breaking in on my confused thoughts from somewhere fairly close at hand, there came the low mechanical cough of an engine starting up, followed by its steady purr as muffled pumps began to labor. Seconds later, I heard the gurgling of water and felt a dull vibration that reached me through the surface on which I lay. Before I could consider the meaning of these new sounds, or return to my previous train of thought, a light went on immediately above me in the darkness, momentarily blinding me. I closed my eyes at once, turning my head to one side and peering through shuttered lids until my eyes became accustomed to the glare. A little while later I could see that I was in some sort of tank. A tank, yes, a metal room, a windowless room, the interior of which wore the dull grey sheen of metal, in the walls of which were rounded, protruding heads of rivets and thickly welded seams where panels had been joined. Apart from its cubical structure, the cell might well have been the interior of some great ship's boiler. Plainly, it had not been designed to house human beings. Set flush in the far wall, I saw an inlet pipe of at least 9 inches in diameter, from which, even as I watched, a trickle of water began to enter the tank. Rapidly the flow increased, until the water actually gushed from this large inlet. Then, turning my head even further, and craning my neck to stare at the metal floor, I saw that the water was filling a sunken area of the tank, which was all of 4 or 5 feet deeper than the floor space where stood my bed or platform. As of yet, of course, the purpose of the whole setup completely escaped me, but it seemed unlikely that the intention was to drown me. That could have been achieved earlier, and far more easily. Turning my head in the other direction, and avoiding the glare of the single bulb that hung unshaded from the ceiling, I saw in the nearer wall an oval metal door similar to the type found below decks and between bulkheads in ocean-going vessels. On my side of the door, however, there did not appear to be any mechanism for opening it. A wooden chair stood beside my bed, and in one corner I could see a portable lavatory of the kind used in caravans. Other than these few items, the tank was quite bare and empty. The ceiling was perhaps 9 feet high, 13 in the sunken area, and the walls were square in plan, about 15 feet in length. Having studied as much as I could of the tank, I next turned my attention to my bonds, and was in the futile process of once more trying my muscles against them, when there came a grating sound that drew my eyes back to the oval door.
The grating stopped, was followed by a loud clang as of metal against metal, and slowly the door began to open. Well oiled, the hinges were soundless as the heavy door swung inward to reveal Sergeant. With surprising agility for one who had previously seemed little more than a shambling hulk, the man stepped over the raised portal into the tank. In his hand he carried a heavy flashlight, which he switched off before approaching me where I lay. He blinked his eyes in the glare of the single bulb. Wherever I was, it had to be dark outside. Sergeant came closer, nodding, offering me his emotionless smile. Then the not-quite-vacant grin slipped from his face as he tested my bonds and checked to see that I was completely immobilized. While he was engaged in this task, I took the opportunity to study him closely, looking particularly at his face, especially his eyes, and at his large, rough hands. What it was I sought, I could not have said for a certainty at that time. I only knew that somewhere deep within me a seed of apprehension had blossomed into a loathing, a morbid dread of certain types of human physiognomy. Sergeant had that look, or at least something of it, for in him it did not seem quite complete. Semple had it too, but again unfinished. Now my thoughts flashed back to the car park at the top of the cliffs above the club, to the American car which had pulled away as I had arrived with Semple. I saw again the lumpish, shadowy, pallid-faced figures whose round eyes had gazed at me in the moment that their car drove off, and I knew now what it was that had so disturbed me about them. It was that look which all of these people shared, the one thing above all others that they had in common, and which had been carried to the ultimate degree in the monstrous form of the creature that snatched me from the boat. Though I could not have known it then, these characteristics I had come to fear so greatly were known as the Innsmouth look, and they were a stigma born of a primal evil which— But that is to go ahead of myself. Apparently satisfied that I was well, and truly tied down, Sergeant offered me his simpleton's smile and said,
"The doctor is coming, Mr. Ballister. No need to worry. You're one of the lucky ones."
Until now I had been silent, staring at him in a stony fashion, unwilling to display any sign of fear. His words, however incongruous, now broke my dam of silence, and I railed at him. "Doctor? I don't need a doctor, Sergeant. I'm not a patient. I'm a prisoner. No need to worry, you say, and I'm one of the lucky ones, am I? Man, you'll know what the words lucky and unlucky mean before I'm through. I'll have the police down on this place quicker than you can say—"
"Police?"
He cut me off, that hideous smile disappearing in a moment.
"No police, Mr. Ballister. You're with friends."
"Friends?" I exploded, gritting my teeth as I again strained at my bonds. "Did you say friends, Sergeant? What the hell are you? A pack of crazy people? Or worse than crazy, to tie me down and lock me in this damned tank? My friends, you say? When I get out of this place, I'll—"
"No."
Again he cut me off, shaking his scraggly head of hair slowly from side to side.
"No, you don't get out, Mr. Ballister. Not for a long time. Before very long you won't want to get out, and that's best. You're with friends."
I stared hard at him, trying to divine his expression, his meaning, but his face was now completely blank. No, there was an expression of sorts there, but I couldn't quite make it out. Could it possibly have been envy? But how might anyone have envied me in my position? I might have questioned him then, or at least attempted to talk to him in a more reasonable manner. But even as I began to consider my approach, there came the tread of feet on boards from beyond the oval metal door. In another moment the darkness outside was slashed by the probing beam of a torch, following which A dark-suited figure appeared at the door, peering into the tank before entering. A squat man, froggish in figure, but not, I was happy to note, in feature. His face, head, and hands looked normal, or at least comparatively so. In one hand he carried a bag, a doctor's bag, and certainly his manner was that of a professional physician. "Ah, Mr. Hollister," he said, "we meet again. And sooner than either of us had suspected, eh?" He chuckled, a perfectly normal chuckle, and reached to check the pulse in my wrist. Instinctively I tried to pull back from him. He paused, pursed his lips, and made tut-tutting sounds. "Nerves, Mr. Hollister?" I could stand no more of it. "Look!" I almost shouted. "What's going on here? For God's sake, what's it all about? You look normal enough, which is more than I can say for anyone else around here, so can't we just hold a normal conversation?" He released my wrist. "Of course we can," he answered, beaming delightedly and seating himself on the wooden chair. "Indeed, we've been waiting until you were more receptive. Now, at last, it seems you want to know about us. Fine. Do you have questions? If so, ask away." "All right," I answered, feeling hysteria rising in me like a wind. "Who the hell are we, exactly? And what is this place? And for heaven's sake, I saw something on the beach, something horrible, a thing, and the shells, those conchs in their thousands." Now I babbled unashamedly, and struggled once more to break free of my bonds. "Am I mad or something?" I yelled. "I don't understand what's going on. Is this an asylum or isn't it? Damn you all, what have I done to you? Who the devil are you, anyway?" While I raved, the doctor had taken a hypodermic from his bag. Now he tested it, and as I once more tried to shrink away from him, said, "Calm yourself, Mr. Hollister. All of your questions will be answered soon, but at the present time you're simply too excitable. Of one thing, however, you may rest assured, which is that you are among friends, and you are most certainly not mad." He nodded to Sergeant, who came forward and quickly rolled up my sleeve. I caught my breath as my eyes fixed upon the glinting needle the doctor held. Then I cried, "Keep that filthy thing away from me." "A sedative, Mr. Hollister," he tried to calm me. "Only a sedative. And when you wake up, there'll be someone here to tell you all you want to know." "But how? What? Who?" I whispered, feeling the sting of the needle as it went home. He leaned closer, and in a matter of seconds his face became blurred and distorted. Through lips already numb, I managed to ask, "Who are you?" "We are your friends," he answered from 1,000,000 miles away, his voice echoing down a long, long tunnel. "Your friends, the deep ones." Whatever the nature of the doctor's sedative, its effect could not be denied. And yet it did not produce total unconsciousness in me, merely a sort of drowsy numbness through which I was dimly aware of my surroundings, but incapable of any sort of movement or even of constructive thought. On the other hand, my memory was only marginally affected, so that later I was able to recall almost everything of visits made to the tank and of conversations held over me or in my presence. I especially remembered Sarah coming to see me, but such was the erotic nature of her visit that I later assumed myself to have dreamed that particular episode. It was too absurd, I thought, to be anything other than a dream. That this young woman should come to me alone, release my fetters, and rouse me to a pitch of sexual desire in order to make love to me. And all this while I was a prisoner, drugged, and only dimly aware of what she was about. Oh, yes, certainly a dream. Of the other visits, however, I was less certain. There was inherent in them a certain stealth, and to the whispered conversations which accompanied them a sinister element that reached me even through the fog of drug-induced lethargy which deadened my senses and perceptions. I heard the peculiar and distinctive voice of Sarah's father, together with the unctuous tones of the doctor, and felt hands upon me that turned me this way and that while examining me minutely. During one such discussion I suffered a probing of expert fingers in the region of my neck, following which there was a mention of undeveloped buds, which I took to be a reference to the subcutaneous nodules I have had since boyhood, produced by continuous gland troubles in my teens, while an examination of my hands and feet seemed to produce evidence of a retarded but not inconsiderable webbing. And that was not all. My eyes were subjected to bright lights, and my skin to a certain abrasion, not to mention a series of punctures by needles, whose purpose I was incapable of even trying to guess. Following which a blood sample was taken, and the initial phase of my ordeal was over. Then, over a period of what must have been several hours, slowly my body was allowed to fight off the gradually diminishing effects of whichever drugs I had been subjected to, and I was allowed to surface to the grim reality of the tank. Conditions, however, seemed to have improved. I was naked of clothing now, but warm, dry, and comfortable between clean sheets and beneath soft blankets. My clothes were folded neatly and lay in a small pile at the foot of my bed. The light was on, shaded now, and by its light I saw that Sarah was with me, sitting on the chair beside me. I looked at her through half-lowered lids, noting the pensive look on her face, and the tension in her hands where they held one of mine. She seemed lost in thought, and was not aware of my return to consciousness until I withdrew my hand from hers. Whatever her feelings for me, and however real her concern, she was obviously in league with my jailers, and therefore an enemy. Surely she must know that I would reject any pretensions of friendship. If so, then the look of pain which crossed her face as I withdrew my hand was marvellously well feigned. Then, as I opened my eyes fully to stare at her accusingly, she masked her feelings to ask, "John Forrester, why on earth did you have to precipitate things by coming back here, along the beach, and at that time of night?" "I came to get my shell back," I lamely answered, finding my throat dry and painful, and my voice unexpectedly weak. "And I came to offer my apologies, not only to you, but to the others here, and also to— Oh, there were reasons enough, but I certainly didn't expect to be taken prisoner and locked in this place." She gave me that curious look of hers. "Why did you really come, John? Because of our argument, our quarrel? Did you come to see me?" I grunted in answer, unwilling to admit that she had probably hit upon the truth. "That was part of it, I suppose," I eventually agreed. "I wanted to make sure that you were, well, all right here. I thought that—" "That we were all mad?" Her voice, not unkind, was nevertheless full of barely restrained amusement. "Dr. Waite said as much. He also said you had many questions to ask, and that he believed you would now be more receptive to the truth." "The truth?" I laughed hoarsely. "But that's all I'm interested in." "John, why don't you just listen to me?" Her tone changed, becoming almost pleading as she again took my hand and squeezed it. "And this time try to accept what you're told. One way or the other, you will accept it in the end. So far you've incurred no penalties. You owe us no penance, but if you persist in resisting our every—" "Penance?" I broke in. "Am I some sort of criminal, then? Have I broken the law? Funny, I was feeling more sinned against than sinner." As for my resistance, does it really surprise you that I object to being kept in captivity?" She pursed her lips.
"Why are you so stubborn? If only you'd listen."
"I keep listening," I almost shouted, trying to sit up and discovering that while my bonds had been removed, my body was now as weak as my voice, far too drained of strength to effect any sudden or violent movement. "I keep listening," I repeated more quietly, collapsing back onto my pillows, "but nothing I hear makes any sense. Why not just tell me where I fit into all this, whatever it is you're doing, without any sort of embroidery?"
"You've already been told the truth," she answered, "or at least the basic facts. If only you would accept them."
"You mean all of that? All you told me about a subaqueous race of—"
"Amphibious,"
she quickly corrected me. "Right, a race of amphibians, dwelling for the most part in the sea with their own submarine cities and religions and—"
"All of that, yes,"
she once more broke in.
"But listen, John, this is getting us nowhere. I'm not the best qualified person to explain everything. They tried to tell me that before, but I wouldn't listen. David Semple is the expert."
"Semple? What about him?" I asked, revulsion flooding over me as I thought of the man and of my first impressions of him.
"He'll be coming to see you after I leave," she told me, "and you'll be able to study under him. As to why you are being kept here, against your will, if you insist, it's simply that we can't afford to let the outside world know too much about us or get the wrong picture of us just yet. And you've already seen things you weren't supposed to know about until much later. In modern jargon, we're still very much a minority group, and we know the sort of opposition we'd be up against. We just can't afford to let you go running free and perhaps bring all sorts of people down on us. Don't you see? They would be no more willing to understand, believe, or listen to us than you have been."
"But—" she shook her head, releasing my hand and standing up.
"My time's up, John. I'll be back. You know I will. But now it's David's turn."
The pleading look returned to her eyes.
"Only please, please try to help him as much as you can. Don't give us any more trouble. It will only rebound on you, and I couldn't bear that. Now I have to go."
She turned away and went to the door, lifting her hand as if to rap upon its metal oval. Then she paused and turned to face me. She seemed about to say something, but no words came. "Sarah," I prompted her, "what is it you want with me?" She answered,
"You remember, don't you, John?"
And at once I knew her meaning. Our eyes met, and it flashed between us like a spark of some weird energy, so that I immediately felt a longing in me. "I thought it must be a dream," I told her, then paused before asking, "And before? At my house?" She nodded.
"Then, too, yes."
"Not that I'm not flattered," I said, "but why? I mean, I'm old enough to be your father." She gave me that curious look of hers yet again and shook her head.
"That doesn't matter," she answered. "It doesn't matter now. And it will have no importance at all. Later."
"Oh, there's to be a later, is there?"
"Yes, plenty of time later,"
she answered with a strange little laugh.
"Years and years of it. Hundreds of them."
Then she rapped on the door, and when it opened, she stepped through and was gone. A moment later, Semple entered. In his arms he bore a dozen thick, loose-leaf binders. Sargent came after him with a light folding table which he opened up before leaving, closing the door behind him. Placing his binders on the table, Semple drew up the chair and sat down. He nodded an almost perfunctory greeting, selected a binder, opened it, and began. And so, without any further objection or resistance, I listened and learned. Before he began to instruct me in his main subject, however, Semple, whose presence now aroused in me an even greater revulsion, put my mind at rest by advising me in respect of one or two things which he suspected might have been bothering me. 6 days had gone by, he told me, since my lone and utterly stupid return to the place on the beach. That was where I was now, in one of 3 great tanks, whose bases were buried in the rocks and sand of the beach, situated beneath and behind the concrete legs that supported the front of the building. Eventually a channel would be cut from the pool-like basin in front of the club to the permanent natural pool at the mouth of the bay. At each tide, the huge containers would automatically flush and refill themselves with fresh seawater, a process whose purpose Semple did not see fit to explain, except to say that the tanks were storage and transfer chambers, and that they had not been designed as prisons, though plainly they were ideally suited to such a use, which at present could only be accomplished by the use of pumps. During my 6 days of captivity I had been kept sedated, washed, shaved, and fed, the latter minimally, only sufficient food and water to keep me alive, which explained my somewhat dehydrated condition, and I had undergone a series of tests. Again, Semple did not attempt to explain the nature of these tests, nor did he mention the injections I had been given. I might have questioned him on these points, but Sarah had begged me not to hinder him or place any obstruction in his way for my own sake. For the time being, I thought, it might be as well to follow her advice. Semple had noted my interest when he mentioned how long I had been a prisoner at the club, the headquarters, as he referred to it, and he had smiled as if he could read my thoughts. No, he assured me, I would not be notified as missing, no matter how long I remained away from the house. Notes had been left, and telephone calls had been made explaining my temporary absence, messages which could later be modified to meet any situation as it arose. My newspaper had been cancelled, and even a finished manuscript had been sent off on my behalf to a publisher in London. I was simply holidaying somewhere in the north. Certain friends in the village would obligingly put it about that I was considering a move to Scotland, so that even in the event of my complete vanishment, only a modicum of curiosity would be aroused. Then, with the preliminaries over, and any hopes I might have entertained of outside intervention dashed, Semple got down to business. And his business was to convince me completely and irrevocably of the actuality of the deep ones, and all Sarah Bishop had told me of them. His method was simple, direct, and comparatively undramatic, though the same could never be said of the effects of his disclosures on me. As for proof, he had photographs, documents, literature I could study with him or on my own, and most convincing of all, he had himself, his own body, his own person. The last, however, together with my final acceptance of all I was to be told, did not come until the very end of my period of instruction, and that was not to be for at least a further 3 weeks. During that time I was to learn, and learn to believe, many things. Right from the start of my schooling, my days were divided in the following manner. I would sleep, invariably under the influence of a combination of drugs, and on waking would be given food. This was usually fish of one sort or another, with water, or occasionally wine to wash it down. Now and then Sarah would come and take the odd meal with me, but she never stayed for long. Very infrequently I would wake to find her about to take her departure, having obviously been to bed with me. Sergeant would also visit me periodically, presumably to ensure that all was well. But for all this visiting, I did have a degree of privacy. After each period of sleeping and between visits, I would be left for several hours on my own to read and study the literature Semple left for me.
and to exercise as best I might in the small space available. Later, Semple himself would come in for 2 or 3 hours to continue with my instruction, and the more I listened to him, the more sure I was that this thing I was somehow involved in was more than merely some vast, crazy fantasy. And so I began to learn of the Deep Ones, those amphibian dwellers in the deeps whose existence has always been suspected by men, hinted at in myths and legends of mermen and maids come down the centuries, but never proven. I learned how their race existed yet in teeming thousands where their greatest cities stood, mere pockets or small submarine communities in other places, and discovered how, if only men knew exactly where to look, proof of their primordial existence as a high order of elder intellect predating man could still be found. I was told of sunken altars beneath the deep slime of Titicaca's inner cone, where the Batrachian priests of Yata-uk once worshipped the great Old Ones, 500,000 years ago. And it was explained to me how, though the Deep Ones of Yata-uk are no more, still their small cousins the frogs swarm as of old in the Great Lake's marshy fringes. I learned of an ages-extinct branch of the Deep Ones, in which alien reptilian strains had spread to bring about the final decay and doom of that branch, and of the buried, nameless city in the desert, wherein the sundered remains of their primal sarcophagi may still be found. It was explained to me why, long eons ago, in the non-Matal of the Carolines, the Deep Ones built their greatest cities, and raised towering submarine shrines to the mighty gods of a fantastic pantheon. And I was told the location of a place where even now a secret door leads down to subterranean lakes unsuspected, where near-blind, caverniculous Deep Ones live out their spans in a dedicated priesthood, whose bleakness would seem hellish even to the most austere of man's monkish orders. All of this and much more, documented wherever possible and illustrated with incredibly detailed photographs, was made known to me, and as the days passed, I became heir to a veritable fund of lore lost to humanity for eons, or, in the majority of cases, never even guessed at by the race of man. I learned of Rollier, the mightiest fortress of indestructible stone, whose drowned houses and temples were raised by neither men nor Deep Ones, but by a race of beings come down from the stars, when earth was still partly plastic. And I gasped in awe of certain pictures of that massive necropolis, from which it was perfectly obvious Mr. Bishop's model had been constructed. I saw immensely carved doors of fantastic proportions and dimensions, embossed with piscine and octopoid bas-reliefs, and crusted with the oceanic debris of ages. I grew dizzy at elusive angles of architecture, which formed surfaces at one and the same time convex and concave, or which changed from one to the other before one's eyes in the manner of optical illusions, from which I deduced that such photographs must in fact be real, for no ordinary photographic equipment could fake visual effects such as these. But over and above all else, the most striking thing about Rollier, even more astounding and awesome than its utterly alien, non-Euclidean architecture, was its sheer size, which, even without a scale of comparison, must surely have been megalithic to dwarf the pyramids. And this, Semple told me without a trace of humor in his voice, in his most matter-of-fact manner, was the merest tip of the actual city, the peak of a sunken mountain range that went down thousands of fathoms to the roots of the Pacific Antarctic ridge itself, all of which was Rollier. "Oh, yes,"
he had asserted when I was unable to suppress an incredulous expression. There are many thousands of square miles of cities beneath the silt on the bed of the Pacific. Even the deep ones do not know their full extent, or what secrets are still hidden down there. For, remember, they are not cities of the deep ones, but those of the gods they worship. At a later date we spoke of the locations of extant deep one cities and colonies. There was, of course, Yaha-Nthley, off the coast of New England, and quite separate from the prehistoric piles of the Pacific already mentioned. There were still several substantial colonies scattered about Punape. There were, too, certain settlements in the region of the Tongatabu Hole, whose origins were immemorial, while 6,000 miles to the north there was an expensive outpost even in the frigid deeps of the Aleutian Trench. Another city lay at the edge of the southeastern Atlantic basin, and yet another off Sumatra in the Indian Ocean. There hardly existed a body of water on the surface of the entire planet which did not know the presence of the deep ones, or had not known it at some time or other in the dim and abyssal past. Even the comparatively shallow waters of the Mediterranean had their share of deep ones, in the form of a colony dwelling at the bottom of a hole unfathomed by men. "Oh, yes," Semple told me, "and they have been there since the beginning. You may rest assured that when Venus rose up from the waters near Paphos, in Cyprus, men gazed upon a deep one. She was that Aphrodite whose name they applied to the drugs which she distilled from the juices of certain conchs, an art in which deep ones excel to this very day." At about this stage of my education, I would guess that a week to 10 days had passed since first Semple started working on me, I began to notice a peculiar and disturbing change taking place in the food that I was eating. As I have said, my diet was mainly of fish, prepared in a variety of ways. But the quality of the food's preparation had been gradually declining, or rather, it was the amount of preparation that was in question. Quite simply, my food was uncooked, and reaching me half raw. However much this fact was disguised in presentation, still I could tell from the texture and the taste of the stuff that only the merest pretense of cooking was being made. When I protested to Semple, he replied, "I shouldn't make too much fuss, John Bollister. Next week you'll be catching your own food right here." And he pointed to the sunken area of the tank, 3/4 full of sea-water, fresh from the sea, my friend, rich and sweet and salty. So you'd better get used to the idea now. "5. The second prisoner." When next he came to see me, Semple answered several questions that I had put to him from the first, all of which he had previously ignored. One of these was about the creature I had seen on the nighted beach, which had pursued me like some gigantic, filthy slug on the night of my capture. It was, he told me, a shoggoth, a protomorphic slave of the deep ones, like a monstrous amoeba of tremendous strength and incredible adaptability, little more than a multi-purpose engine of the sort created in pre-dawn by the great old ones to construct cities such as Roulier. According to Semple, several others of its kind were even now working in the Atlantic, building Ahu-Yahloa in the depths of the ocean. And I had been fortunate indeed, Semple further informed me, that the thing had not been given strict instructions in respect of unwanted visitors, for then I would most certainly have died, absorbed into the shoggoth, fuel for whichever alien fires drove the thing. As to why it had been there in the first place, that had been in the nature of an experiment, probably a mistake.
Shoggoths did not make good watchdogs, where human beings were concerned. They were better at their tasks of guarding Roulien's sunken tombs, or laboring beneath the sea under the direction of the Deep Ones. As for the man-like batrachian who had dragged me into the sea, that had been my first meeting with an almost wholly aquatic Deep One, a being born, bred, and in the main confined to the sea. He was of that sort employed by the more truly amphibious Deep Ones, as escorts to ocean-going vessels in their employ. As such, and with several others of his kind, he had accompanied the boatload of Conch during its voyage from somewhere off Innsmouth, where the shells had been taken aboard, to its destination at the place on the beach. The cargo of Conch from Yaha-en-Flame could not simply be unloaded into the sea near Ahu-Yaloa, where eventually they were to perform their functions of cementing, polishing, and finishing the new buildings of that city, for they first required a very delicate form of acclimatization. This would involve their immersion in a special brine solution at a controlled temperature for some 3 weeks, after which they must be fed for a while with a variety of especially rich nutrients. That was why the shells had been unloaded from the boat to the building on the beach, where they now occupied the sunken area of one of the other tanks. Furthermore, the mollusks had provided a delightful diversion in the diets of those at the beach headquarters, for they were indeed a delicacy to the palates of the Deep Ones, though tainted was a word which Semple was no longer willing to use even in a derisory context. And it transpired that I myself had eaten of the flesh of the snail in a number of salads. But, as Semple pointed out, I had not seen fit to complain until recently, and even now, not of the substance of my food, but of its degree of preparation.
"Of course," he had continued, "the conch is what you might like to call a protected species, for its reproductive cycle is very slow. But as in the old times, still we cropped the slug with care. You must consider yourself honored that already you have tasted of its delicate flesh."
The one thing that Semple would not disclose, no matter how often I might broach the subject, was the nature of the drugs which were still being given to me. Of them he would tell me no more than that they were tranquilizers, and that they were merely a safety measure under the influence of which I would remain comparatively flexible and incapable of any foolish or violent action against my captors. This was how he explained the purpose of such drugs, but even at that time I had my doubts. I did not believe he told the whole truth. But in any case, that was all there was of revelations at that time, for on his next visit Semple restricted himself to my instructions in matters concerning the Deep Ones. This time his subject was the pantheon of their religion, a fascinating rigmarole of myths, as fanciful as anything in classical mythology. The basic theme was simply a repetition of what Sarah had already told me, but Semple's version was so detailed as to preclude any possible suggestion of fakery. The thing had not been created for my benefit, but was obviously a cult of worship ancient as the hills. That is not to say that I was converted to the Cthulhu mythos. On the contrary, I was not then. But while I myself did not believe, it was plain to me that my instructor did. It is not my purpose to reproduce all of the details here. I could probably fill an entire book with such information as was made available to me, and time simply will not allow for that. Instead, I shall simply present an abbreviated version of most of what I was told, all of which, and more, according to Semple, might be discovered in books written by men of the surface world. They were not books which could readily be found in common public libraries, however, but usually
in private collections, such as Semple's own, or locked away in the more restricted archives of such institutions as the British Museum, the Widener Library, the Moscow State Hall of Antiquities, and the Bibliothèque Nationale. Among many unlikely titles were several that stuck in my mind with an unshakable persistence, and it later dawned on me that indeed I had seen one or two of them in Semple's room. I mean such volumes as the Liberi Voris and Lefay's Dwellers in the Depths. But there were also many others with titles which were equally fascinating, such as Ludwig Prin's De Vermis Mysteriis, the Unaussprechlichen Kulten of von Junst, and the Conte de Let's Culte des Ghouls. These books, and others like them, held the keys to the pantheon of the great Old One's myth cycle, that is, to the lists of gods attaching to it, or at least as much of the subject as had ever been known to land-dwelling man. They named Yog-Sothoth, the all-in-one and one-in-all, a supreme being, high in the ranks of the pantheon, who was coexistent with all time, and conterminous in all space. And Ithaqua, the Wind-Walker, a marvelous creature of air and space with the power to walk on the winds that blow forever between the worlds. And Shodamel, Lord of the Chthonians, or earth deities, who dwells in the very bowels of the earth, and many others of equally fantastic attributes. And here I discovered at least one peculiar parallel with man's own mythologies. For among lesser gods there was one Dagon, who must surely be that same Dagon, or Oannes, of the Phoenicians and Philistines, shown on ancient coins and carvings as being half man, half fish. When I mentioned this to Semple, he seemed to lose patience with me, saying,
"Haven't you heard a single word I've said, John Bollister?
Who do you think taught the early Phoenicians the art of extracting purple dye from the murex shell?"
"The deep ones, of course."
"Yes, certainly, they are one and the same, Dagon and Oannes. The Dagon of the deep ones and the Oannes of the Phoenicians. Why, it was that connection with the Mediterranean deep ones that brought about the rise of the Phoenicians in the first place, and it was the destruction of their temples to Dagon and the defection of his worshippers from the faith that brought them down. Along with Dagon, who was to the deep ones the power, the guide, there was Hydra, apparently a female, Dagon's mate or wife, and a great list of lesser gods and elementals of one sort or another, including the hounds of Tyndalos, Nyargtha, Cthugha, Bugshash, Yibstul, and Zar, all of them holding places of significance and power in the overall myth cycle. Their servitors were many, and covered a wide range of mythological creatures as fantastic and more so than our own dragons, unicorns, nymphs, and satyrs. Indeed, they had their own great satyr, Shub-Niggurath, the black goat of the woods with 1,000 young, to whom I could only liken the better-known Pan of more popular legends. Much was made of certain of these beings in the books, Semple told me, though rarely with any degree of accuracy, truth, or sympathy, for the authors of such works had almost universally chosen to set themselves against the principles of the mythos. Such misinterpretations were invariably the fault of bigoted, misguided, and self-centered man, who never could see much past the end of his own nose, and since most of the books were several centuries old, this had been even more true at the time of their writing. Why, in those dark centuries of witch-hunts and trials, where every ancient crone or pseudo-chemist was seen to be a witch or diabolist of one sort or another, it must surely be a foregone conclusion that the Cthulhu cycle and its devotees
however little or much had actually been known about them, would be written off as demons or the agents of dark forces. In point of fact, however, the truth was entirely the opposite, for with very few exceptions, chief among them Hastur, Cthulhu's half-brother, prisoned in the lake of Hali in Carcosa, the deities of the mythology were benign beings who looked with kindly eyes upon the works of those who worshipped them. When the stars were right and great Cthulhu rose up again from the waves, and came forth from his Rullian sepulchre, then would his followers reap the benefits of his almighty glory. As for those who opposed, scorned, or denied him, it were better for them had they never existed. In so many words, Semple contradicted himself, with offers of glorious fulfillment on the one hand, and threats of monstrous dooms on the other. I made no attempt to query the ambiguity, but let him get on with it. The real villains of the mythology, he continued, were the so-called elder gods, whose place was in Orion. In a vastly remote epoch, the great old ones had rebelled against the tyranny and oppressive laws of the elder gods, and had fled down the spaces between the stars to the solar system. The elder gods gave chase, and when they caught up with the interstellar rebels, imprisoned them wherever they found them. Cthulhu they bound with spells in his house in Rullian, and sank it down into the Pacific. Ithaqua, the Windwalker, was prisoned on a world called Borea, in a strange parallel dimension, from which he later broke free, only to find that the elder gods had robbed him of his previous freedom, and that he was now condemned to wander forever in the bitterly cold and frozen places of the universe. Yog-Sothoth and Yibstel were banished to chaotic continua beyond any knowable design of nature, and so forth. But as slowly and surely as the stars wheel in the heavens and the eons creep by, so Cthulhu's devotees, not only deep ones, but amongst certain backward peoples, human cults and covens also, were ever at work, patiently and persistently bent upon releasing their master from his immemorial prison. For the deep ones believed that Cthulhu was not dead, but merely sleeping, and that in his long sleep the great Old One sent out telepathic dreams from Rullian to guide his worshippers and show them the way to effect his release. Abdul al-Hazred had known this when he wrote his enigmatic couplet. That is not dead which can eternal lie, and with strange eons even death may die. This, then, was the prime purpose of the Deep Ones, to spread the word of their God, however slowly, stealthily, and eventually to raise him up again to a glorious resurrection, so that he might once more rule the earth, as he had in eons past, before the evil elder gods had thrown him down. In toto, the Cthulhu mythology was an utterly fascinating thing, and despite my captivity and periods of enforced study, it intrigued me enormously. Semple seemed pleased on the one hand when I told him of my interest, but on the other disappointed that I could not bring myself to accept the mythos as anything other than purely mythical. "And yet you now accept everything else," he said at the end of this latest session. "You accept the Deep Ones, their submarine cities, even the Shoggoths. Why not the great Old Ones? It was our hope that you would find it possible to embrace the cult of Cthulhu without further persuasion." "Persuasion?" I looked at him sharply. "I don't know what you mean. Of course I accept the Deep Ones. Yes, and Shoggoths too. For, after all, I've seen living examples of both. But Cthulhu? Why is it so necessary that I embrace your god to become your ambassador? I assume that what Sarah told me was true, that ultimately I am to be an ambassador of sorts between the Deep Ones and my own people." "Your own people?" For a moment he looked startled, then quickly composed himself. "Ah, yes. She told you that, didn't she?" "Well?"
It should not be long now, John Bollister, before you begin to understand your future functions more clearly. To say any more now would be superfluous. In any case, it will all become clear without explanation. You will see."
"But surely," I began to protest, "you can tell me more than—"
"Not now, John," he stopped me. "Another week, and then we shall begin to see what we shall see." And with that he quickly left. I did not see Semple again for at least a week, but it was a week full of changes. For one thing, I was rapidly regaining my strength, mainly due to the fact that for the past 5 or 6 days I had not been taking the pills Semple gave me when each of his visits was at an end. I would place them under my tongue and pretend to wash them down with water, then get rid of them as soon as I was left alone. I suspected that my food was drugged too, but however distasteful that half-raw mulch of fish invariably was, still I could not go without sustenance. And truth to tell, despite the fact that the food was raw, I was eating ravenously. This was wholly due, I told myself, to the fact that I was now being given less and less as the days went by, almost as if my captors were intent upon starving me. Also, I was seeing much less of Sarah now, and when she did visit me there was something different in the way she looked at me. I would find her holding my hands and examining them minutely, or staring at my face as if seeking something in my eyes, something hidden there, which she expected to find if only she looked deeply enough. Too, she would pretend to kiss me, but as she did so, I would feel her fingers gently massaging the sides of my neck. It was as if she knew that I had developed a nagging sore throat, and that the swollen glands of my boyhood had returned to trouble me again. Then, on the 9th day, after Sergeant had been in with fresh blankets and clean sheets, my linen had to be changed regularly, due to the damp atmosphere of the tank. He returned with, of all things, a bucket of young, live mackerel. These he released into the water in the sunken area of the tank, telling me that they would live for 2 days, after which they would be no good for eating, and from then on there was no more food. I slept, started awake from my now recurrent nightmare of pursuit through submarine caves of coral, nervously paced the confines of the tank for hours on end without receiving a single visitor, then kneeled to peer into the shallow water of the sunken area. The mackerel were there, their movements sluggish now, and my hunger was increasing with each passing moment. Later I slept again, and awoke wondering what would be the difference between the taste and texture of fish fresh from the water and the uncooked food which, until recently, I had been receiving. One thing was certain. I must not starve myself, for then I would never be able to find the strength necessary to effect my escape. My escape, yes, for that one thought was now uppermost in my mind, to get out of here and bring the existence of these creatures, of the deep ones, to the attention of the authorities. It could well be that eventually a time would come when man and Deep One might meet on terms of mutual trust, friendship, and benefit, but not while groups such as this were capable of crimes against the person such as I had suffered. The sooner I got out of here, the better, but to achieve that end I would have to be strong enough to tackle at least one of my captors, which led me to the question, which one? I couldn't picture Sarah or the doctor coming to see me without having someone close at hand to call upon if needs be, which left only Sergeant or Semple. The former, while seeming somewhat retarded and slow, had impressed me as capable of great strength, but Semple was slim and small-framed. It would have to be him. As for when I would make my attempt, it might be 1 more day or 10 before my chance came, and meanwhile I was hungry. I hardly intend to go into the details of the meal I then made, when I had to strip off my clothes and go into the water after the mackerel. But I did eat, and after the first tentative taste, the first bite, I felt no further nausea,
but attacked the food with relish. For all said and done, that is all it was, food, sustenance, and my stomach welcomed it without the slightest qualm. Obviously, I was a harder man than I had previously suspected. By the time I was done with eating, I was dry, and as I put on my clothes, I found myself wondering why I had not felt the cold. It must surely be cold in the tank. Indeed, I remembered feeling cold during my first few days of consciousness. And yet, while my throat was still very sore, and my neck glands bothered me continuously, I now felt quite warm and comfortable. I was given no more time to think the matter out, however, for as I finished dressing, there came the clatter of approaching feet and the sounds of a struggle growing louder outside my door. The scuffling and kicking sounds, accompanied by grunts and thuds, moved past the tank, and I heard the banging of a metal door being thrown open. Then, coming to me clearly, I heard the harsh sounds of voices raised in anger, and another voice almost shrill with fear. There were several heavy thumps against the wall of the tank, followed by a cry of pain, and finally I heard the metal door slammed shut and barred. Then, along with a string of low curses uttered in vicious and guttural tones, there came again the sound of feet, retreating this time, and at length silence. It was only then that I thought to hammer on my own door and demand to know what was going on, which I would have done had not sounds of low moaning coming from close at hand checked me. I put my ear to the metal wall and listened. Yes, on the other side of that steel panel someone was hurt and groaning in his pain. A second prisoner? But whoever he was, how could I possibly help him? In sudden desperation, I cast about with my eyes until they lighted upon a small, recessed ventilation grill, which was fitted in the wall at a height of about 8 feet. I had noticed it before, but had given it no great consideration. Only 9 inches square, even if I had managed to remove the grill, my case would not be improved any. Now, though, if I stood on my chair, I could at least be able to see into the adjacent tank. I pulled the chair over to the wall and climbed up onto it, stretching myself to peer through the metal lattice of the grill. There, on the narrow ledge of the recess, on my side of the grill, lay a small screwdriver, a little rusty but still serviceable. It must have been left there by a workman when the tanks were built. Making a mental note of this potential weapon, I looked beyond it through the grill and into the tank on the other side. This second tank, too, had a light which had been left on. I could see that the place was a duplicate of my own cell, and that it appeared to be empty. Or was it? If I raised myself a few inches higher, I should be able to look down through a fairly steep angle, and— yes! There on the floor, spread wide apart, I could see the lower half of a pair of trousers with projecting feet, one of which had lost its shoe. The feet moved jerkily even as I watched. A moment more, and there came another groan, as the feet tensed for a second or two before falling slack. The groaning stopped abruptly. Whoever he was, my colleague in the adjacent tank had passed out. Either that, or he was dead. For what must have been all of 2 hours, I sat on my bed, my ear to the metal wall behind which lay the sleeping or dead stranger. Every so often I would climb onto my chair and peer through the grill, and at last I thought to take up the rusty screwdriver and begin working on the 4 screws which held the grill in place. I managed to loosen 3 of the screws, no mean feat with a blade which was far too small for the task, but the 4th and last screw would not move. I felt like hammering at the stubborn screw with the hard plastic body of the screwdriver, but feared that the noise would bring someone to investigate. In the end I gave it up, placed the tool back on its ledge, got down, and dropped the 3 successfully removed screws into the water in the sunken area of the tank. As I was doing this, I noticed that the remaining 3 or 4 fish barely were moving, all of them on or close to the surface. I was poising my hand over the water, preparing to pluck out a fish as it swam slowly by, when there came a low, painful cough, followed by a recurrence of the groaning. Immediately I stood up, climbed onto my chair, and peered through the grill. I was in time to see the pair of feet withdrawn, to hear more groans, and an uncertain fumbling at the metal wall. And then at last the stranger staggered into view with one hand held up to the side of his head. He was of medium build, blond, with short-cropped hair, in his early 40s at a guess. He moved over to the door, turned to scan the interior of the tank with pain-slitted eyes, then returned his attention to the door and lifted a fist as if to bang upon its metal oval. "Don't!" I called out, keeping my voice low. "You'll only bring them back down on us." "What?" He started, spinning about to scan the interior of the tank once more. His face was bruised and bloodied, and as I tapped quietly on the grill with the screwdriver, so it seemed that his eyes met mine where I peered at him. "Who?" he began again, moving to stand uncertainly beneath the grill and squinting up at me. Perhaps he could make out the outline of my face, or at least my eyes, through the bars of the grill. I studied his face for a moment, then breathed more easily at the discovery that it showed none of the now familiar stigmata. "I'm a prisoner, like yourself," I told him. "A prisoner of these madmen." "Madmen?" He laughed, low and bitterly, then groaned and held his head, staggering slightly. "Possibly they are mad. I don't know. But men?" He slowly shook his head. "What do you know of them?" I eagerly asked, as he sat down carefully on the metal floor, lowering his head to hold it in his hands. "Why have they brought you here?" He looked up again sharply, and I thought I saw suspicion in his eyes. "Who are you?" he asked. "One of them? Trying to find out just how much I know?" "Vollister," I told him. "My name is John Vollister, and I assure you I am not—" "John Vollister," he cut in. "The marine biologist? Yes, that would be right enough. I remember reading somewhere that you lived out this way." "Yes," I answered. "It's me, but I don't work a great deal these days. I live a few miles down the coast, or at least I did until I walked into this." "But who are you that you know my name?" "Oh, I know your name all right. I've read your stuff, all of it. I've been reading everything I can find on the sea and its creatures for years now. My name's Belton, Jeremy Belton." In my turn, I recognized his name immediately. "Belton the journalist? Wasn't there something about you in the news quite recently? Something about sensational revelations or some such? A cosmic threat of some sort or other? I don't pay too much attention to the dailies, but what's brought you to this?" "What brings me here?" Again he laughed his bitter laugh. "Well, Mr. Vollister, if I may borrow a phrase from you, I also walked into it. As neat a trap as ever was laid." "A trap?" He nodded. "I was contacted by a friend who told me he had definite proof of the existence of deep ones right here in England. A meeting was arranged at a quiet pub in London. There were drinks, which must have been drugged, and they brought you here." Again he nodded. "I woke up in a moving car and managed to catch sight of a signpost in Newquay. That told me where I was, and I feigned unconsciousness while they were carrying me down here from the car. So I'm at a place on the beach somewhere in Cornwall, right? I tried to make a run for it as they were bringing me into the building, but—" He shrugged, then thumped the metal door with his clenched fist. "What a damned fool I am!" "Shh!" I cautioned him, then asked, "But why have they done this to you?" "Those sensational revelations you mentioned? You know what it was all about? No, of course you don't. No one knows, for I've kept it close to my chest for the last 5 years.
I think I do know, I answered. You were going to reveal them to the world. The deep ones, I mean. His eyes widened momentarily in surprise.
You're catching on, he said. Yes, I had been promised a spot on television, a little space in the newspapers, if my story was hot enough. You see, I still have a lot of contacts from my days as a newshound. If I said I had something big, then they knew it was pretty big. But our friends got wind of it,
and here you are. He nodded yet again.
The story was due to break in a week's time, but not now. Now I'm here, of all places.
Of all places? How do you mean?
Cornwall, he answered. Mermaid country. Didn't you know that? Why, there are still people in these parts who claim they have mermaid ancestors, and by God, they're probably right.
You really do know a lot about them, then?
The deep ones? He squinted up at me. Do I know about them? I've devoted myself to tracking them down, finding out as much as it's humanly possible to know about them, everything. My one mistake lies in doing it on my own. I've kept it all to myself, told no one. But my trail must have looked a mile wide to the deep ones. I might have known they wouldn't let me get away with it.
But what will they do with you? They can't hold you here indefinitely. They've told me that they mean people no harm, that I myself am to be their ambassador, and that—
No harm, he exclaimed, cutting me off. Then his voice became scornful. And you believe that? Ambassador, you say? The first mankind will know of it is when they're crawling all over us.
And suddenly I knew he was right, and that I was a bigger fool than I had previously been willing to admit. I've had my suspicions, I answered.
But if they've been lying to me,
then what do they want with me?
He shook his head and shivered. With you? I can't say, but I know what they want with me.
Behind the streaks of dried blood, his face was pale.
I doubt if I'll ever see the outside of this place.
Murder? I said. You believe they'd go that far? Now he laughed, weary hysteria in his voice.
Oh, you don't know them at all, do you, John? They'll go just as far as they need to, all of them, in all their many forms. They're bent on one thing and one thing only, one goal, and once they've achieved that, the next step will be the destruction of mankind, of the universe itself.
There were so many questions I wanted to put to Belton, but I could only ask them one at a time.
Their many forms, I repeated him. What do you mean? Well, there are those that remain land-bound, who never fully take on the true form of the aquatic deep ones. They're sort of half and half. Then there are those that are born on dry land and go to the sea later. These are the real amphibians. Yes, and I guess there are other types. I've had a personal and very real experience with at least one more. He paused.
I said nothing for a moment, but thought back on what Semple had told me about blind deep ones in subterranean lakes. Finally I asked, "What is this other type you mentioned?"
"It's a long story," he answered. "But since it looks like you're destined to be my one and only audience," he shrugged, "it started with Haggopian."
"Haggopian?" I repeated, frowning. "Haggopian? But he's dead, or at least disappeared 5-6 years ago. If ever a man was my idol, Richard Haggopian was that man. Wasn't there something odd about the way he vanished?"
"Something odd?"
Again he uttered his hysterical laugh, finding great difficulty, I thought, in controlling it.
"Listen, I was with him at the end."
"When he died?"
"Yes." "No," he said.
He shivered again and hugged his coat closer.
"I was with him," he repeated, his eyes searching the grill almost pleadingly. "Listen, and I'll tell you about Haggopian." 6. Haggopian. "I'll never forget it," Belton began. "Richard Haggopian, perhaps the world's greatest authority in ichthyology and oceanography, to say nothing of all the many allied sciences and subjects, had at last agreed to an interview. I was jubilant. At least a dozen journalists before me, from as many parts of the world, had made the futile journey to Kletnos in the Aegean to seek out Haggopian the Armenian, but only my application had been accepted. It's not hard to say why Haggopian excited such interest among the world's foremost journalists. Any man with his scientific and literary talents, with a beautiful young wife, an island in the sun, and, perhaps most important of all, a blatantly negative attitude towards even the most beneficial publicity, would certainly have attracted the same interest. And, of course, he was a millionaire. For 8 frustrating days I had waited on the Armenian's return to Haggopiana, his tiny island hideaway 2 miles east of Kletnos and midway between Athens and Iraklion. And just when it seemed that my strictly limited funds must surely run out, then Haggopian's great silver hydrofoil, the Echinoidea, cut a white scar on the incredible blue to the southwest as it sped in to a mid-morning mooring. With binoculars from the flat white roof of my Kletnos hotel, I watched the hydrofoil circle the island until it disappeared behind Haggopiana's wedge of white rock. 2 hours later, the Armenian's man came across in a sleek motorboat to bring me news of my appointment. I was to attend Haggopian at 3 in the afternoon. A boat would be sent for me. At 3 I was ready, dressed in sandals, cool gray slacks, and a white T-shirt, civilized attire for a sunny afternoon in the Aegean, waiting for the motorboat when it returned to the natural rock wharf. On the way out to Haggopiana, as I gazed over the prow of the craft down through the crystal-clear water at the gliding, shadowy groupers and the clusters of black sea urchins, I did a mental check-up on what I knew of the elusive owner of the island ahead. Richard Hemeral Angelos Haggopian, born in 1919 of an illicit union between his penniless but beautiful half-breed Polynesian mother and millionaire Armenian Cypriot father. Author of 3 of the most fascinating books I had ever read, books for the layman, telling of the world's seas and all their multiform denizens in simple, uncomplicated language. Discoverer of the Tuamotu Trench, a previously unsuspected hole in the bed of the South Pacific, almost 7,000 fathoms deep. Benefactor of the world's greatest aquariums and museums, etc., etc., etc. Haggopian the much-married, 3 times in fact, and all since the age of 30. An unfortunate man, apparently, where brides were concerned. His first wife, British, died at sea after 9 years of wedded life, mysteriously disappearing overboard from her husband's yacht in calm seas on the shark-ridden Barrier Reef in 1958. Number 2, Greek Cypriot, died in 1964 of some exotic wasting disease and was buried at sea. And number 3, one Cleanthes Leonidas, an Athenian model of note, wed on her 18th birthday, had apparently turned recluse, since she had not been seen publicly for more than 2 years. Cleanthes Haggopian, yes. Expecting to meet her, I had checked through dozens of old-fashioned magazines for her photographs. That had been a few days ago in Athens, and now I recalled her face as I had seen it in those pictures, young, natural, and beautiful in the classic Greek tradition. And again, despite rumors that she was no longer living with her husband, I found myself anticipating our meeting. In no time at all, the flat white rock of the island loomed to some 30 feet out of the sea, and my navigator swung his fast craft over to starboard. passing between two jagged points of salt-encrusted rock, standing 20 yards or so from Haggopiana's most northerly tip. As we rounded the point, I saw that the easterly face of the island was formed of a white sand beach, with a pier at which the echinoidea was moored. Set back from the beach in a cluster of pomegranate, almond, locust, and olive trees, there sat an immense and sprawling flat-roofed bungalow. At the dry end of the pier, my quarry waited until, with the very gentlest of bumps, the motorboat pulled in to mooring. He wore grey flannels and a white shirt with the sleeves rolled down. A white silken scarlet cummerbund was bound about his waist. His thin nose supported heavy, opaquely lensed sunglasses. So this was the great man. Tall, awkward-seeming, bald, extremely intelligent, and very, very rich, his hand outstretched in greeting. He was something of a shock. I had seen photographs of him, quite a few, and had often wondered at the odd sheen such pictures had given his features. I had always taken the quality of the shots as being simply the result of poor photography. His rare appearances in public had always been very short ones and unannounced, so that by the time cameras were clicking or whirring, he was usually making an exit. Now I could see that I had short-changed the photographers. He did have a sheen to his skin, and there must also have been something wrong with his eyes. Small tears glistened on his cheeks, rolling thinly down from behind the dark lenses. In his left hand he carried a square of silk, with which, every now and then, he would dab at this telltale dampness. "How do you do, Mr. Belton?" His voice was a thick, heavily accented rasp, conflicting with his polite inquiry and manner of expression. "I am sorry you have had to wait so long, but I am afraid I could not delay my work." "Not at all, sir. I am sure this meeting will amply repay my patience." His handshake was unpleasant, and I unobtrusively wiped my hand on my T-shirt. Patently, that sheen to the man's skin was the result of sun oil. His hand had seemed greasy. An allergy, perhaps, which might also explain the dark-tinted glasses. I had noticed from the boat a complex of pipes and valves between the sea and the house, and now, approaching that sprawling yellow building in Haggopian's wake, I could hear the muffled throb of pumps and the gush of water. Once inside the place, it soon became apparent just what the sounds meant. The building was nothing less than a gigantic aquarium. Massive glass tanks lined the walls, so that the sunlight, filtering through from exterior porthole-like windows, entered the rooms in greenish shades that dappled the marble floors and gave the place an eerie submarine aspect. There were no printed cards or boards to describe the finny dwellers in the huge tanks, and as he led me from room to room it became clear why such labels were unnecessary. Haggopian knew each specimen intimately, his rasping voice making a running commentary as we visited in turn the bungalow's many wings. "An unusual celenterate, this one, from 500 fathoms. Difficult to keep alive, pressure, and so forth. I call it Physalia Haggopia. Quite deadly. Makes a water baby of the Portuguese man-of-war. This of a great purplish mass, with trailing, wispy green tentacles undulating horribly through the water of a tank of huge proportions." Haggopian, as he spoke, deftly plucked a small fish from an open tank on a nearby table, throwing it up over the lip of the greater tank to his unusual celenterate. In a frenzy, the fish swam straight into one of the green wisps, and instantly stiffened. A few seconds more, and the hideous jellyfish had commenced a languid ingestion. "Given time," Haggopian grated, "it would do the same to you." In the largest room of all I paused, literally astonished at the size of the tanks. Here, where sharks swam through brain and other coral formations, the glass of these miniature oceans must have been very thick. Backdrops had been arranged to give the impression of vastly sprawling submarine vistas. In one tank, ugly-looking hammerheads of over 2 meters in length were cruising slowly from side to side. Metal steps climbed up to and over this tank's rim, then down the other side and into the water itself. Haggopian explained, "This is where I used to feed my lampreys. They had to be handled carefully. I no longer have them. I returned the last of them to the sea 3 years ago." 3 years? I peered closer as one of the hammerheads slid his belly along the glass. On the white and silver underside of the fish, between the gill slits and down the belly, numerous patches of raw red showed, many of them forming clearly defined circles where the close-packed scales had been recently removed, and the sucker-like mouths of lampreys had been at work. Obviously a slip of the tongue. 3 days, more like. I stopped pondering my host's mistake as we passed into another room, whose specimens must surely have delighted any conchologist. Again, tanks lined the walls, smaller than the others I had so far seen, but marvelously laid out to duplicate perfectly the natural environs of their inhabitants. And these were the living gems of every ocean on earth. Great conchs and clams from the South Pacific, tiny, beautifully marked cowries from the Great Barrier Reef, hundreds of weird una and bivalves of every shape and size. Even the windows were of shell, great translucent, pinkly glowing fan shells, porcelain-thin but immensely strong, from very deep waters, suffusing the room in blood tints different again from the submarine dappling of the previous rooms. My tour was interrupted here when Kostas, the Greek who had brought me from Kletnos, entered this fascinating room to murmur something of obvious importance to his employer. Haggopian nodded his head in agreement, and Kostas left, returning a few moments later with 6 other Greeks, each of whom had a few words with Haggopian before departing. Eventually, we were alone again. They were my men, he told me, some of them for almost 20 years, but now I have no further need of them. I have paid them their last wages. They have said their farewells. Now they are going away. Kostas will take them to Kletnos and return later for you. By then, I should have finished my story. I don't quite follow you, Mr. Haggopian. You mean you're going into seclusion here? What you said just then sounded ominously final. Seclusion? Here? No, Mr. Belton. But final, yes. I have learned as much of the sea as I can from here. My education is almost complete. He saw the puzzled look on my face and smiled wryly. You are at pains to understand, which is hardly surprising. Few men, if any, have known my circumstances before. Of that I am certain. That is why I have chosen to speak now. You caught me at the right time, for I would never have taken it upon myself to tell my story, had I not been so persistently pursued. Perhaps the telling will serve as a warning. It gives me pause, the number of students devoted to the lore of the sea who would emulate my works and discoveries. He frowned, pausing for a moment. Tomorrow, when the island is deserted, Kostas will return and set all of the living specimens loose. Even the largest fishes will be returned to the sea. Then Haggopiana will truly be empty. But to what end, I asked. And where do you intend to go? Surely this island is your base, your home and stronghold. It was here you wrote your wonderful books, and— My base and stronghold, yes, he harshly cut me off. The island has been these things to me, but my home, no longer. When your interview is over, I shall walk to the top of the rocks and look once more across the water to Kletnos. Then I will take my echinoidea and guide her out through to Cassos Straits on a deliberate course until her fuel runs out. There can be no turning back. There is a place unsuspected in the Mediterranean, where the sea is so deep and cool, and where—" He broke off, and turned his glistening face to me. "But there, at this rate, the tale will never be told. Suffice to say that the last trip of the echinoidea will be to the bottom, and that I shall be with her." "Suicide?" I gasped. "You intend to drown yourself?" At that he laughed, a rasping cough of a laugh that jarred like chalk on a blackboard. "Drown myself? Is a watery grave so distasteful, then?" He laughed again. For a few moments I stared at him in dumb amazement and concern, uncertain as to whether I stood in the presence of a sane man or— He gazed at me intently through the dark lenses of his glasses, and under the scrutiny of those unseen eyes I slowly shook my head, backing off a step. "I'm sorry, Mr. Haggopian, I just—" "Unpardonable," he rasped, as I struggled for words. "My behavior is inexcusable. Come, Mr. Belton. Perhaps we can be more comfortable out here." He led me through a doorway and out onto a patio surrounded by lemon and pomegranate trees. A white garden table with cane chairs stood in the shade. Haggopian clapped his hands sharply, then offered me a chair before seating himself opposite. Again, I noticed that the man's movements seemed oddly awkward. An old woman, wrapped around Indian fashion in white silk and with the lower half of her face veiled in a long shawl, answered the Armenian's summons. He spoke a few guttural but gentle words to her in Greek. She went, to return shortly with a tray, 2 glasses, and, amazingly, an English beer, with the chill still on the bottle. I saw that Haggopian's glass was already filled, but with no drink I could readily recognize. The liquid was greenly cloudy with sediment. Yet the Armenian did not seem to notice. He touched glasses with me before drinking deeply. I, too, took a deep draught, for I was very dry. But as I placed my glass back on the table, I saw that Haggopian was still drinking. He completely drained off the murky liquid, put down his glass, and again clapped his hands in summons. At this point I found myself wondering why the man did not remove his sunglasses. We were, after all, in the shade. A glance at the Armenian's face served to remind me that he must suffer from some allergy, for again I saw those thin trickles of liquid flowing down from behind the enigmatic lenses. The silence was broken when the old woman came back with a further glass of her master's drink. He spoke a few more words to her before she once more left us. I could not help but notice, though, as she bent over the table, how very dehydrated her face looked, with pinched nostrils, deeply wrinkled skin, and dull eyes sunk deep beneath the bony ridges of her eyebrows. An island peasant woman, obviously. She seemed to find a peculiar magnetism in Haggopian, leaning towards him noticeably, visibly fighting to control an apparent desire to touch him whenever she came near him. "She will leave with you when you go. Kostas will take care of her." Was I staring? I started guiltily, aware suddenly of an odd feeling of unreality and discontinuity. "I'm sorry, I didn't intend to be rude." "No matter. What I have to tell you makes nonsense of all matters of sensibility. You strike me as a man not easily frightened, Mr. Belton." "I can be surprised, sir, but frightened. Among other things, I've been a war correspondent, and—" "Of course, but there are worse things than the horrors of war." "That may be, but in any case I'm a journalist. I'll take a chance on being frightened." "Good. And please put aside any doubts you may by now have conceived with regard to my sanity." I started to protest, but he quickly cut me off. "No, no, Mr. Belton, you would have to be totally insensible not to perceive the strangeness here." He fell silent as for the fourth time the old woman appeared, placing a pitcher on the table before him. This time she almost fawned on him, and he jerked away from her, nearly upsetting his chair. He rasped a few harsh words in Greek, and I heard the strange, shriveled creature sob as she turned to stumble away. What on earth is wrong with the woman? In good time, Mr. Belton. He held up his hand. All in good time. Again he drained his glass, refilling it from the pitcher before commencing his tale proper. "My first 10 years of life were spent in the Cook Islands, and the next 5 in Cyprus," Haggopian began, "always within shouting distance of the sea. My father died when I was 16, and willed to me 2.5 millions of pounds sterling. When I was 21, I came into this money, and found that I could now devote myself utterly to the ocean, my one real love in life. By that I mean all oceans, all great waters. At the end of the war, I bought Haggopianum and began to build my collection here. I wrote about my work, and was 29 years old when I finished The Cradle Sea. It was my success with that book. I used to enjoy success, and with The Sea, A New Frontier, which prompted me to commence work upon Denizens of the Deep. I had been married to my first wife for 5 years by the time I had the first rough manuscript of my work ready, and I could have published the book there and then, but for the fact that I had become something of a perfectionist, both in my writing and in my studies. In short, there were passages in the manuscript, whole chapters on certain species, with which I was not satisfied. One of these chapters was devoted to the Cyrenians. The manatee, in particular, had fascinated me for a long time, in respect of its undeniable connections with the mermaid and siren legends of old renown, from which, of course, the order takes its name. However, it was more than merely this that took me off initially on my manatee survey, as I called those voyages, though at that time I could never have guessed at the importance of my quest. As it happened, my inquiries were to lead me to the first real pointer to my future, a frightful hint of my destination, though of course I never recognized it as such. He paused. Destination? I felt obliged to fill the silence. Literary or scientific? My ultimate destination. Oh. After a moment, Haggopian continued, and as he spoke I could feel his eyes staring at me intently through the opaque lenses. You are aware of the theories of continental drift, which have it that the continents are gradually floating apart, and that they were once much closer to one another? Such theories are sound. Primal Pangaea did exist, trod by feet other than those of men. Indeed, that first great continent knew life long before the first man wondered at his place in the universe. But at any rate, it was partly to further the work of Wegener and the others that I decided upon my manatee survey, a comparison of the manatees of Liberia, Senegal, and the Gulf of Guinea with those of the Caribbean and the Gulf of Mexico. You see, Mr. Belton, of all the shores of earth, these two are the only coastal stretches where manatees occur in their natural state. Excellent zoological evidence for continental drift. Well, eventually I found myself in Jacksonville on the east coast of North America. There, by chance, I heard of certain strange stones taken out of the sea, stones bearing weathered hieroglyphs of fantastic antiquity, presumably washed ashore by the back currents of the Gulf Stream. Such was my interest in these stones and their possible source. You may recall that Mu, Atlantis, and other mythical sunken lands and cities have long been favorite themes of mine.
that I quickly concluded my manatee survey to sail to Boston, Massachusetts, where I had heard that a collection of such oddities was kept in a private museum. There, when I saw those ancient stones bearing evidence of primal intelligence, I knew that I had conclusive proof of the floating continents theory. Why, I had seen evidence of that same intelligence in places as far apart as the Ivory Coast and the islands of Polynesia. For some time, Haggopian had been showing an increasing agitation, and now he sat wringing his hands and moving restlessly in his chair. "Ah, yes, Mr. Belton, was it not a discovery? For as soon as I saw those basalt fragments I recognized them. They were small, those pieces, yes, but the inscriptions upon them were the same as I had seen cut in the great black pillars of Geff, in the coastal jungles of Liberia, pillars long uncovered by the sea, and about which, on moonlight nights, the natives cavorted and chanted ancient liturgies. I had known those liturgies, too, Belton, from my childhood in the Cook Islands. Yarul Cthulhu Fatagan. With this last thoroughly alien gibberish fluting weirdly from his lips, the Armenian had risen suddenly to his feet, his head aggressively forward, and his knuckles white where they pressed down on the table. Then, as I quickly leaned backwards away from him, he slowly relaxed and fell back into his chair as though exhausted. He let his hands hang limp and turned his face to one side. For at least 3 minutes Haggopian sat like this before turning to me with a half-apologetic shrug of his shoulders. You must excuse me, sir. I find myself very easily given to over-excitement." He took up his glass and drank, then dabbed again at the rivulets of liquid from his eyes before continuing. "But I digress. Mainly I wished to point out that once, long ago, the Americas and Africa were Siamese twins, joined at their middle by a lowland strip which sank as the continental drift began. There were cities in those lowlands, and suffice to say that the beings who built the ancient cities, beings who seeped down from the stars over inchoate eons, once held dominion over all the world. But they left other traces, those beings, queer gods and cults, and even stranger, residua. However, quite apart from these vastly interesting geological discoveries, I had something of a genealogical interest in New England. My mother was Polynesian, you know, but she also had old New England blood in her. My great-great-grandmother was taken from the islands to New England by a deckhand on one of the old East India sailing ships in the late 1820s. And 2 generations later, my grandmother returned to Polynesia after her American husband died in a fire. Until then, the line had lived in Innsmouth, a decaying New England seaport of ill repute, where Polynesian women were anything but rare. My grandmother was pregnant when she returned to the islands, and the American blood came out strongly in my mother. I mention all this because I cannot help but wonder if something in my genealogical background has to do with... You see, I had heard many strange tales in Polynesia as a child, tales of things that come up out of the sea to mate with men, and of their terrible progeny. For the second time, a feverish excitement made itself apparent in Haggopian's voice and attitude, and his whole body trembled, seemingly in the grip of massive, barely repressed emotions. "Yaril, he suddenly burst out again, in that unknown tongue. "What monstrous things lurk even now in the ocean deeps, Belton? And what other things return to that cradle of earthly life?" Abruptly he stood up to begin pacing the patio in his swaying, clumsy lope.
mumbling incoherently to himself, and casting occasional glances in my direction where I sat, very disturbed now by his obviously aberrant condition. But at last he sat down again and continued. "Once more I ask you to accept my apologies, Mr. Belton, and I crave your pardon for straying so wildly from the principal facts. I was speaking before of my book, Denizens of the Deep, and of my dissatisfaction with certain chapters. Well, when finally my interest in New England's shores and mysteries waned, I returned to that book, and especially to a chapter concerning ocean parasites. Of course, I was limited by the fact that the sea cannot boast so large a number of parasitic or symbiotic creatures as the land. Nonetheless, I dealt of the hagfish and lamprey, of certain species of fish leech, whale lice, and clinging weeds, and I compared them with fresh-water leeches, types of tapeworm, fungi, and so on. Now, you might be tempted to believe that there is too great a difference between sea and land dwellers, and of course, in a way there is, but when one considers that all life as we know it sprang originally from the sea— But to continue. In 1956, I was exploring the oceans of the Solomon Islands in a yacht with a crew of 7. We had moored for the night on a beautiful uninhabited little island off San Cristobal, and the next morning, as my men were decamping and preparing the yacht for sea, I walked along the beach looking for conchs. Stranded in a pool by the tide, I saw a great shark, its rough back and dorsal actually breaking the surface. I felt sorry for the creature, and even more so when I saw fastened to its belly one of those very bloodsuckers with which I was still concerned. Not only that, but the hagfish was a beauty. 4 feet long if it was an inch, and definitely of a type I had never before seen. By that time Denizens of the Deep was almost ready, and but for that chapter I have already mentioned, the book would have been at the printer's long since. Well, I could not waste the time it would take to tow the shark to deeper waters, so I had one of my men put it out of its misery with a rifle. Goodness only knows how long the parasite had fed on its juices, gradually weakening it until it had become merely a toy of the tides. As for the hagfish, he was to come with us. Aboard my yacht, I had plenty of tanks to take bigger fish than him, and of course I wanted to study him and include a mention of him in my book. My men managed to net the strange fish without too much trouble, and took it aboard. But they seemed to be having some difficulty getting it back out of the net and into a sunken tank. I went over to give a hand before the fish expired, and that was when the creature began thrashing about. It came out of the net with one great flexing of its body, and took me with it into the tank. My men laughed at first, naturally, and I would have laughed with them, had that awful fish not in an instant fastened itself on my body, its suction-pad mouth grinding high up on my chest, and its eyes boring horribly into mine. After a short pause, during which Haggopian's face worked hideously, he continued. I was delirious for 3 weeks after they dragged me out of the tank. Shock? Poison? I did not know at that time. Now I know, but it is too late. Possibly it was too late even then. My wife was with us as cook, and during my delirium, as I feverishly tossed and turned in my cabin bed, she tended me. Meanwhile the crew kept the hagfish, a previously unknown species of Myxonoideae, well supplied with small sharks and other fish. They never allowed the cyclostome to drain its hosts completely, you understand, but they knew enough to keep the creature healthy for me. My recovery, I remember, was plagued by recurrent dreams of monolithic sub-mare cities, cyclopean structures of basaltic stone, peopled by strange hybrid beings, the amphibious deep ones, minions of Dagon, and worshippers of dreaming Cthulhu. In these dreams, eerie voices called out to me and whispered things of my forebears, things which made me moan through my fever at the hearing. After I recovered, the times were many when I would go below decks to study the hagfish through the glass sides of its tank. Have you ever seen a hagfish close up, Mr. Belton? No? Consider yourself lucky. They are ugly, with looks to match their natures, eel-like and primitive, and their mouths, their horrible rasp-like sucking mouths. 2 months later, towards the end of the voyage, the horror really began. By then my wounds, the raw places on my chest where the thing had had me, were healed completely, but the memory of that first encounter was still terribly fresh in my mind, and— I see the question written on your face, Mr. Belton, but indeed you heard me correctly. I did say my first encounter. Oh, yes, there were more encounters to come. At this point in his remarkable narrative, Haggopian paused once more to dab at the rivulets of moisture seeping from behind his sunglasses, and to drink yet again from the cloudy liquid in his glass. It gave me a chance, covertly, to look about me. The Armenian was seated with his back to the great bungalow, and as I glanced nervously in that direction, I saw a face move quickly out of sight in one of the smaller porthole windows. Later, as Haggopian's story progressed, I was able to see that the face in the window belonged to the old servant woman, and that her eyes were fixed firmly upon him in a kind of hungry fascination. Whenever she caught me looking at her, she would withdraw. "No," Haggopian finally went on. "The hagfish was far from finished with me. As the weeks went by, my interest in the creature grew into a sort of obsession, so that every spare moment found me staring into its tank, or examining the curious marks and scars it left on the bodies of its unwilling hosts. And so it was that I discovered how those hosts were not unwilling, a peculiar fact, and yet— Yes, I found that having once played host to the cyclostome, the fishes it fed upon were ever eager to resume such liaisons, even unto death. Later I was able to establish quite definitely that following the initial violation, the hosts of the hagfish submitted to subsequent attacks with a kind of soporific pleasure. Apparently, Mr. Belton, I had found in the sea the perfect parallel of the vampire of land-based legend. Just what this meant, the utter horror of my discovery, did not dawn on me until— we were moored off Limassol, prior to starting on the very last leg of our trip, the voyage back to Haggopian. I had allowed the crew, all but one man, Costas, who had no desire to leave the yacht, ashore for a night out. My wife, too, had gone to visit friends in Famagusta. Myself, I was happy enough to stay aboard. I had known a tired feeling, a lethargy, for a number of days. I went to bed early. From my cabin I could see the lights of the town and hear the gentle lap of water about the legs of the pier at which we were moored. Costas was drowsing aft, with a fishing line dangling in the water. Before I dropped off to sleep, I called out to him. He answered in a sleepy sort of way, saying that there was hardly a ripple on the sea, and that already he had pulled in 3 fine mullets. When I regained consciousness, it was 3 weeks later, and I was back here on Haggopian. The hagfish had had me yet again. They told me how Costas had heard the splash and found me in the cyclostome's tank. He had managed to get me out of the water before I drowned, but had needed a fight like the very devil to get the monster off me, or rather, to get me off the monster. Do the implications begin to show, Mr. Belton? You see this? He unbuttoned his shirt to show me the marks on his chest, circular scars of about 3 inches in diameter, like those I had seen on the hammerhead, and I stiffened in my chair as I saw their great number. Down to the silken cummerbund he unbuttoned his shirt, and barely an inch of his skin remained unblemished. A number of the scars even overlapped. "Good God!" I finally managed to gasp. "Which god?" Haggopian instantly rasped, his fingers trembling again in that strange passion. "Which god, Mr. Belton? Jehovah or Oannes? The man Christ or the toad thing? God of earth, air, or water? Yarulye? Cthulhu Fatagan? Yibstul? Na Yat Sotot? I know many gods, sir." Again jerkily he filled his glass from the pitcher, literally gulping at the sediment-loaded stuff until I thought he must choke. When finally he put down his empty glass, I could see that he had himself once more under a semblance of control. "That second time," he continued, "everyone believed I had fallen into the tank in my sleep. As a boy I had been something of a somnambulist. At first even I believed it was so, for at that time I was still blind to the creature's power over me. They say that the hagfish is blind too, Mr. Belton, and members of the better-known species certainly are. But my hag was not blind. Indeed, primitive or not, I believe that after the first 3 or 4 times he was actually able to recognize me. I used to keep the creature in the tank where you saw the hammerheads, forbidding anyone else entry. I would pay my visits at night whenever the mood came on me, and he would be there waiting for me, with his ugly mouth groping at the glass and his queer eyes peering out in awful anticipation. He would go straight to the steps as soon as I began to climb them, waiting for me in the water until I joined him there. I would wear a snorkel so as to breathe while it... Haggopian was trembling all over now, and dabbing angrily at his face. Glad of the chance to take my eyes off the man's oddly glistening features, I finished off my drink and refilled my glass with the remainder of the beer in the bottle. The chill was long off the beer by then, and it was flat. I drank solely to relieve my mouth of its clammy dryness. "The worst of it was," he went on after a while, "that what was happening to me was not against my will. As with the sharks and other host fish, so with me. I enjoyed each hideous liaison as the drug-addict delights in his delusions, and the results of my addiction were no less destructive. I experienced no more periods of delirium, such as I had known following my first 2 meetings with the creature, but I could feel that my strength was slowly but surely being sapped. My assistants knew that I was ill, naturally, but it was my wife who suffered the most. I could have little to do with her, do you see? If we had led any sort of normal life, then she must surely have seen the marks on my body. Oh, but I waxed cunning in my addiction, and no one guessed the truth behind the strange sickness which was slowly killing me, draining me of my life's blood. A little over a year later, in 1958, when I knew I was on death's very doorstep, I allowed myself to be talked into undertaking another voyage. My wife loved me deeply still, and believed a prolonged trip might do me good. I think that Kostas had begun to suspect the truth by then. I even caught him one day in the forbidden room, staring curiously at the cyclostome in its tank. His suspicions became more obvious, however, when I told him that the creature was to go with us. He was against the idea from the start. I argued that my studies were incomplete, and that when I was finished with the hag I intended to release it at sea. I intended no such thing. In fact, I did not believe I would last the voyage out. From 14 stone in weight, I was down to less than 8. We were anchored off the Great Barrier Reef the night my wife found me with the hagfish. The others were asleep after a party aboard. I had insisted that they all drink and make merry, so that I could be sure not to be disturbed, but my wife had remained sober, and I had not noticed. The first thing I knew of it was when I saw her standing at the side of the tank, looking down at me and the thing. I will always remember her face, the horror and awful knowledge written upon it, and her scream, the way it split the night. By the time I got out of the tank, she was gone. She had fallen or thrown herself overboard. Her scream had roused the crew, and Costas was the first to be up and about. He saw me before I could cover myself. I took 3 of the men, and went out in a little boat to look for my wife, to no avail. When we got back, Costas had finished off the hagfish. He had gaffed the thing to death. Its head was little more than a bloody pulp, but even in death, its suctorial mouth continued to rasp away at nothing. After that, for a whole month, I would have Costas nowhere near me. I do not think he wanted to be near me. I believe that he knew my grief was not solely for my poor wife. Well, that was the end of the first phase, Mr. Belton. I rapidly regained my health. The years fell off my face and body until I was almost the same man I had been. I could never be exactly the same, though. For one thing, I had lost all my hair. As I have said, the creature had taken me to death's very doorstep. Also, to remind me of the horror, there were the scars on my body and a greater scar on my mind, the look on my wife's face when last I had seen her. During the next year I finished my book, mentioning nothing of my discoveries during the course of my manatee survey, nothing of my experiences with the awful fish. I dedicated the book to the memory of my poor wife, but yet another year was to pass before I could get the episode with the hagfish completely out of my system. From then on, I could not bear even to think back on my terrible obsession. It was shortly after I married for the second time that phase 2 began. For some time I had been experiencing a strange pain in my abdomen just above my navel, but had not troubled myself to see a doctor. I have an abhorrence of doctors. Within 6 months of the wedding, the pain had disappeared, to be replaced by something far worse. Knowing my terror of medical men, my new wife kept my secret, and though we neither of us knew it, that was the worst thing we could have done. Perhaps if I had seen about the thing sooner. You see, Mr. Belton, I had developed, yes, an organ, an appendage. A snout-like thing had grown out of my stomach, with a tiny hole at its tip like a second navel. Eventually, of course, I was obliged to see a doctor, and after he examined me and told me the worst, I swore him, or rather I paid him, to secrecy. The organ could not be removed, he said. It was part of me. It had its own blood vessels, a major artery, and connections with my lungs and stomach. It was not malignant in the sense of a morbid tumor. Other than this, he was unable to explain the thing away. After an exhaustive series of tests, though, he was further able to say that my blood, too, had undergone a change. There seemed to be far too much salt in my system. The doctor told me then that by all rights I ought not to be alive. Nor did it stop there, Mr. Belton, for soon other changes started to take place, this time in the snout-like organ itself, when the tiny navel began to open up at its tip. And then, my poor wife, and my eyes. Once more Haggopian had to stop. He sat there, gulping like a fish out of water, with his whole body trembling violently and the thin streams of moisture trickling down his face. Again he filled his glass and drank deeply of the filthy liquid, and once more he wiped at his ghastly face. My own mouth had gone very dry again, and if I had something to say, I very much doubt I could have managed it. It seems, the Armenian half-gulped, half-rasped, then uttered a weird, harshly choking bark, before finally setting himself to finishing his unholy narrative. Now his voice was less human than any voice I had ever heard before. "You have more nerve than I thought, Mr. Belton, and you were right. Indeed, you are not easily shocked or frightened. In the end, it is I who am the coward, for I cannot tell the rest of the tale. I can only show you, and then you must leave. You may wait for Costas at the pier." With that, Haggopian slowly stood up and peeled off his open shirt. Hypnotized, I watched as he began to unwind the cummerbund at his waist, watched as his organ came into view, as it blindly groped in the light like the snout of a rooting pig, but the thing was not a snout. Its end was an open, gasping mouth, red and loathsome, with rows of rasp-like teeth, and in its sides breathing gill-slits showed, moving in and out as the thing sucked at thin air. Even then the horror was not at an end, for as I lurched reelingly to my feet, the Armenian took off those hellish sunglasses. For the first time I saw his eyes, his bulging fish eyes, without whites, like jet marbles, oozing painful tears in the constant ache of an alien environment, eyes adapted for the murky gloom of the deeps. I remember how, as I fled blindly down the beach to the pier, Haggopian's last words rang in my ears. The words he rasped as he threw down the cummerbund and removed the dark-lensed sunglasses from his face. "Do not pity me, Mr. Belton," he had said. "The sea was ever my first love, and there is much I do not know of her even now. But I will. And I shall not be alone of my kind among the deep ones. There is one I know to be waiting even now, and one other yet to come." During the short trip back to Kletnos, numb though my mind ought to have been, the journalist in me took over, and I thought back to Haggopian's hellish story, and its equally hellish implications. I thought of his great love of the ocean, of the strangely cloudy liquid which helped to sustain him, and of the thin film of protective slime which glistened on his face and presumably covered the rest of his body. I thought of his weird forebears and the exotic gods they had worshipped, of things that came up out of the sea to mate with men. I thought of the fresh marks I had seen on the undersides of the sharks in the great tank, marks made by no ordinary parasite, for Haggopian had returned his lampreys to the sea all of 3 years earlier. And I thought of that second wife, who, rumor had it, died of some exotic wasting disease. Finally, I thought of those other rumors I had heard of his third wife, how she was no longer living with him. But of the latter, it was not until we docked at Kletnos proper that I learned how these rumors, understandable though the mistake was, were in fact mistaken. For it was then, as the faithful Costas helped the old woman from the boat, that she stepped on her trailing shawl. That shawl and her veil were one and the same garment, so that her clumsiness caused a momentary exposure of her face, neck, and one shoulder to a point just above her left breast. In that same instant of inadvertent unveiling, I saw the woman's face for the first time, and also the livid scars where they began, just beneath her collarbone. At last I understood the strange magnetism Haggopian had held for her, that magnetism not unlike the unholy attraction between the morbid hagfish of his story and its all-too-willing hosts. I understood, too, my previous interest in her dehydrated face, which yet had classic features. For now I could see that it was the face of a certain Athenian model, lately of note, Haggopian's third wife, wed to him on her 18th birthday. And then, as my whirling thoughts flashed back yet again to that second wife, buried at sea, I knew finally, cataclysmically, what the Armenian had meant when he said, "There is one I know to be waiting even now, and one other yet to come." 7. Escape. Despite my personal problems, or perhaps more correctly because of them, the horror of Belton's tale reached out to me. And for all his journalistic background, I guessed that he had colored the story not at all, that it had happened just the way he told it. But while, during its telling, there had been so much in the story I could relate to my own knowledge of the Deep Ones, still I had not in this instance found anything to prove conclusively their inimical nature. Instead, Haggopian's case had inspired in me a sort of pity. I had felt a definite empathy with the man in his extremes of horror. Oh, I myself could now testify to the fact that the Deep Ones were devious in their ways, no doubt of that. But deadly? A threat to the world, to the universe? That was something entirely different. By now, however, my legs felt stiff from standing so awkwardly on the chair, and one of them was about to go to sleep on me. I told Belton I would be back in a few minutes, and got painfully down. Pacing back and forth for a little while in the confines of my tank until my joints were eased, I found myself dwelling morbidly on Haggopian's dreams, which had seemed so reminiscent of my own, and on his peculiar genealogy. My background, too, had more than its fair share of anomalies, which I must certainly look into if ever my position permitted it. Then, as I was about to climb back up onto my chair, there came the sound of unhurried feet outside, and a few seconds later I heard Belton's door once more thrown open. Almost immediately the door was slammed shut and barred again, and the footsteps paused outside my own door. I heard Sarah's voice, raised in what sounded like a request, and Semple's firm refusal before all sounds passed on and faded away. After a little while, I got back up on my chair and tapped on the grill. Belton looked up and managed a wry smile. "They don't intend to finish me just yet, at any rate," he said. "Look here, I've been given a blanket." Then his face hardened. "There were 3 of them. 3 Deep Ones." I nodded, though he could hardly have seen more than the merest movement of my head through the grill. "You knew them by their looks." "By their looks, their smell, their damned fish eyes. They're unmistakable. In New England it's called the Innsmouth look." "Who is the big hulking one?" "Sergeant, you mean? He's some sort of servant around here." Belton nodded. "A changeling who never quite made it, faithful to the Deep Ones as a dog to its master." "How do you mean, changeling?" I asked. "Not in Haggopian's way, surely?" He shrugged. "There are changelings and changelings. It was a long time after Haggopian that I started to look at the native legends and myth patterns of the Solomon Islands. You'll remember he found his hagfish off San Cristobal? Well, all anyone need do is pick up a book on oceanic mythology at any bookshop, and he'll find more than enough evidence of the deep ones and changelings. The natives out there know well enough of the Adaro, sea sprites, who are part human, part fish. They visit men in their dreams and teach them strange songs and chants, and they call to them on conchs and tempt them into the sea.
He paused for a moment, then continued.
But no, the half-people here in this place are not of Haggopian sort. I rather fancy that he was the first of his kind, protogenous, you might say, and that his inherent Deep One genes were both activated and mutated by the advent of the hagfish. More than that I can't say. I'm no biologist.
He looked up at me strangely, quizzically, I thought. But before I could comment, he went quickly on.
But as I was saying, these people are not Haggopian sort.
Then just what sort are they? I asked.
I haven't seen them all, he answered, but there are 3 types here at least. Sargent is land-born and didn't make the change. One of his parents was a deep one, but the human side was dominant. And for all their prowess with drugs, the true deep ones haven't been able to bring about the full change in him. Or perhaps they started on him too late, when he was too set in his human ways, or when his body was no longer able to accomplish the metamorphosis. Incidentally, one of the side effects of their damned drugs, when they don't work, is to stunt the mind and retard its processes. That poor devil Sargent looks to me to be a classic example. Then there's the one called Semple. He's a half-breed too, except that in his case, the dominant side was all deep one. He's just about ready to take to the water. Maybe already has, in which case he's a true amphibian. And there was one in the car whose smell nearly turned my stomach. My guess is that he was an original deep one, with no human blood in him at all. That type can't stay out of the sea very long.
He paused, then after a moment went on.
Yes, it looks to me like they're after a setup here, similar to what they once had in America. Back in the early 1920s, Innsmouth was crawling with all types of deep ones. It was one of their biggest strongholds, remote and decaying. And of course there was one of their submarine cities close by.
Johann Thley? I asked, knowing that I was right. He frowned up at me.
You know a bit more than I thought. Yes, Johann Thley. And they had been mingling the blood for ages. That part of the American coastline, just like this part here in England, has always been mermaid country. You see what I mean? Anyway, in 1928, government agents got wind of what was going on and stepped in. They just about leveled half the place, but they in no way finished off the job, more's the pity. I don't suppose the government men really knew what they were dealing with.
As he finished speaking, the scientist in me suddenly rebelled against all I had already more than half accepted. "Listen," I began, with something of desperation in my voice. "A moment ago you mentioned that you're not a biologist. Well, I am a biologist, a marine biologist. And I just can't make myself accept that there could ever be issue from this sort of union. It's just too fantastic."
No.
He shook his head.
It's not too fantastic at all. You yourself could mate with a pygmy girl and raise 6-foot sons.
"Of course I could," I exploded, "but not with a damned frog."
Oh?
He peered up at the grill.
It's not so very long ago that they used to test a woman for pregnancy by injecting a female frog with her urine. If the frog spawned, the woman was pregnant. It actually works. Are you saying there's no link?
"Oh, I know all about that," I told him.
and if there were enough time I could even explain it to you, but, he cried out. There can be no argument. It's real, I tell you. Changelings? My God! Just look at the life cycle of the common frog. And as for why they want you, why, you've already answered that one yourself. What? How do you mean? You're a biologist, aren't you? A marine biologist, yes. He nodded. Yes, and they've been recruiting all sorts to their cause. Doctors, scientists, biologists. Men, yes, human beings. Every man has his price, they say, and the deep ones know it. I still don't follow you. Don't you? You must know what a clone is. A clone? Of course I know what a... I stopped short. What are you getting at? Just this. I believe they're about ready to start cloning deep ones. What? I have evidence, I tell you. And something else. In all of the experiments performed so far in cloning, which do you suppose have been most effective? What type of creature may most readily be cloned? The short hairs rose of their own accord on the back of my neck, and I shuddered uncontrollably. The amphibia, I answered in a whisper. Yes, he vigorously nodded his head. Damn frogs! And that's what they're after, an entire submarine world full of deep ones, every body of water on Earth swarming with them, and when there are too many of them for us to handle, then... He hugged his blanket around his shoulders. We'll be herded like cattle. And then they'll be able to concentrate on their main objective, which is to release Cthulhu, of course, to set that ageless monster free. But surely Cthulhu is a purely mythical creature, I argued, the god of their faith. And the way they tell it, he's benign, and... Benign? He choked on the word. My God, do you know what you're saying? Not only is Cthulhu real, he's responsible for half of this crazy world's madness. Those are not ordinary dreams he sends out from Roulier, but nightmares, hideous visions to turn the minds of men and drive them mad. For a moment I was gripped by the intensity of his belief, dragged by it to the rim of a chasm of utmost lunacy. But still something in me, some imp of the perverse, refused to let me finally accept the truth of his statements. No, I said, I just can't believe it. The rest of it I'll allow, everything, but Cthulhu? Listen, man, he stopped me. I know he's real. Christ, if you'd read the Johansen narrative, and I have, then you'd know it too. The Johansen narrative, I said. I never heard of it. No. Belton was suddenly calmer, resigned, and I don't suppose it makes much difference, really. He shook his head disgustedly. If you did read it, you'd probably call it fiction, but let me tell you anyway. In 1925, the bed of the Pacific buckled and tossed Roulier up to the surface. Johansen was the sole survivor of a ship that landed on that hellish upheaval. It was a crazy place, of monoliths and mad angles, all covered with monstrous carvings. Johansen's story, a tale he didn't long survive, is more terrifying than anything I've told you so far. But he saw Cthulhu, and his hair turned white at what he saw. Go on, I pressed him. What exactly did he see? Before he could answer, as I tried to ease my legs by changing my position, the chair rocked beneath me. I held tight to the corners of the grill to steady myself, and felt the metal plate move under the pressure exerted by my fingers. In another moment I had managed to steady myself. "Have you got that thing loose?" Belton asked, peering up at the grill. I thought I saw it move then. "It did, yes," I answered. "Just let me get this last screw loose, and—" I took up the screwdriver, turned its blade in the slot of the screw, and the grill moved. 3 or 4 more turns of the blade, and it was almost loose. I forced the grill down until it hung from that single screw, then stared at the face of Belton through the small opening.
He stared back, stared up at me, and in a moment his mouth fell open and his eyes went wide. Then he stumbled back, away from the metal wall, away from me, arms wide and flailing, an inarticulate gurgle welling in his throat. I was too amazed at Belton's inexplicable reaction to do or say anything on the spur of the moment, and only a second or so later it would have been impractical to try, for even as I heard the sound of muffled footsteps from outside, and the grating of bars being removed, even as I fumblingly replaced the grill and stepped clumsily down from the chair, the door of my tank burst open, and Sergeant, the doctor, and one other entered single file, and in great haste. From the adjacent tank I heard Belton shouting something in a defiant voice, and the sound of vicious cursing and desperate activity, followed by a sickening thud of flesh against the wall as a human scream, rising, was cut short. Caught red-handed, I faced the three who cautiously approached me. I had placed the screwdriver out of sight in my pocket. Now I thought to reach for it, and only just managed to check myself. The tool would be of no use against the three of them. I needed to keep it until later, when there might be only one of these creatures to deal with. As they backed me up against the wall, I merely glanced at Sergeant, whose face was now puffed up in rage, and at the doctor, who bit his lip in annoyance. But as for the third one, him, I could not take my eyes off. For if he were not that same creature which had dragged me from the boat in the bay, then certainly he was its brother. The deep one came closer, fish eyes unblinking, approaching with movements which were half slither, half hop, and my instinctive reaction was to flee. Then I remembered how weak I was supposed to be, and backed along the wall until the back of my leg struck the edge of the bed. Down I fell on the bed, unresisting, as the three closed with me and took hold of my arms. While Sergeant and the deep one held me, the doctor produced a needle and hovered over me. "So," he said, "we found a way to chat with our friend next door, did we?" He glanced up at the grill, which had fallen half open of its own accord, then at the chair where it stood close to the metal wall. "And doubtless he told you many lies. Well, no matter at all." He slid the needle into my arm, and in the space of a few seconds I felt a numbness creeping over me. I closed my eyes, and the two who held me released their grip. Their voices came to me from far away. I heard Sergeant say,
"The fish. He's taken some of them. Bones over here."
And he was answered by another voice, that of the deep one, whose texture and tone still do not bear detailed description, which seemed to concur with and approve of Sergeant's observation. Then the doctor said, "Yes, he makes rapid progress. Sarah made a good choice. But it was a mistake to put Belton next door. Still, what's done is done." I felt his fingers at my neck, probing gently in that area where the skin was rough, through my constant chafing and rubbing. Then he lifted the lid of my right eye, and his face swam into view. He smiled, but his face was out of focus, so that his expression seemed to me like the grin of one of hell's own demons. "Rapid progress indeed," he repeated, lowering my eyelids like a shutter, and allowing me to slide down into the darkness of oblivion. And again the nightmare. But this time more monstrous than anything I had dreamed so far. I swam in frozen, weed-shrouded deeps between basaltic towers of titanic proportions, and behind these massive stone facades I knew that somewhere the loathly Lord Cthulhu dreamed his own damnable dreams of dominion. I was searching for something, a door, yes, and at last I found it looming open behind a slab of coral-encrusted basalt fallen in ages past from the main structure. Down into gloom I swam, in lightless vaults whose immeasurable antiquity numbed the mind, until finally I came to those inner chambers which housed the sleeping god, and at last, glowing in fires of luminescent rottenness, I saw Cthulhu himself.
But it was an unquiet sleep that the great old one slept, and his demon claws tightened threateningly on the sides of his great throne even as I watched, while his folded wings moved as if to open over his tentacled head and lift him up from the deeps to the unsuspecting world above. The eyes in his great face were closed, which I knew was a mercy, and the tentacles that fringed and bearded his head like the tendrils of some obscene anemone were almost but not quite still, so that I went carefully indeed for fear of waking him. Then, when I would have turned to steal silently away, he sensed me. His wings stopped their trembling. His fitfully scrabbling claws became purposeful and started to reach out towards me. His eyes became great slits, which hideously, hypnotically began to open. And horror of horrors, his face tentacles uncoiled like waking snakes, groping with unimaginable intent in my direction, where I backed frantically away, stirring up the eon-deposited silt and slime in my haste to be out of that place. And as I fled, so I awakened. Sweat-soaked, I awakened to darkness. The light was out, and the tank was stifling as a tomb. As my dream receded, I remembered all that had gone before, and felt for the screwdriver where it lay in my pocket. Reassured, I listened to the pounding of my heart until it slowed, and returned to normal. Not too far away, I could hear the gentle hush of the sea against the beach, and guessed that the tide was in, and that it was night outside. Night, and the place was dark and silent. Or was it? From somewhere overhead, a muted creaking sounded, and the merest suspicion of voices told of life in the building above me. Anger, yes, and hatred, too, tightened my face as I determined to wait no longer, but make my escape at the very next opportunity. And with the decision came pain, enough to make me put my hands up to my neck and feel tenderly the ruptured skin beneath my jaw on both sides. I felt, and what I discovered brought instant panic, for the lesions beneath my unbelieving fingers were fresh and deep, regular slits that ran parallel to my jawbone and felt like flaps of raw flesh. Sheer panic, but only for a moment. And then I knew a cold and calculating calm that should have frightened me almost as much as its cause, which was a sudden and shockingly illuminating knowledge of the truth. The truth at last, yes, for of course I now knew. I knew what had frightened Belton when first he had seen my face through the open grill. Knew also why I had been chosen in the first place. Oh, there was much I still did not know, but these things I knew. In one cataclysmic moment I knew them, these and one other. That through no doing of my own, I had acquired the Innsmouth look, and that one way or another I would make the deep ones pay. A moment later, I slipped out of my clothes and into the water in the sunken area of the tank. Even in the dark, the fish were easy to find. I seemed to sense their whereabouts. They were not yet dead, though very nearly so, but even had I found them floating belly up on the surface, still I would have eaten of them. Oh, yes, for I would need what strength I could muster now for what was next to come. Semple did not come alone, but with Sargent. Lying on my bed in feigned sleep, I silently cursed my luck as the door opened with its customary clanging, and their voices reached me. My plan had depended upon only one of them coming to see me, for come he surely must, sooner or later, if only to replenish my food, and see how I was progressing. I had not had to wait for very long, but now I was at a loss what to do. It fully appeared that I might have to put my plan back.
Then I felt the light burn through my closed eyelids, and heard Semple step through the raised portal into the tank. As he did so, he said to Sergeant, "Here, take the flashlight." Sergeant answered, "Should I wait?" "No need," Semple answered. "He'll be weak as a kitten. Shove the door to, but don't bar it. I'll let myself out." So I was to be left alone with Semple, was I? My pulse quickened on the instant. "Good night, sir," came Sergeant's phlegmy reply, then the dull thump of the door closing, and finally the sound of slow footsteps retreating. Now I had to fight to control my breathing, my pounding heart, as Semple approached my bed to stand over me. What was he doing standing so still? Did he suspect? I was startled at what came next. I had been prepared for a hand on my arm, shaking me awake, not the gentle tremor of Semple's fingers at the freshly opened gill slits of my neck. I started up, my hands reaching to close viciously on his own silk-covered throat before he could cry out, forcing him down to the metal floor and holding him there motionless until his eyes began to glaze and his fleshy lips started to tremble spasmodically. By now Sergeant would be well away, in his room up above in the main building. Still, best to be sure. Gradually I released my hold on Semple's neck, and he drew air, but only with difficulty. The silk scarf he still wore had been displaced, and beneath my fingers I could see his bruised and battered gills. Already I had done him grave injury, not fatal, however, as yet, for he was an amphibian, and could use his lungs like a normal human being.
"Fool!" he hoarsely croaked. "You'll pay!"
"No, you'll pay, Semple, for what you've done to me. Now listen, this can be easy or hard. Hard on you. I'm getting out of here, and I'm taking Belton with me. He's not in the next tank. I know because I've looked. You left the light on in there, and the place is empty, so the first thing you're going to do is tell me where he is."
"You can't help
Belton," he wheezed.
"Not now."
Then his voice became pleading.
"Listen, John, you don't know what you're doing. The penalties for—"
"Penalties? I'll pay no penalties, Semple. Not to you or the Deep Ones or anyone. You're coming with us, you, me, and Belton, and there's no chance my story won't be believed. Let's face it, there isn't a medical man in England who wouldn't know you for an alien on sight. Whatever you are, half fish, frog, whatever, they'll declare you inhuman. And just suppose they do mistake you for some poor unfortunate freak, what about me? What you've done to me, or started to do, will be more than sufficient proof, even without Belton's word. I'll have the authorities down on this place before you can turn about."
"Oh?"
he croaked, as I allowed him just sufficient air to keep talking.
"And how will all of this help you? What good will it do you? You're a deep one, John. You always have been. The seeds were there all along, but they were dormant. We've only set them working, accelerated a natural process to bring about the change. When it's complete, then you'll be an amphibian, a deep one."
"But I was a human being," I hissed through clenched teeth, fighting the urge to throttle him there and then. "I still am. What you've done to me will go no further. I haven't taken a single one of your damned pills for more than a week."
"You what?"
He choked the words out, stopped struggling, and gazed up at me in utter astonishment.
"Man, have you any idea just what those pills were?"
"Oh, I know what they were," I answered. "They did this to me," and I inclined my head, showing him my neck.
"No,"
he croaked, squirming beneath my grip.
"The drugs for the change. The hormones and catalysts. They were in your food, in the injections you've been given. You can't stop the change, John. It's irreversible. It's in you, working even now. But those other drugs, the pills, they were to help you retain your sanity."
"What?"
"What have you done, you fool? You were a perfect subject."
The wave of horror and red rage which his words conjured in me was almost too great to bear. I bit my tongue and felt tears of frustration wash down my face as I tightened my grip on him. You, I hissed furiously. Then I threw back my head and screamed voicelessly in my mind, screamed through a mist shot with blood as I applied still more pressure through my fingers and squeezed. Gone now were all thoughts of preserving Semple's life, of keeping him as a specimen with which to alert the authorities. I myself should be evidence enough. My own person, coupled with what Belton had to tell, should satisfy even the most... Belton! I still didn't know where they had put him. I released my grip on Semple's throat, and his head thumped on the metal floor like a lump of lead. His eyes had almost left their sockets, and his gills were crushed to pulp. He was stone dead. All emotion left me in a moment. All horror, hatred, passion drained from me in a split second. I had murdered a man. Then, no, I told myself, I was no murderer. I had merely killed a deep one, destroyed an enemy of man, crushed a scorpion. I shuddered in loathing of the thing on the floor, took out my screwdriver, glanced once more about the naked tank which had housed me for how long? Then carefully pushed the door open and stepped through into a gloomy corridor. It was not completely dark, though nearly so, and I could only just see to make my way to the door of the adjacent tank. It, too, was unbarred, and I managed to open it slightly, sufficiently to peer inside. Momentarily, the light blinded me, but then I was correct. Belton had been taken elsewhere. His blanket lay on the floor, but otherwise the tank was quite empty. Then, remembering that Semple had told me there were 3 tanks, I moved cautiously along the corridor until I found the 3rd door. This door was also unbarred, which alone seemed to suggest that the prisoner was not to be found here. But I decided nevertheless to enter the tank and make sure. As I was about to do so, I became aware of a red, dimly glowing light behind me. My eyes were more accustomed to the gloom now, and as I turned, I could make out the shape of a door in the wall of excavated rock directly opposite me across the wooden flooring of the corridor. The upper panel of the door, of conventional design, unlike the metal manholes of the tanks, was of frosted glass, behind which the red light burned. For a moment I paused breathlessly. I still did not know how I would get out of the place. And what if there were deep ones behind the door? True, the place seemed silent enough, and even with my ear to the frosted glass panel, I could hear nothing at all of voices or movements. Well, I must do something, for plainly I couldn't stay here much longer. For all I knew, Semple's companion of a few minutes ago might well be up above, even now waiting for him to put in an appearance. He would have to wait a long time. Since it seemed unlikely that Belton could be in the unbarred 3rd tank, perhaps he had been put in the room with the redly glowing light. In any case, my curiosity had been piqued. Despite my terrifically dangerous position, I had to know what lay behind that door. Carefully, with each and every nerve in my body shrieking its tension, I turned the knob of the door and opened it, then entered silently and closed the door with the merest click behind me. The room was completely still, with only that single dim red bulb glowing at some indeterminate distance from me. On the wall my hand found a nest of light switches, one of which was depressed. I tripped this one switch, and the red light went out. Immediately my heart skipped a beat, but nothing else happened. I switched the light on again, and a second, a third. 3 red lights, evenly spaced out, now lit the gloom, but their combined light gave little more illumination than one bulb on its own. I tripped a 4th switch, and was almost blinded as the white glare of a large industrial bulb blazed into life close to where I stood. Wide-eyed in shock, I gritted my teeth, expecting something, but no. The seconds passed with the leaden thumping of my heart, and there was no sign of life. The place was still and utterly silent. I started to breathe again, and began to take in the size of the subterranean room in which I now found myself. After spending so long in the tank, this place and its unexpected hugeness completely overawed me. Tiled walls stretched away for at least 30 yards or more, and the width of the room was only a little less than its length. The entire area beneath the place on the beach had been completely hollowed out. A tiled walkway some 10 feet wide surrounded a large sunken area 6 or 7 feet deep, with metal steps leading into, or rather out of, the pool. Without the slightest shadow of a doubt, this was a pool, empty at the moment, but destined for a great deal of use. The unfinished pool which fronted the building up above was merely for show, an acceptable excuse for cutting a channel from the sea direct to the Deep One's headquarters. And this secret pool was where the Deep Ones would emerge, unseen by human eyes whenever they came in from the ocean. A pair of large pipes, just big enough to take 2 swimmers abreast, showed their shiny white mouths in one of the sunken walls, and in my mind's eye I could picture monstrous frog shapes emerging, convening in the salty water of the pool, and doing what? What in hell was this place really for? What did the Deep Ones plan? The pool was a big one. Why did they need a pool so large? Was Belton right in everything he suspected? Perhaps this was where I might find out. There were doors in the tiled walls of the room, each one bearing a name or title on a plastic plate. Moving round the pool, apart from the comparatively low ceiling and the absence of diving boards, it was for all the world like being in a small deserted swimming bath after hours. I paused to peer at the first nameplate. It said, Puthum Lahoy. Was this really someone's name? I tried the door, but it was locked. The next door, which had an as yet unmarked plate, stood slightly ajar. I entered a medium-sized room piled high with crates, boxes, and sections of metal shelving waiting for assembly. There was nothing here to interest me, however, so I quickly moved on. Then, at the far end of the pool, I came to a door with Semple's name on it. I entered, put on the light, then stood gaping in astonishment at the veritable library of occult and esoteric literature contained within that small enclosed area. It would have been pointless even to attempt to remember more than 6 titles from those ceiling-high shelves, much less list them. They meant little enough to me, and would doubtless mean nothing at all to anyone but a student of such matters. While Semple had told me that he was just such a student, I had never thought of his obsession in terms of such magnitude. But, much as I would have liked to stay longer and look into some of these disquieting volumes, I still had to find Belton, and my position must surely have been growing more and more untenable by the minute. Hurriedly, I moved on, trying doors and briefly entering those that stood open, discovering nothing of any great importance, and growing ever more aware of a rapidly thickening aura of hideous danger. Then, when I had almost returned to my starting point, after examining the rooms of several unrecognized human names, and one, at least, which I did know, that of Dr. Abraham Waite, the same doctor who had so misused me, and those of true Deep Ones, with names every bit as unearthly as the almost unpronounceable Puthum Lahoy, I was brought up short by a plate bearing a name which I immediately recognized. The plate said simply, I. Choskov. But the Igor Choskov I knew of was a Russian biochemist whose work in certain areas of biology, including cloning, had made him a fairly famous, and in other quarters, more concerned with ethics than results, an unprincipled and infamous name in his field. He had defected from the Soviet Union in 1964, since which time he had gradually faded from the limelight, and now? The door of Choskov's room was open, and I entered, and in less than a minute I had satisfied myself that indeed Belton was correct in all he suspected of deep-won ambitions and motivations. The room was nothing less than a small but extremely sophisticated and well-equipped laboratory, and to me it was abundantly clear what Choskov's work was to be. This was the room where eventually he would attempt to manufacture an army of identical deep ones. I had seen enough. Now, without more ado, I must find Belton and get out of this monstrous place. I left Choskov's laboratory, went to the main door, switched off all the lights except for the one small red bulb whose glow had led me to the place, and silently slipped out into the corridor. The oval door of the third tank stood before me, my last shot before attempting to discover a way out of this nest of evil. I stepped across the corridor, pulled the door open, and entered. The light was on, which was well, for I would not have known where to locate the switch, and the tank was empty? No, not empty, for Belton's clothing lay in a disordered heap in one corner. Also, there were thick red smears on the metal floor. My flesh crawled as I froze, turned to stone by a movement glimpsed in the corner of my eye, a movement so slight as to be almost unnoticeable. Something was coming up over the lip of the sunken area, following a scarlet smear where it had dripped over the edge, a conch, one of those unique sinistral conchs with which this entire nightmare had commenced. On legs which were suddenly weak as columns of jelly, I moved to the edge of the sunken area. It was half full of water that was alive with conchs. Directly beneath where I stood, a barrel-shaped knot of the slugs bobbed gently in the water on something which slowly revolved beneath their moving weight. Even as I watched, a cluster of them fell from the half-submerged object, fell bloated and red and sated. Acclimatization. Immersion in a brine solution at a controlled temperature, fed with especially rich nutrients. As God is my witness, if God there ever was, the eyeless, half-devoured, bloody gobbet of flesh in the water was all that remained of Jeremy Belton. 8. Changeling. The rest of it is a blur, a frenzy of memories seen now in my mind's eye like a stroboscopic nightmare. I remember finding a metal staircase that led upward, and a door that opened onto the beach on the southern side of the main building. I remember hugging the shadows beneath leering, peeping stars as I fled to the rocks of the southern promontory, and how I made my way around that tall tumble of boulders until I waded, then swam in the cool waters of the pool as the sea receded. I recall the way the moon silvered the water as I swam, adding its luster to a fire of morbid excitement that burned in my veins. And for all that a greater passion drove me, there was a lure in the nighted ocean that was near hypnotic. Then I remember stumbling from the water on the southern side of the bay arm, to be confronted by the thing, which grew menacingly out of the shadows until it towered over me like a nodding stalagmite of sentient slime. The Shoggoth, whose myriad eyes gazed at me, whose pseudopod arms reached out avidly to encircle me, before it shrank back in seeming consternation to stand mute and uncertain, though still vaguely threatening, beside an upright needle-like boulder large as itself. Then a warning, as if to show me that my identity and loyalties remained in doubt, that the creature was far from satisfied with my authenticity. It turned on the rock standing up from the damp sands and enveloped it in an instant. This envelopment was simply that. The Shoggoth flowed forward and enclosed the rock. Then there followed a hissing, slight at first, but rapidly increasing to a subdued, contained roar. I stood, trembling, dripping salt water, frozen in my terror, watching as the Shoggoth's outline seemed to vibrate, where its protoplasmic body crushed the solid stone it enclosed. In some inexplicable way, I was given to know the creature's purpose, to demonstrate its power, its awesome strength, and like a whale blowing, suddenly the top of the Shoggoth opened. I can explain it no other way. Its upper surface developed an aperture, or orifice, and from this palpitating opening, reeking furnace gases rushed upwards in a roaring jet, carrying with them small, charred, sticky fragments of stone, which rained down spatteringly to steam and hiss upon the beach. I covered my head with my arms to avoid being struck by this superheated debris, and backed away. And as I retreated, so the Shoggoth ended its display and flowed back into its original position. Now, where so recently the boulder had stood, a black circle of tarry liquid steamed and bubbled, and of the great rock in its original form no slightest shadow remained. Without more ado, as I continued to back away, the Shoggoth melted back into the shadows of the beach and was gone. Just as poor Belton had done, this protoplasmic horror had finally accepted me for what I was rapidly becoming, a deep one, and as such it could do me no harm. Released from my paralysis of fright, at last I turned and ran. And there followed my long, loping, low-panting flight along the beach beneath the cliffs, until, at last, I climbed Siam's old and crumbling sea-wall to the promenade, where I paused and drew breath as my eyes took in the silhouette of the seafront by night. I looked closer, staring into the darkness, unable to believe my good fortune. A light was on in Sam Hadley's window, and his battered old Ford stood on the pavement in front of his house. My one thought now was to get as far away from Siam as possible, give myself a little time to think things out, and work out a sure means of presenting my case to the authorities. A long taxi ride into Newquay would allow me sufficient time to compose myself, and once there I could go straight to the police. My best approach would be to report Jeremy Belton's death, which must surely be guaranteed to produce the desired result. Before morning, the place on the beach would be crawling with police, and the plans of the deep ones in England would be completely scotched, blown sky-high. As to what would then become of me, only time would tell. I was not without influential friends. What could be done for me would be done. I could not, dared not believe that what had started in me was truly without remedy. I had to cling to the belief that whatever else happened, I myself could be put right. And so I walked unsteadily along the promenade to Sam's place, made my way down the garden path, and knocked on his door. There was movement within. The door opened, and Sam stood in the night-shadowed hall. "Sam," I said, "you don't know how glad I am to find you up. I have a job for you that will pay 4 times your normal rate, if only you—" And there I paused as I noticed the way he silently regarded me, his face white in the moonlight that flooded his doorway. "Sam," I said, "is something—" He stepped to one side, and a previously hidden form suddenly loomed in the darkness of the hall behind him. A great hand shot out, grabbed me by the shoulder, and jerked me forward. I threw up my own hands, but too late. In the moment before a massive, club-like fist struck me in the forehead, I recalled something old Jason Ridley had told me when I last had tried to enlist Sam Hadley's services, that the people from the club did a fair bit of trade with 'em. Then, as I reeled and fell into Hadley's garden, the owner of the sledge-like fists stepped into view. "Sergeant!" and the way he and Hadley stood over me told me that indeed the latter was in league with the Deep Ones, and that once again I was in their power. Somehow I held on to consciousness as I was picked up by Sergeant and Hadley, carried down the garden path, and out through the gate, to be bundled unceremoniously into the back of the old Ford. Then the car's doors slammed, and the engine started into life. A moment more, and the car was making a three-point turn in the narrow roadway. No need to wonder where I was being taken. Doubtless Semple's body had been discovered where I had left it, and the Deep Ones had sent Sergeant after me. The trip was a matter of minutes by car. They had phoned Hadley. He had gone to the place on the beach to pick up Sergeant. Then, returning to Hadley's place, the two had simply waited for me. As my head began to clear, I lay still and feigned unconsciousness, at the same time easing the rusty screwdriver out of my pocket. One thing was certain, come what may, I was not going back to Deep One headquarters. When the car turned left and picked up speed, I knew we were in Sea Lane, Seam's main street, that led to the coastal trunk road, and so to Newquay. At the top of Sea Lane, 200 yards beyond the village, there was a T-junction where the car would once again turn left. There, directly across the bar of the T, was an old, deep and derelict quarry whose fenced side ran parallel with the road for a distance of some 30 yards. Picturing the quarry as I remembered it from my many walks in the area, a desperate scheme began to form in my mind. Carefully, moving my body as little and as slowly as possible, I eased myself up until I could see who was driving. It was Sergeant, and that suited my scheme perfectly. I doubted if I could do what must be done to an entirely human person, no matter his affiliation with the horrors from the sea. Then I gathered my feet in beneath me and waited, crouching there in the dark interior of the car until Sergeant began to apply the brakes as we approached the junction. Just as the car turned left and started to accelerate, Hadley casually turned and looked directly into my face. His eyebrows shot up in shock, and he yelled, "Sergeant, he's—" But I had already looped my right arm round Sergeant's neck, lifting his chin while I used my left hand to drive the blade of the screwdriver into his throat. Then, as he choked and grabbed with both hands at his spurting neck, I dropped the screwdriver, shoved him against the door, grabbed the steering wheel and jerked it to the right. The car careened across the road in a screeching of tires and mounted the curb. By now Hadley was trying to snatch my left hand away from the wheel. I obliged him, smashing the back of my fist into his face, and knew the satisfaction of feeling teeth give way under my knuckles. In the glare of the headlights, as the car began to jounce on the uneven slope that formed the quarry's rim, I caught sight of a white wooden fence, and knew that time had run out. Falling back, I yanked frenziedly at the door handle and hurled myself out into the night. I bounced heavily through long grasses, tumbling half-winded into the fence at the quarry's very lip. As I grabbed wildly at an iron upright, the bottom rail of the fence gave way, and my lower body slipped through into empty air. I hung on grimly as my arms took the full weight of my body. Below me there was only the darkness of the quarry's sheer depths, which suddenly erupted into a bright gout of fire as a loud explosion shook the night. My plan had worked. The car had plunged through the fence and fallen to the quarry's boulder-strewn floor. Pulling myself to safety, I looked down at the scene below. The car was standing on its flattened nose in a sea of fire, its interior already a blazing inferno. Sam Hadley's 10-gallon tank must have been full to the brim. Even so, it was unlikely that anyone in the village had heard the crash. The nearest house was 200 yards away, and the quarry's walls would have deadened the sound of exploding gasoline. I fought my way through long grasses, gorse, and brambles to the road, crossed it, and started back down Sea Lane. My left ankle was sprained, causing me to limp badly, but other than that I seemed unhurt. For once, good fortune had been with me. I was thinking much more clearly now, and knew what I must do. The house of the village constable stood directly behind his tiny police station, midway down Sea Lane. In this sleepy little village of less than 600 inhabitants, there was no such thing as a 24-hour watch. I would have to wake the elderly constable, William Hurst, and if I knew Billy, he'd be sleeping soundly. In less than 5 minutes, I was leaning against the wall of the police station and giving my ankle a moment's rest. The police station, humble symbol of sanity, I had thought never to see so glad a sight again. And still my luck was holding, for in all the village only one light shone out, a yellow ray of hope from the crack where the door stood ajar beneath the old blue lamp. Billy must be up, working late on some report or other. Then I remembered my last conversation with the aging policeman, how he had told me he was due for retirement in only a few short weeks. There would be a new man in the job now, but no matter, a policeman is a policeman. Despite all I had been through, I was conscious of the hour, and of my own wild appearance, but surely my condition would only substantiate what I had to say. So I entered that friendly building and crossed to the counter, behind which I knew stood an old oak desk. At the desk, his head bent low over a sheaf of papers, William Hurst's relief kept his lonely vigil. If he heard me enter, he gave no sign. "Constable," I said, my voice strange and strained, even in my own ears. "Constable, I wish to report—" And at last he looked up. His eyes widened in surprise, and his mouth fell open. Then, slowly rising to his feet, he regained his composure. He was a big man of about my own age. I didn't recognize him, but I knew his looks at once. "Wasn't really expecting you, Mr. Vollister," the constable drawled. "And you got something or other to report, have you?" His eyes bored into mine, unblinking eyes that were too big and round above a narrow nose and fleshy lips that curved upward now in an emotionless smile. Another one of their friends in the village, a changeling who hadn't quite made it. I backed away, strangled noises rasping from a throat suddenly grown dry as a desert, groping behind me until I found the door where it stood open. Then I turned and leaped out into the street, bounding and floating in a mindless panic flight over the ancient cobbles, down Sea Lane to Front Street, and the promenade, leaping like a madman across the tumbled debris of the old sea-wall, knowing the biting agony of my twisted ankle and caring not a bit until I felt the soft sand of the beach beneath my flying feet and turned them homeward. Homeward, yes, for there was nowhere else to run. How many more of the villagers were part of the Deep One plot to establish themselves in England? I had no way of knowing. And in any case, no matter whom I called on for help, once the constable caught up with me, he would soon put an end to any wild claims I might make, and so I could only run. Nor did I stop until I reached the foot of the steps where they zigzagged up the cliff face, and only then, because I feared that if I did not stop I must surely fall dead from my exertions. But even there, so close to home, still I was full of fear. Gone now the man of action who had escaped in such spectacular fashion from Sam Hadley's taxi. Now I was in the grip of terror. Terror whispered in a thin wind that sprang up unbidden off the sea, gloomed from the shadows at the foot of the cliffs, stared blindly down from the pale face of the old moon. Hopping where I could, and trailing my injured foot, I somehow managed to climb the precipitous stairs and make my way to my lonely refuge. There I found my door-key in its secret place, and let myself in. There was evidence that the house had been visited, and I knew that the Deep Ones would not have found too much difficulty in gaining entry. But a quick search of the premises satisfied me that they were not there now. Then I went straight to the telephone. A futile hope. The line must have been down. No, I was fooling myself. The line had been deliberately cut against just such an eventuality as my return to the house. Now I looked about to see how best I might fortify the house, for I knew that it wouldn't be long before they came for me. Using hammer and nails and a stack of stout shelving from the garage, I set about systematically to barricade the ground-floor doors and windows. I worked all through what remained of the night, and at last, as dawn came up over the horizon, the task was completed to my satisfaction. Then, incapable of keeping my eyes open a second longer, I collapsed on my bed. My exhaustion was such that for once, mercifully, there were neither dreams nor nightmares, or, if there were, I could not remember them. Something brought me awake. I awoke with the sort of shock that often follows a heavy drinking bout, of which I had had my share after the death of my wife, when there is a feeling of dislocation and discontinuity, the sensation of having been stopped like a timepiece and then restarted. Then I recognized my own room, saw that I was still in my clothes, and noted how unkempt and full of sand they were, and the rest of it came back to me as a hideous kaleidoscope of memories. But what had awakened me? I sprang from my bed, then reeled drunkenly and almost fell as the searing pain from my now badly swollen ankle washed over me. But I knew that there was much more than a mere sprain wrong with me. Indeed, my entire metabolism was now out of order. My brain seemed to burn. My eyes were on fire. Every muscle of my body ached as if shredded, and I felt completely dehydrated. I stumbled into my study, starting spastically as the telephone jangled for a second time. The telephone? Perhaps the line had been down after all and was now repaired. I snatched the handset from its cradle and said, "Yes, John Vollister here. Who's calling?" The shock of hearing my own voice, so guttural, altered, debased, almost made me drop the telephone. The change must be speeding up in me, and I had wasted so much time. Sunlight flooded my study, and the absence of shadows outside the balcony window told me that it must be around noon.
"John, is that you?"
came Sarah's voice over the wire, a much deeper, coarser voice than I was used to. And a moment later there came a sound which at first I could not quite make out. Crying? She was crying.
John, why did you do it? Everything was going so well, for both of us, and now—"
"Why did I do it?" I croaked, cutting her off, feeling rage rising in me at the thought of her treachery. "Me? I did something? Why in hell did you do it, Sarah? You knew what they were doing to me, yet you lied to me all along, right from the start. Ambassador to the Deep Ones, you said, but you didn't tell me that my duties would include this."
"The change?"
she sobbed.
"Is that what you mean? But that might have happened to you anyway, John."
"And it might not," I shouted.
"But what if it had? What would you have done then? As a half thing like Sergeant? Why, a man like you'd have gone mad."
"Oh, would I?" I asked through grinding teeth, wishing I had her there with me, my hands about her throat, and not merely the neck of this plastic, impersonal thing that spoke to me now. I'd be like Sergeant, would I? Oh, yes, I remember. He told me I was one of the lucky ones, and I didn't understand what he meant. Lucky? My God!
"Listen, John." Her voice was calmer. "It's not too late for you to square things, even now. There will be a penance, of course, but—"
I listened no further, but slammed the phone down into its cradle, cutting her off. I wondered if they had found Hadley's burned-out car yet. And, of course, they were totally ignorant of the fact that I had not taken the full course of the metamorphosis treatment. Not too late, indeed. Little she knew of it, and yet still I dared hope that the damage I had suffered might be repaired. Then, uselessly, I began soundly to curse the Deep Ones and all they stood for. Where had they been, I wondered, when the change began to affect my father? For surely there must have been far more of their tainted blood in him than there was in me. It all made sense now. All of the genealogical anomalies in my recent family history, which had always puzzled me, and the record of strange deteriorations, suicide, and sudden madness. And perhaps it was that very record which had led them to seek me out in the first place. Poor Belton had said they were recruiting doctors, and through them it was doubtless easy to acquire access to records. It could only have been recently, after all, that they had really started to organize their activities again, following the big operation against them in Innsmouth in 1928. Yes, and that was where it had all started for me, too, in New England. It had been following a trip to America to visit a distant cousin that my grandmother, a young woman, had gone into seclusion. She was still unwed when my father was born at the home, and she died giving him life. This was as much as I had ever known about her, told to me by my mother before her own decline. As for my father, I never knew him. He killed himself when I was a very small child, and that, too, had been following a brief period of severe mental and physical deterioration. The change, of course. No wonder my poor mother, who had never been strong, had followed him in the space of so few years to the grave. She must have seen the horrible thing come over him. But, damn it all, the blood of the Deep Ones had not been strong in me. I would have lived out my life in total ignorance of them, but for their meddling. And now, here I was, with the morbid seeds they had awakened in me blossoming into hideous life, trapped like a rat in my own home. Trapped here, yes, for when I went out onto my balcony, I could see them where they waited for me. The big American car, along the track that led to the coast road, the little knot of picnickers along the cliff top, the silent watcher who waited at the top of the stairs that wound down to the beach. To venture outside now would be to give myself into their hands, when they would surely kill me rather than let me carry my story to the authorities. And yet somehow I must make the world aware of what was happening. And so my plan took shape, and I started work on this manuscript, work which has been continually interrupted, but which, nevertheless, I have now almost managed to complete. A few pages more, and... But that is to jump ahead of myself. Scribbling desperately all through the afternoon, I first paused at around 6 p.m. to take a drink and a bite of food, and to tend to my ankle, which was now causing me constant pain and crippling my every movement. I did not want night to descend and find me completely immobilized. It was then, as I searched for bandages for my sprained ankle, that I heard raised, angry voices from beneath my balcony windows. I had deliberately left the windows ajar, in the forlorn hope that someone, some completely human person, might pass my way. Since my house is so out of the way, this was highly unlikely, but there was always a chance, however remote. Now it seemed that good fortune was with me. The male voice I heard was that of my newspaper delivery boy, Graham Lane, and I could only assume that the other voice, female, belonged to his fiancée. I crept out onto the balcony, keeping well down and out of sight of who or whatever might be watching the house, and raised my head until I could look down. There stood Graham, his shoulders drooping, abjectly watching the haughtily retreating figure of a young woman who hurried back along the lane towards the main road. Twice he called after her, and twice her head lifted a little higher as she stalked jauntily off. Patently, they had been out walking. There had been an argument, a lover's tiff, and now she was going off on her own. Graham, I called down. And then quickly, as he began to turn his head upward, "No, don't look up. It's me, Mr. Vollister. Now listen. Don't turn around. Just stand there, looking after your young lady. I'm being watched, Graham, and I need help. No, for God's sake, don't look round. Nod your head just a little if you can hear and understand. Good. Now listen. I'm in bad trouble, Graham, and it's government business. You see those people up the path there, in the big American car? Those are some of them. There's also a bunch of picnickers on the cliff top, except they're not picnickers. And there's a man at the top of the steps. Don't speak to anyone if you can possibly avoid it. There may well be others. Can you hear me?" Again, the slight nod of his head. "Good. Now, Graham, there's £100 in this for you, if you can get my message out. Use the public telephone in the village, or maybe the phone in your father's shop. Get the police, Graham, but whatever you do, don't go to the police and see 'em. I can't explain now, but the new constable's not to be trusted, okay?" Once again the nod, and his whisper floating up to me. "Did you say £100, Mr. Vollister?" 200, I answered, "if you can pull it off. Make it as dramatic as you like. Counterfeiters, a drug ring, whatever you like. Only get the police here, as many as possible and as quickly as you can." "But what is it?" he whispered. "What's going on?" I groped desperately in my mind for an answer he would be able to accept, finally saying, "Atom spies. Sabotage. The new power station at Garfell. But don't tell the police that. Tell them it's kidnapping or something. A drug ring would probably do the trick. You'd better get going now before they suspect. Call out after your girl, then run after her." He moved to obey as I whispered one last instruction. "Tell no one else. And remember, don't go to the police and see 'em. Good luck, Graham. You're my one chance." Then he was gone, down the lane, around a bend, disappearing in trees and hedgerows. Without more ado, I crept back into my study, moved away from the windows, and stood up. So far so good. Providing the lad followed my instructions, I should be safely out of this in the space of a few hours, perhaps by nightfall. Then a doctor. The best doctors in the land. What drugs had done to me, perhaps other drugs might reverse, and by God, wouldn't I have a story to tell when these vile creatures from the sea were brought to book? Indeed I would. On the other hand, suddenly it occurred to me that I might well have placed young Graham Lane in the most terrible danger. What if something should go wrong with my plan? But what could go wrong? Nothing, as long as he followed my instructions. With all of these jumbled thoughts and worries revolving in my head, I removed my clothes to shower before tending to my ankle. It was then, in the clear light of day, that I noticed for the first time the alterations in my feet. The tough webbing of skin that now extended halfway down the length of my toes. This led me to an immediate examination of my hands, which in turn proved to be growing a webbing of toughly elastic skin between the fingers. The bathroom mirror, which until now I had avoided, showed all too clearly how quickly my metamorphosis was taking place. The ichthyic coarsening of the pores of my skin, the toughening of my now near-functional gills, my hideously enlarged eyes, and my rapidly receding hairline. The sight of these monstrous changes and the knowledge of how they had been wrought in me brought on a seething rage that lasted until I took my shower. And only then did I realize the importance of water to my new state of being, for of course I was rapidly becoming one with the amphibia, beginning to share their traits and characteristics, and while certainly I might live on dry land, I now found the sheer joy of bathing almost unbearable. The water took away all my aches and pains, eased the constriction of my throat, softened my gills, and soaked into my skin, making it pliable and slick to the touch. My God! At last, the horrible implications of my position, my condition, drove stunningly home, particularly the inescapable fact that I was no longer completely human. I had known it for some time, of course, ever since discovering myself to be gilled in the cramped confines of the tank, but only now did the real horror of my position truly dawn on me. Even the strongest of men might weep in my predicament, and I am not ashamed to state that I, too, wept. Afterwards, I sat for a while, and gradually my mood of utter hopelessness began to lift. I could still strike back, must strike back, before this thing went any further. And though I had already started to lose faith in my plan of escape, that rescue I had arranged through Graham Lane, still, even in the event that the worst should happen, I could at least leave a documentary warning behind me when finally they came for me. For certainly to rely solely upon my secret messenger would be a great mistake. Graham might be stopped, might not even begin to carry out my instructions. What if he had reconsidered, perhaps suspecting himself to be the would-be victim of some sort of practical joke? In his place I myself would be extremely wary, cautious, suspicious. And what if he, in some way, attempted to verify the facts of what I had told him? Just suppose he completely ignored my warning and went straight to the police station in Seaham. The short hairs at the back of my neck stood up straight at the thought of that, then slowly subsided as I began to plot along the lines of Graham's possible failure to make my plight known to the authorities. For if indeed anything should go disastrously wrong, still I could not simply let the Deep Ones win so easily. No, I must leave evidence against them, something which would be found after my passing, a clear indictment of their activities. And so it was that as the light began to fail and evening crept in, I donned my dressing-gown and returned to working on my manuscript, writing as quickly as possible. It was imperative that the tale be told fully, that as much light as possible be shed upon the hellish activities of these invaders from the deep. Twice, when I paused to rest my eyes, I thought to try the telephone, but on both occasions, as soon as I picked up the handset, guttural inquiries made it obvious that I might only speak to the Deep Ones. Thus I learned to leave the telephone alone. Then, as evening deepened, 9. The Unending Nightmare. A sound outside brought me bolt upright from where I had slumped at my desk. I must have dozed off, for my study was now shadowed and gloomy, and the roll of the sea had grown quiet with the hush of encroaching night. Quietly I went out onto my balcony. Figures, looking human enough in the dusk, were down below me in the shadow of the house. If only I had a rifle. Whatever they were up to, I would soon put an end to it. I had no weapon, however, so I went back inside to find my flashlight. Its batteries were weak, but still it should give some light. Armed with the flashlight, once more I crept out onto the balcony. There, aiming the light downward, I switched on its beam. For a moment, the uncertain shaft of light trapped a pair of startled, round-eyed faces that stared up at me. Then the furtive figures melted into shadows and moved away around the corner of the house. As they went, I heard a jingling of keys. Well, they'd have little luck in that direction. In addition to being boarded up, my doors were bolted on the inside. But at least this attempted intrusion illustrated the determination of the Deep Ones to get in at me. and I was glad I had taken the precaution of securely barricading the house. Then, as I was about to return yet again from the balcony to my study, I heard my name softly called from below. "John? John Vollister? Why don't you give in, John Vollister? You can't win, you know." Though I had never heard this particular voice before, by its uneven texture I knew its owner for a deep one. Flashing the beam of light into the shadows of trees that bordered the path to the cliffs, I dimly illuminated a small group of figures. There were 4 of them, one of whom was Graham Lane. His hands were bound behind him, and his face seemed to be bloodied. A dark gag, dark with blood I suspected, filled his mouth, and his hair was awry. His jacket was badly torn, and he stumbled weakly between the 3 deep ones, where they kept him in their midst. How he had fallen into their hands I could not say, but certainly he had been badly beaten. One of the 3 deep ones turned his face directly into the beam of my flashlight, and in that same previously unknown voice said, "You should come out now, John Vollister. Already you have incurred grave penalties, and there will be penances in plenty, but nothing you can't endure. If you continue to be awkward, however—" The figure shrugged. "And what do you intend doing with him?" I finally hoarsely answered, shining my beam on Graham where he staggered between them. "He's of no use to you, and he's certainly no threat. Why don't you let him go?" A chuckle, deep and evil, sounded in the night. "Come now, John. We all know better than that, don't we? Now listen. It's high time we came to an understanding. You're fairly important to us, and that's why we've been lenient with you so far. There will be penalties, however, as I've said, and the longer you defy us, the worse it will be for you. Indeed, it's not entirely impossible that you might yet incur the ultimate penalty, which is why we've brought along young Mr. Lane here. After all, we can't allow him simply to sabotage our program now, can we? So we've decided to make an example of him." The voice faded into a hideously suggestive silence. "What do you mean?" I croaked. "Who the hell are you to threaten, and—" "Be quiet," the voice hissed, its feigned affability disappearing in a moment. "Be quiet and watch." The 3 deep ones stepped away from their stumbling captive and left him isolated on the path. My light faltered where it fell upon the bound, beaten youth, then strengthened momentarily as an overwhelming stench of seaweed and foulness welled up from the darkness. I nearly dropped the flashlight then, as I recognized that deep ocean smell. It was the monstrous stench of a shoggoth, and I immediately guessed what the ultimate penalty would be. Caught in the trembling beam of light, Graham Lane also smelled that fatal fetor, and stumblingly turned towards its source. Swelling out of the shadows came a greater blackness, glinting with myriad eyes, all of them fixed upon its victim, as the shoggoth flowed and squelched with sea-squirt sounds along the path towards him. At first frozen to the spot, finally Graham turned to flee. He stumbled, fell, somehow struggled to his feet, and the thing was upon him. Transfixed with horror, clutching at the balcony to maintain my balance, I could only watch. God help me, I could not turn away as the thing happened. Graham's form, stumbling down the old path, hands tied behind him, had just started to topple forward into a second fall as the shoggoth enveloped him. One moment he was there, and in the next there was only the pulsing, blackly glistening, distorted shape of the monstrosity from the sea. Gagged, he had not even been able to scream as the thing took him. And now there came that subdued roar I remembered so well, the firing of the Shoggoth's internal engines, and the opening of its vile exhaust orifice, and then, that fine black jet of stinking mist that shot upward high into the air, a spray of human debris, the atomized essence of Graham Lane. Finally, sufficient strength and movement returned to my nerveless fingers to enable me to switch off the beam from my flashlight, and then for a long while I tottered in dumb oblivion high above the scene of Graham's awful murder. Slowly, very slowly, my senses returned to me, by which time all was silent and the Shoggoth stench had disappeared. The whole episode had been like a nightmare, which was now ended, except that I knew it was no nightmare. Staggering back inside and locking the windows, I felt a weird and utterly unnatural excitement rising in me. The crazy urge to tear down my sturdily erected defenses, throw back the bolts, and rush outside to do battle with those who sought me. Rapidly, the wildest of schemes occurred to my fevered brain, insane urges that sent me raging through the house until at the last I recognized the source of this new threat and began to combat it. This was surely a manifestation of my emerging madness, no doubt brought on by Graham Lane's hideous death, proof that my drug-damaged psyche was rapidly deteriorating. In just such a fury, I had crushed the life out of Semple, and when escaping from the place on the beach, I had also felt a lunatic urge to swim out to sea and give myself into the hands of the eternal tides. A similar madness had crept over me when I had spoken on the telephone, which had made me lust after her life in a murderous fury. In short, the mad emotions I felt within me were a direct result of my metamorphosis, and of my failure to take the pills which alone might have saved my sanity. When the truth dawned on me, I went straight to the bathroom and doused my throbbing head, and a few minutes later I was myself again. Then, putting to the back of my mind, as best I might, the death of the youth who had tried to help me, I returned to this my manuscript, and scribbled frantically until well after midnight. It was then, just as I was beginning to nod once more over my work, that I heard a peculiar sound issuing from somewhere below. My ears were, of course, attuned to the house, to each familiar creak of settling timbers, and every quiet gurgle of the plumbing, so that any extraneous sound was immediately apparent to me. Quickly I went down into the darkness of the ground floor, silently inspecting all my fortifications and listening for any repetition of the sound. I was in the library, checking my interior work on its tall, narrow-framed windows, when I was shocked into immobility by a recurrence of the sound, this time from close at hand. Someone was working on one of the windows beyond the barricade with a glass cutter. Silently, I made my way to the kitchen, found a meat cleaver, and returned to the library. Knowing the house intimately, I had not once resorted to the use of lights. Only the light in my study continued to burn, and doubtless my adversaries believed me to be up there, right now, fast asleep. Well, they were in for an unpleasant surprise. I seated myself, placed the cleaver in my lap, and waited. The luminous dial of the library clock showed the hour to be just after 1 a.m., when the first board was sufficiently loose to be carefully removed out into the night. I stood up then, and moved to one side, careful to keep out of sight as a light was flashed into the library from the darkness outside. A breeze was coming off the sea, and with it a powerful smell of deep ocean that was far from right. There were deep ones out there, for a certainty, and to prove the matter beyond dispute, there came into view the hand that galvanized me into action. It was mottled and webbed, that hand, with a webbing far more pronounced than my own meagre growth, so that I knew its owner to be a fully developed deep one. In the hour or so that I had sat there in silence, The rage within me had once again reached terrifying proportions, so that I was no longer wholly in control of myself when I made my move. The hand had just commenced to explore the edge of the gap formed by the missing board, was groping and pushing here and there, when I chopped at the fingers with my cleaver. Immediately there came an agonized howl of pain as the hand was withdrawn, but 3 fingers and the tip of the thumb stayed inside the house with me. Then, laughing demoniacally, and almost dancing with crazed glee, I tossed the grisly digits out after their owner, before taking up an even stouter board and nailing it into place. This time I used long spikes of nails, which nothing less than a large hammer would be able to dislodge. I had no fear that the deep ones would use a Shoggoth's great strength to break in. That would have caused a great deal of damage, which might not be too easy to explain away, should anyone stumble upon the house in the near future before repairs could be effected. Finished at last with the work on my breached barricade, I put on the lights and spent a further hour nailing up more boards in the other lower-level rooms. Whatever else happened, I didn't intend the deep ones to take me until my work on my manuscript was done. At some time during these frantic physical exertions of mine, the madness went out of me, so that as I finished I discovered myself sane once more, and weary from exhaustion. But finally, satisfied at last that the house was once again as secure as I could make it, I left the ground-floor lights on, and returned silently to my study. Let them believe that I was still downstairs. Perhaps it would keep them away from the house. And so I spent the rest of the night writing, and often as not nodding, at my desk, until the early morning sun crept into my study to tell me that I had survived to face another day. I threw some water on my face to freshen up, then went out onto the balcony. They were still there, the big car, the picnickers, the watcher at the top of the steps, but none of them was near the house. That suited my purposes perfectly, and I made a quick breakfast before preparing to take a shower. Then it was that I discovered a further development of the siege, one which would have very serious consequences for me. It was simply this, that the water from the shower was flowing with much less than its usual force. I shut the water off at once, put on my dressing-gown, and went up into the attic. It was as I had feared. The deep ones had somehow contrived to shut off my water supply. No water was reaching the house from the outside. How long, then, before they also interfered with the electricity supply? My answer came at midday, when I tried to make coffee. The game was over. Now they were in earnest. And yet, if I could only make it through one more night, I knew I could finish my work, and indeed that work had now become an obsession with me, so that as the afternoon grew towards evening, I worked ever faster. I could not possibly hope to keep this up without sleep, however, and I found myself snatching the odd half-hour now and then, always jerking into wakefulness at the slightest sound. Then I would get up from my desk, go to the bathroom, and thoroughly douse my face and gills, always carefully turning off my rapidly diminishing water supply when I was finished. At about 6 p.m. I was startled from fitful sleep by the persistent ringing of my telephone. Not only that, but my study light was on. For some reason the deep ones had temporarily restored my power, but not, I later discovered, my water. Before answering the phone, I had sufficient wit to dash downstairs and switch on my electric kettle. It had dawned on me that when the call was finished, it might also signal the end of my electricity. So if I could only keep the caller busy on the wire for a few minutes, I should have some coffee. It was Sarah on the telephone, and her voice was now almost unrecognizable. "John, listen. And please don't put the phone down. You must listen to me. The deep ones are very angry, John, and unless you'll see sense, they intend to take you by force. Surely you must know by now that you can't win." "I can try," I answered.
John, don't be a fool. There's nothing left for you now among ordinary men. You're finished with all that. Now it's you and I, both of us together, and the Deep Ones forever. I'll kill myself first, I told her, fighting back the rage that was rapidly building in me. But why? We'll have each other, John, and even now it's not too late for— Sarah, I cut her off, forcing myself to maintain a semblance of sanity. It is too late. Much too late. I didn't take the pills. There was a long pause, then— Pills? Her voice was hushed, a cracked whisper. What pills? Not that— Yes, those pills. The ones that stop your poor damned victims from going mad. The ones that help them keep their mental equilibrium as the change accelerates. Semple told me all about them. But too late. I didn't take them. John, I'll come to you, she said, her altered voice full of desperation. I'll come. Not now, Sarah, I told her. Don't come tonight. Not in the dark. Not with the lights out. With the stench of the Deep Ones on you. If you do, I'll kill you. I'll kill every damn one of you who puts his damn nose anywhere near me. Do you hear? Do you hear? And I slammed the handset back into its cradle. Damn every last one of the stinking hell-spawned devils. I went stumbling into the bathroom, my rage seething within me, caught my reflection in the mirror as I splashed my face with water, then ripped the mirror from the wall. And that was the signal for me to go on a rampage of destruction right through the house. I overturned chairs and tables, brought down shells of cut crystal which had taken me years to collect, ripped pictures from walls, and tore down curtains, until at last, as the mental fever began to burn itself out, at least for the moment, I found myself in the kitchen. The water in the kettle was still hot. Shaking like a leaf in a gale, dizzy and weak from my uncontrollable excesses, I made coffee, and shakily carried the jug and a cup back upstairs to my study. Then, as dusk began to settle in, and the light started to grow dim, I remembered a box of candles long ago pushed to the back of a drawer in the kitchen. I had bought them in the village months ago, when a fault had developed in the house's wiring. I went back downstairs and found them, 8 of them, lighting 2 and placing them strategically in my study to give a maximum of light. At the same time, I primed and brought up a blowtorch I'd once used in paint stripping. It might come in useful, if only as another source of light. Having made what preparations I could before the onset of night, I decided to trust to luck and snatch an hour's sleep. I set the alarm clock and stretched out on my bed, where exhaustion soon overtook me. Something woke me from a nightmare of sinking endlessly into black waters. Sweating profusely, remembering what had gone before, I started up and stared at the luminous dial of the alarm clock. 11:35? What had happened? I couldn't believe my eyes. Snatching up the clock, I shook it angrily before noting that the alarm mechanism had jammed. Obviously the fault was mine. I had overwhelmed the thing. I tossed it down and went through to my study, where one of the candles still guttered in its saucer. The tiny wick was floating in a little pool of wax. Immediately I lit another candle, then sat down nervously to wait for a recurrence of whatever it was that had awakened me. I didn't have long to wait. No sooner was I seated than there came fumbling sounds from outside, small furtive noises that only just reached me from the other side of the house. I went to the bathroom, which is on that side, and carefully, quietly opened the window a few inches. An almost overpowering odor at once wafted up from below, driving me back from the window in horror and disgust. There must be an entire gang of Deep Ones out there to create a stench like that. But what were they up to? I closed the window, took up my cleaver, and made my way silently downstairs to the kitchen. A side door led from the kitchen into the garage, and by my judgment, that was where the Deep Ones had gathered. But what could they be doing?
The garage had no windows, and its exterior door was of stout metal. Surely they would not be looking there for a way in. I opened the door to the garage, and literally staggered in the hideous rush of vile gases that immediately poured out to fill the kitchen. Although the batteries of my flashlight were almost exhausted, still I had thought to bring it with me. Holding my nose against the stench, I put down my cleaver, took the flashlight from the pocket of my dressing-gown, and flashed it briefly about the untidy interior of the disused room. It was exactly as I had last seen it, and— no, not exactly the same, for there was a sound, a trickling as of some oily liquid, that monstrous stench, the trickling sound, and a motion. I had seen something move as I flashed my dim beam across the room. Holding the flashlight tightly, trembling so badly that I could barely control my movements, slowly I swung the beam back to the wide metal door. A slow, thickly glutinous trickle of dark substance was entering through the keyhole in the door and forming a small pool on the concrete floor. Silently stepping over old boxes and cartons and skirting a pile of unused boards, I approached the door and knelt to watch this filthy stuff filter into the garage. It was shiny black and full of the same evil smell which so offended me. Indeed, it was the source of that smell. Was it inflammable, I wondered? Did the deep ones intend to burn me out? I hadn't thought they would dare anything so extreme. Any subsequent investigation would surely lead to— A hideous suspicion had entered my mind, and before I could consciously stop myself, I had put out a finger to dab it at the edge of the small puddle of goo. It was warm, sticky, and it clung to my finger as if alive. I snatched my finger back, saw that the outer layers of skin had been removed from it, dissolved away, and, mouth agape, turning my eyes once more to the pool of noxious matter, I saw that it was forming a little hump, a gelatinous stalagmite that grew up inches from the floor even as I watched, and formed an eye. Great God in heaven! It was a shoggoth they had out there, one of their protomorphic machines, and it was pouring itself into my garage like pus from some cosmic sore. For a moment the vile trickling paused, as that single eye gazed at me. Then the loathsome orb melted back into its elementary slime, and the flow continued at a redoubled rate. I fled upstairs, uncaring now of any noise I might make, back to my lighted study, where I cast about for a way to drive the shoggoth out into the night. Almost at once my eyes lighted upon the primed blowtorch. Would that work, I wondered? God, it must work. If there was one thing that the horror in the garage could not stand against, surely that thing would be heat. Oh, I knew well enough that these monsters could generate tremendous heat within themselves. They would need that facility, for it's an extremely cold world on the bed of the ocean. But this small pool, this tendril of living matter, it must surely be vulnerable. I rushed back downstairs, through the kitchen and into the garage, crossing to the door and kneeling beside the now rippling and lumpy pool of loathsomeness. Quickly I struck a match to the blowtorch and pumped the flame to a roaring lance of invisible heat. Faster still the goo poured in, and more purposeful the agitation in the ever-widening pool. Two eyes formed this time, rearing up to peer at me, just as I turned the blowtorch on them. Instantly a mephitic cloud of steam rose up from the pool, obscuring everything as I covered my nose and mouth with one hand while directing the blowtorch with the other. Suddenly I felt about my legs the whipping lash of something that burned like acid, and through a momentary gap in the shriveling pool of shoggoth tissue I saw writhing pseudopods of frenziedly thrashing slime. Then, accompanied by an utterly unearthly shriek of agony from beyond the door, a sound which neither human nor any animal throat, nor any mechanical device known to man might make. The remaining thread of tissue was withdrawn through the keyhole, and I was left playing the blowtorch on an area of stained, scorched cement. Once more I had won, and in so doing had given myself the time necessary for the completion of my manuscript. I went back upstairs and splashed myself all over with life-giving water. Then, as soon as my nerves were sufficiently calmed, I returned to my desk, and to this, my work, which was then well over 3/4 completed. That was last night, almost 24 hours ago, and it was the last attempt of the Deep Ones to drive me from my home. In any case, they had probably known that I could not hold out much longer. My guess is that they were simply attempting to save me from myself, from my threat to commit suicide. I had never intended to do so in the first place, but they didn't know that. This morning, as the sun came up, I tried to doze a little, only to discover that my nightmares were now so monstrous that sleep was no longer possible. And later Sarah phoned to tell me that she would come at noon. She came, bringing with her the conch that had first introduced me to the horror. She brought both the shell and the answers, at last, to those few remaining questions which still baffled me, answers that now fit together to complete the puzzle. I did not kill her as I had threatened, but instead put away my manuscript, took down the boards that barred her entry, and made her as welcome as I could. The madness was off me, and only a great weariness remained. It was the weariness of defeat, the knowledge that I could not possibly win the whole game, and that my only hope for personal survival lay with the Deep Ones. Yes, she brought me my conch, a shell similar to the type used by the Adaro of the Solomon Islands to call to their land-born brothers and lure them down to the sea. And indeed it was that conch which had first lured me, whose colours and contours had struck hidden chords of that ancestral memory which flows in the blood and lingers in the minds of all Deep Ones. That shell, and with it those dreams from Roulier, with which I had been so singularly honoured, had been the triggers to quicken the seeds within me. The rest of it should have been a slow but certain process of indoctrination and preparation. Sarah was to have helped, was the sweet worm with which they had baited their tender hook, and certainly I had taken the bait. Then, just as things were going exactly as they had planned, I had wrecked the entire scheme by returning to the place on the beach when they were not expecting me. The only course left open to them then had been to take me forcibly and process my metamorphosis as quickly as possible. These things I already knew, but there were others I still did not understand. Sarah told me about them. For instance, there was her father. He was not her father at all, but her 4 times great-grandfather. One of the benefits of being a Deep One is extreme longevity, and I, too, could be proud of my genealogy, for my unknown grandfather had been an Innsmouth Marsh of the original Marsh line, which was one of the 2 reasons why I had been tracked down and singled out for rehabilitation. As for the other reason, Belton had been right. I was a marine biologist, and there was much I could teach the Deep Ones, and learn from them, there in the great deeps. There were problems to be overcome, though, for science in a submarine environment is no simple matter. All of these things Sarah told me, and certain others, but when I felt the madness returning, I made her go. Then I boarded up the door again before taking a shower in the last of my water to cool and ease pains, both mental and physical. As to what had set the rage burning in me once more, that vicious boiling of my blood and the hideous lusts it engenders, I think it was Sarah's face, no longer a wholly human face, and yet in no way as repulsive as I had thought I might find it. It was to me, with its bulging eyes and thickening lips, as a mirror of my own face, which no longer offends me, but looks almost natural. And indeed that was the paradox that sparked the rage in me, but only for a little while. Since making her leave me, I have spent most of my time at my desk, tidying up this work as best I might, and at last I have brought it to a close. Now, as midnight approaches, There are strange shadows on the silver sands, and some of them tower and nod in an entirely monstrous fashion. For this is the hour appointed when I swore to deliver to the Deep Ones my final word, which is that I shall join them there in the deeps. Except that, whoever you are reading this, be certain of one thing, that even though I go to join them, still I loathe and detest them. But life is dear to me, even as a changeling life is dear, and all the untold wonders of the oceans await me. Yet still I say to you, I will be avenged. This I swear. Whoever you are, and whenever you discover this manuscript locked in its metal box, do not delay, but ensure that it meets the eyes of the proper authorities immediately. The continuity of your very world depends upon it. And whosoever doubts my word, only let him look beneath the waters. Let him only walk along the shores of this world and listen to the songs of the sea. For in the end, if ever the Deep Ones are to be rooted out and destroyed, it must be you and not I who brings about that destruction. I cannot help you, for I can no longer help myself. Although I have sworn vengeance, such vengeance can strike only through you now. For the madness is on me, and the voice of the storm calls to me. I hear it raging from the mouth of my conch, see it foaming in the whitecaps conjured in the contours of its whirl. And I must go where the octopus stares with cat's eyes, and the squid silently starts on jets of ink, where the timeless tides tell stories of primal ocean, and coral labyrinths thrill to siren songs from abyssal caverns. Ya-rul-yeh! I am one with all the hosts of Dagon and Mother Hydra, one with the Deep Ones in the worship of the great Father Kraken, and with them I shall make my home in vasty vaults of ocean. Personal, by hand, for the attention of William P. Marsh, Esquire, care of the Gilman Hotel, Innsmouth, Massachusetts, July 28th. Venerable Brother, most humble greetings from England, where all proceeds according to plan, except for that of which you were previously apprised. Ahu-Yahloa grows apace, and already her columns take on a certain lustre. But more of that, and of the gains we have made and continue to make in Siam at a later date. With regard to the manuscript which accompanies this, it was discovered hidden beneath some loose floorboards, in a ground-floor room of what was once your grandson's house. We have, of course, acquired the place in the furtherance of our plans, and the discovery of the manuscript was quite by chance. In reading it, I am sure you will note that under the precipitate circumstances all of our actions were fully warranted, and that if anyone is to blame for the outcome, that one must surely be David Semple. As you are aware, and as the manuscript so graphically tells, he has already paid in full for his inefficiency. As was your wish, no penance has been taken of your grandson, since it is deemed that by virtue of his own folly he has already paid enough. Despite his oath at the end of the manuscript, he no longer displays any hurtful tendencies towards us. At his best, he is an avid student of the law. Furthermore, he desires permission to undertake a pilgrimage to Will-Yeh. He wishes to enter that most sacred of doors and go down to the lower vaults, to the feet of dreaming Cthulhu himself. Aye, for he has heard the call of Cthulhu in his dreams, wherefore we cannot deny him that most high audience. The girl, Sarah, of my own flesh, as you well know, would go with him on the journey. This will be an undertaking of several years' duration, during which they will visit and carry Cthulhu's word to many of the more remote settlements along the way. Of course, it is understood that she must first abide the time of her spawning. Since you have intimated your own desire that no further harm befall John Vollister, and since unfortunately he is no longer of any use for much else, the plan would seem a good one. His condition is quite irreversible, but the girl will be there to care for him when he is not himself. Yours by the sign of Abhythe, Ephraim Bishop. End of The Whisperer and Other Voices by Brian Lumley. BrianLumley. Read by Jim Zeiger in the studios of Talking Book Publishers, Incorporated, a supporting organization to the American Foundation for the Blind, for the Library of Congress, December 2001. Published by Tom Doherty Associates, LLC, 175 Fifth Avenue, New York, 10010. Further reproduction or distribution in other than a specialized format is prohibited.
End of book.